Chapter 539. Now that Pill Fiend had said this, Lady Lianqin didn't bother to explain. After revealing her biggest bargaining chip, her attitude was firm. Han Yunqi, this is the betrothal token your father gave to your mother. Such an important item should be worth the Mu family at least. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's trial. Lady Lianqin left without looking back. She was very confident that even if Han Yunqi didn't care for this item, Long Feiyi wouldn't give it up. Any man with ambitions in the world wouldn't let go of anything related to the perplexing butterfly illusion. Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi exchanged glances. They hadn't expected to find clues about the perplexing butterfly illusion under these circumstances. Han Yunqi didn't even have time to ponder over her origins for a while. The perplexing butterfly illusion was in their hands, and they'd even cultivated the beauty's blood. If they could get their hands on the 10,000-year blood jade, would they be able to unravel the secrets hidden within the perplexing butterfly illusion? Han Yunqi grew excited at this thought. Something that even the detox system couldn't unravel had been in her hands for so long. She couldn't bear it. That's strange. Gu suddenly muttered to himself. Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi both looked at him, thinking the same thing. How much did this guy know about the perplexing butterfly illusion? What's strange? Han Yunqi asked. Gu tore off his mask and asked seriously, Your mother took away such an important item. Why didn't your father look for it? Is it because he can't find it, or is he no longer in this world? As he spoke, he muttered to himself, The poison sect has been quiet all these years. Don't tell me they're all dead? Judging from Lady Lianqin's words, she didn't know the whereabouts of this mysterious sect head either. Han Yunqi suddenly thought of Lady Tianqin's death. Was it purely an accident, or did it have something to do with this sect head? If it had something to do with it, why hadn't the sect head come looking for her yet? Thinking about this, Han Yunqi felt that the scales in her heart were tilted for the first time. She was more inclined to believe that Madame Tianqin had died from a difficult birth. Long Feiyi had been keeping an eye on the poison sect because of the perplexing butterfly illusion. After learning the truth from Mute Granny, he'd sent more people to track down the remnants of the poison sect, but there was still no news. Even the poison sect's forbidden grounds, which had been active more than a decade ago, had fallen silent. Moreover, his mother had stolen the perplexing butterfly illusion from the poison sect back then, but the poison sect hadn't done anything to this day. Long Feiyi considered all aspects. At this time, his thoughts were similar to Han Yunqi's. Perhaps they will never come. It's good that they never find us. Even if they do, we won't be afraid. Gu said coldly. The word "we" made Han Yunqi's heart warm. Long Fei gave him a doubtful look, a look of disdain in his eyes. The 10,000-year blood jade isn't much. The perplexing butterfly illusion is the real deal. I wonder who has it, Gu muttered to himself. Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi exchanged glances. Han Yunqi spoke up. Old ghost, will the 10,000-year blood jade be enough to break through the perplexing butterfly illusion? Gu didn't answer, but looked at Long Feiyi instead. You've been eyeing the perplexing butterfly illusion for a long time, haven't you? Duh, Long Feiyi said. So you want to know the answer too? Gu asked with interest. Get out if you keep blabbering. Long Feiyi had never been patient, especially when it came to Gu. Gu had always been patient, especially when it came to Long Feiyi. Not only did he not leave, he even sat down on the table. Long Feiyi, as long as you agree to help me destroy the medical academy, I'll tell you everything I know. This was already the second time Gu had made this request. Long Feiyi asked disdainfully, revenge? He could tell that Gu didn't have the ambition to devour Medical City. It's none of your business. Gu was very fierce. Old ghost, what did the Medical Academy do to you back then? Han Yunqi was also curious. Every time his wound was touched, he would be rude to anyone. Only in front of Han Yunqi, Could he still smile? It's none of your business. Be good, don't ask any more. Long Fei Yi casually pulled Han Yunqi behind him, then said to Gu coldly, This prince can promise you, but I'm afraid you can't afford to wait. It wasn't that easy to take down Medical City. In Long Fei Ye's plan, Medical City was the last and most difficult step. He vaguely guessed that the secret of the perplexing butterfly illusion might be related to Medical City, so he never urged Han Yunqi to solve it. Hee, as long as you can do it, I can afford to wait, Gu said arrogantly. Although he didn't like it, Long Fei Yi still admired Gu's temper. All right, this prince agrees. Gu stretched out his hand. Long Fei, you didn't understand. What for? Let's make an oath. Gu, will do my best to help you solve the perplexing butterfly illusion. You, Long Fei Yi, will do your best to help me get my revenge. If there's a violation. As Gu spoke, he gave Han Yunqi a meaningful look. Han Yunqi couldn't help but tremble. This guy's eyes are so scary. What does he want? If there's a violation, what will happen? Long Fei Yi asked. Gu approached him. If there's a violation, you'll definitely become enemies with Han Yunqi, and there'll never be a day of reconciliation. Long Fei Yi was stunned and didn't say anything for a long time. Gu asked coldly, What? You don't dare. Long Fei Yi didn't answer. Instead, he retreated and gave Gu 3 high fives. Then it's settled. What settled? Han Yunqi hurriedly asked. Gu changed the topic with a smile. Poison Lass, the perplexing butterfly illusion, is already in your hands, right? When he mentioned the whereabouts of the perplexing butterfly illusion, these two weren't concerned at all. Instead, they were concerned about the 10,000-year blood jade. How could he not guess? Han Yunqi didn't dare to answer on her own, but Long Fei Yi generously admitted, Yes. Moreover, the beauty's blood has already been cultivated. The agreement was already set, and Gu would find out sooner or later. There was no point in hiding it. Beauty's blood. Gu was shocked. Long Fei Yi, you know quite a lot. You haven't answered my question, Long Fei Yi reminded. You need 9 things to break the perplexing butterfly illusion. The metal of 10,000 poisons, the wood of 10,000 poisons, the water of 10,000 poisons, the fire of 10,000 poisons, the earth of 10,000 poisons, as well as human blood, corpse blood, beast blood, and what? Han Yunqi asked anxiously. A trace of sadness flashed through Gu's eyes. He smiled. What's the 9th thing? I don't know either. It won't be easy to find the first 8, so take your time. Metal of 10,000 poisons, wood of 10,000 poisons, water of 10,000 poisons, fire of 10,000 poisons, earth of 10,000 poisons. Han Yunqi was very surprised. Although these things were all poisons, she had never heard of them before. Furthermore, the huge database of the detoxification system didn't have any records of them, so it couldn't detect them. No wonder she couldn't decipher them. What are these things? Even a professional like Han Yunqi was confused, let alone Long Fei Yi. He frowned as he asked. The first 5 are called the 5 elements poisons. They're naturally formed and exist in the 5 forms of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. Of all the things in the world, only these 5 elements poisons can react with the perplexing butterfly illusion. As soon as Gu finished speaking, Han Yunqi was shocked. She hurriedly took out a porcelain bottle filled with poisonous water from her medical pouch. As soon as Gu opened it, he sensed a very strange poisonous aura. This is... He asked suspiciously. He only knew that there was poison, but he couldn't tell what kind of poison it was. Perplexing butterfly illusion, beauty's blood, and the poison pond water in her forest. Han Yunqi said seriously. The last time she was at the black market, she had only tried it out. She had taken a little bit of perplexing butterfly illusion and beauty's blood and added it to the poison water. But she had clearly felt the corrosive properties of the perplexing butterfly illusion weaken. Does this count as a reaction? she asked seriously. Gu was overjoyed. That's it. It looks like the water in the poison pond is the water of 10,000 poisons. Poison girl, where did you get this thing? Wasn't the pond dry? Long Fei Yi was also about to ask. He had seen the poison pond water instantly disappear with his own eyes. I casually stole a little bit from the side of the pond. Han Yunqi averted her gaze. Fortunately, I stole some back then. Otherwise, I'd probably never be able to find this water again. She only knew that lying in front of these two fellows was the hardest thing in the world. But she didn't know that these two were the people who trusted her the most in the world. The fight at the poison pond back then had been so chaotic that Long Fei Yi couldn't even remember if Han Yunqi had taken any water. But he didn't think too much about it. The earth of 10,000 poisons is in the poison sect's Forbidden Grounds poison storage. Supposedly, the poison plants there are very similar to the perplexing butterfly illusion. It's not hard to find this thing, Gu said seriously. Han Yunqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Last time, she and Long Fei Yi had gone to the poison storage and brought back some poison orchids for research. But they had neglected the soil where they grew them. It really isn't hard to find. She murmured. Long Fei asked, Gu Qishao, where did you hear all this from? Gu arched a brow at him. No comment. Long Fei Yi hadn't even told him where the perplexing butterfly illusion came from. So why was he asking him so much? Of course, he wasn't interested in where Long Fei Yi had gotten the perplexing butterfly illusion from. Besides Han Yunqi, he was only interested in destroying the medical academy. Han Yunqi's attention was completely focused on these 9 things. She muttered to herself, the human blood should be the beauty's blood, and the corpse blood should be the 10,000-year blood jade. The blood jade came from the mouth of a 10,000-year-old corpse in the Valley of the Kings. It was formed from the corpse's blood energy, solidified in the jade stone. Gu nodded. The beast blood is the poisonous blood in that little thing's teeth. It'll take some time to extract its poison. Lil Thing was probably sleeping in Gu Beiyue's arms right now. Han Yunqi had given it some blood last time, but it still hadn't recovered. It wasn't that Han Yunqi hadn't given it any nourishment, but that its special blood not only needed to be nourished by poison plants, but also time. These 3 things are human, corpse, and beast poisons, so the 9th one should also be poison, right? Human, corpse, beast. Han Yunqi looked at Gu suspiciously. What the hell else is there? Gu coughed lightly. How would I know? Let's take our time to investigate. A complicated look flitted across Long Fei Yi's eyes. Seeing that Han Yunqi still wanted to ask, he immediately changed the topic. Let's get the 10,000-year blood jade first. Madame Lianxin had left without looking back after placing such a big bet. How were they supposed to deal with her? Chapter 540. Lady Lianxin had already revealed her trump card, so she wouldn't back down so easily. But Han Yunqi and Long Fei wouldn't back down so easily after finally trampling the Mu clan to death. We still have to get Ling Er out. That's a bit troublesome. Han Yunqi knitted her brows. It wouldn't be a big deal if they only had to deal with Lady Lianxin, but Mu Ling, who was accused of double crimes, was stuck in the middle as well. Gu laughed disdainfully and prepared to leave. Wait here, this old man will go talk to her. Han Yunqi didn't need to think to know what Gu was going to do. He was going to expose her scandals at the medical academy. She was about to stop him when Long Fei Yi silently stuck out a leg and almost knocked Gu to the ground. Don't forget that those who are barefooted aren't afraid of those who are wearing shoes. The Mu clan was now at the end of their rope. Lady Lianxin had come to find them as a gamble. If they kept pushing her, Lady Lianxin's temper might even expose Han Yunqi's origins. Then both sides would suffer losses. If news of her father being a direct descendant of the poison sect got out, Han Yunqi would be in big trouble. Long Fei Yi, why don't you tell Old Wang to delay the interrogation for a few days? Han Yunqi asked. They still had to think things over. But before Long Fei Yi could answer, Chu Shifeng came in with news from the Wang clan. Esteemed Wang Fei, Xia Dei wants to talk with you in person. He says he has something you're interested in. Long Fei Yi seemed to think of something as his eyes flashed. Prepare the carriage. When Han Yunqi, Long Fei Yi, and His Excellency Pill Fiend appeared in front of Xia Dei, he was very puzzled. His Highness Duke of Qin wasn't invited. So how did he get here so quickly? Of course, he didn't have the time to care about this kind of thing. After suffering such a huge blow and being interrogated by the Wang clan in private, Xia Dei, who was originally old but vigorous, was like an old man on the verge of death, dispirited and aged. His only hope now was to do everything he could to save the Xia family. After being the president for so many years, he knew very well that there was nothing to hide at this point. He said bluntly, Qin Wang Fei, the old man, has evidence to prove that Mu Linger has nothing to do with the 100 Poison sect. If you can promise the old man one thing, the old man will give you the evidence now. Ouyang Ningnua. Han Yunqi had guessed that it had something to do with Mu Linger, but she didn't expect there to be evidence. Xia Dei nodded. There was a big difference between admitting that Ouyang Ningnua was the one who gave him the poison and having solid proof. Han Yunqi was overjoyed. She really needed someone to send her a pillow when she wanted to sleep. She had a rough idea of how to deal with Madame Lianqin. She asked seriously, What do you want this Wang Fei to promise you? Esteemed Wang Fei, the old man knows that esteemed Wang Fei is holding a grudge against Mu Linger, but that was the old man's own idea. Please don't hold a grudge against the Xia family. Xia Dei's tone became serious. The Xia family has more than 300 people, and most of them are innocent, so please be lenient. Once they are disqualified forever, their lives will be ruined. Although the trial had yet to begin, the fourth elder had already announced that the Xia family's cheating would be disqualified forever. Medicine City held many large and small competitions, not just the grand medicine testing convention. If the city's disciples wanted to stand out in the medical world and obtain more opportunities to learn, these competitions were the first step. If they couldn't even qualify for the competition, then no matter how talented they were or how hard they worked, it would be difficult for them to stand out. Elder Xia, you should know the real reason for the Xia family's disqualification. Begging me is useless, Han Yunqi calmly said. This matter had nothing to do with Mu Linger, who could protect her after being exposed for cheating. Esteemed Wang Fei, aside from this matter, you can kill or torture the Xia family as you please. The Xia family's disciples are the most diligent and hardworking of the 3 great clans. They wake up in the middle of the night and stay in the pharmacy all day for 5 to 10 years. They're innocent. Xia Dei was filled with sorrow. Long Fei Yi and Gu, who were standing high up behind Han Yunqi, only sneered and remained indifferent. Han Yunqi walked up to sit in front of Xia Dei and looked him in the eye. Elder Xia, you say that the Xia family's disciples wake up in the middle of the night, but do you know that the Wang family's disciples only go to bed in the middle of the night? Your Xia family's disciples are diligent and hardworking, but the Wang and Mu clans are all disciples of Medicine City. Which one of them doesn't have a beam hanging over their head? Of all the knowledge in the world, medicine and pharmacy are the most arduous, but also the most tolerant of sloppiness. When it comes to the study of human life, how could it tolerate something like cheating? If we make a brat like Xia Peng famous today, how many patients will we delay in the future? Cloud Realm Continent's medical world wasn't a clean place to begin with, especially when it came to commercial profits. Over the past few years, the medical world had promoted plenty of so-called master pharmacists who boasted about their miraculous medicinal ingredients. It was a small matter for them to earn money, but a big matter for them to cause illnesses. That brat Xia Peng didn't even have a guilty conscience when he cheated at such a young age, but his attitude was still so arrogant. He'll definitely be a disaster when he grows up. Han Yunqi's tone was stern as she questioned Xia Dei with every word. Faced with her cold glare, Xia Dei actually lowered his head in shame, unable to retort. After a long period of silence, Han Yunqi's eyes flickered with a complicated look before she said, "It's impossible to exempt them from this punishment." But hearing this, Xie Dei immediately looked up with a hopeful gaze. "If your Xie clan is sufficiently remorseful, perhaps we can lessen the punishment by making it a life sentence," Han Yunqi continued. "How many years?" Xie Dei asked hastily. Han Yunqi hesitated before giving him an answer of 10 years. 10 years was enough to restrict the Xie clan without wronging the innocent disciples of the Xie clan. Xie Dei was much more tactful than Lady Lianxin. He immediately took out a bottle of poison and said, "Esteemed Wang Fei, the original jailer Qinjia, and Li Wei can testify that this poison came from Ouyang Mingnuo. Although the Xie clan would be charged with another crime for slandering Mu Linger, it was worth it to reduce the punishment to 10 years. Han Yunqi was overjoyed. With this, she could protect Mu Linger. She could also talk to Lady Lianxin without worry. By the time they left the prison, the sun had already risen. The Council of Elders would hand down the verdict before noon. The prison wasn't far from Lady Lianxin's residence, but Han Yunqi wasn't in a hurry to go there. She wanted to see Mu Linger first. When they arrived at the cell where Mu Linger was imprisoned, the Long Fei Yi didn't say a word. He crossed his arms over his chest, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes to rest. "You're not going in?" Han Yunqi asked Gu. Gu narrowed his eyes. "Haven't I been in there long enough?" Seeing that he appeared safe and sound, Han Yunqi guessed that he had been squatting in the cell for the past few days. She guffawed and went in alone. Despite being ridiculed, Gu was in a good mood when he heard her laughter, humming a tune. He jumped up a tree and sat down to wait. Long Fei opened his eyes to look at her, but quickly shut them again. In the prison, Han Yunqi originally wanted to give Mu Linger a surprise. She deliberately kept quiet and personally opened the door to the cell. Who knew that when the door was opened, Mu Linger was indifferent? She sat on the cold ground with her back facing her. Her lonely back seemed especially small in the darkness. Han Yunqi felt an indescribable discomfort. Her heart was slightly stifled, but she didn't show it. She lazily leaned against the door and said sarcastically, "You've only been locked up for a few days, and you're already like this. You're really unreasonable." Mu Linger was shocked and immediately turned around. Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi glanced at the untouched hot food at the side and snorted. "Don't think that I'm here to save you. I have conditions." However, Mu Linger's thoughts were still stuck on the previous sentence. She said angrily, "You're the unreasonable one. I'm just too lazy to move." As she explained, she hurriedly tidied up her hair and clothes and wiped her face. Her big, lively eyes were bright and full of spirit. Laughing in her heart, Han Yunqi still looked arrogant and looked disdainfully at her. "Answer a few of my questions, and I'll help you clear your name. How about it? Ask away." Mu Linger was very generous. However, Han Yunqi's first question shocked her. Han Yunqi asked, "The Mu family has a secret recipe?" "What do you want to do?" Mu Linger became serious. The so-called secret recipe, as the name implied, was a prescription that was not made public. It was jointly developed by the family's top pharmacists and only sold the finished products. The prescription was not made public. This kind of prescription would add some extremely rare herbs, so it was very difficult to test. This thing was very important and could be said to be the most precious treasure of a pharmaceutical family. It was the biggest source of confidence in the medical world. Making it public is the punishment that the Mu family deserves. Han Yunqi was very frank and did not hide anything. Who knew that Mu Linger did not mind at all and even answered the question that Han Yunqi did not ask. She said, "The Mu family has a total of 25 secret recipes. Among them, 20 are for public sale, and the other 5 are for backup. The Mu family's medicine fields, both public and secret, add up to about 3,000 Mu." Han Yunqi only wanted to ask these 2 questions. She smiled and said, Just you wait. You'll definitely regain your freedom before nightfall. Since Han Yunqi came to ask this, she definitely would not let the Mu family off easily. Mu Linger did not speak. After watching Han Yunqi close the cell door, she let out a turbid breath. Not only did she not feel guilty about revealing the Mu family secret, but she also did not feel stifled. She knew that although she was rebellious, she was not wrong. She faintly looked forward to a new beginning after regaining her freedom. After Han Yunqi left the cell, Long Feiyi walked over. Did you ask clearly? Han Yunqi knew that she could not hide what she wanted to do from Long Feiyi. She smiled and nodded. However, Gu did not understand. What did you ask? Long Feiyi cast a disdainful look, and Gu instantly lost his curiosity and did not ask any more. In fact, it was not that he was not smart, but that he was used to being simple-minded. He had always been clear about love, hatred, kindness, and enmity. He did not like to worry too much and was too lazy to think too much. Everything was ready. Han Yunqi and the others finally invited Madame Lianqin out for a discussion. For the sake of the Millennium Blood Jade, would Han Yunqi really let Mu Yingdong go? Chapter 541. As Han Yunqi and the rest expected, Lady Lianqin was fighting with her back to the river. Her attitude was very unyielding, so they exchanged a few words before she refused to budge an inch. Moreover, it was almost time for the Council of Elders to hold a public trial. No matter what, we must clear the Mu family's name of colluding with the poison sect. Lady Lianqin was most adamant on this point. If this accusation wasn't cleared, she wouldn't even be able to protect herself, let alone speak up for the Mu family in Medical City. The Medical Academy hated the poison sect to begin with. Add to that the fact that Jun Yixia knew the art of gu cultivation, and Medical City had been secretly investigating this matter for a long time. Poison was a taboo in Medical City, and the art of gu cultivation was even more taboo. Lady Lianqin, can't you be reasonable? Jun Yixia admitted that Mu Yingdong colluded with the poison sect on the spot. How do you want me to clear his name? How about you teach me? Han Yunqi gloomily asked. Blame it all on the Xie family. Say that Jun Yixia colluded with the Xie family to deliberately smear the Mu family's name. Mu Yingdong was only trying to protect his daughter, Lady Lianqin coldly said. Besides, the Xie family was the one who planted the poison roundworm. Han Yunqi already knew this, but she pretended to hesitate and waited for a while before agreeing. All right, I can promise you this. Clear the Mu family's name of collusion. However, the trial will be held in public. If the Mu family wants to clear their name, they should at least show some sincerity. Otherwise, who will believe them? Han Yunqi deliberately emphasized, I'm sure the Medical City's Council of Elders is also very concerned about this matter. You think the people of Medicine City are easy to fool, but you don't think the Council of Elders is that easy to fool, do you? Although Lady Lianqin had an affair with both the Vice President and the President, the specifics were still unknown. Even Gu only knew that she had an affair with the Vice President. It wasn't very likely for a woman to have an affair with both the President and Vice President. In Han Yunqi's opinion, Lady Lianqin had probably been abandoned by the President long ago. Therefore, Madame Lianqin didn't have much power in Medical City, which was why she wanted to protect the Mu family. A trace of hesitation flashed through Lady Lianqin's eyes, and she didn't answer for a long time. Hesitation was a taboo in negotiations. Han Yunqi knew that Madame Lianqin's weakness lay in Medical City. If the Mu clan doesn't show enough sincerity, it'll be very difficult to convince the masses. Even if they clear their name in Medicine City, they won't be able to get anything out of Medical City, Han Yunqi said seriously. Finally, Madame Lianqin gave in. What is considered sincerity? Give all the secret recipes to the medical college and all the herbal fields to the Council of Elders. As soon as Han Yunqi said this, Madame Lianqin's face darkened. Without these things, what's the point of keeping the Mu family? There's also you, Mu Ingdong, the hundreds of disciples of the Mu clan and Mu Ling Er. What's the point of that? If you don't offer these things, the Elders' Council will still seal the Mu family's medicinal field when they pass judgment. Therefore, not only do you have to hand it over, you have to take the initiative to hand it over before the Elder Council judges you. So that Mu Ingdong will take the initiative to admit his mistake. Now that's sincerity. Han Yunqi's tone was sharp and didn't allow for any rebuttal. Her powerful aura actually intimidated Madame Lianqin. She glanced at the sky and said coldly, "There's still 2 hours before the public trial begins. This is the best way to save the Mu clan. Think about it." Madame Lianqin also looked out the window, her thin face solemn. In the end, she agreed. At least the Mu clan still had secret recipes and herbal fields that hadn't been made public. They wouldn't be left with nothing. She took out a brocade box from her sleeve. "This is that thing." Han Yunqi opened the box and saw a blood-red, oval-shaped jade lying inside. It was only the size of a thumb and was sparkling and translucent. The traces of blood inside were clearly visible, and it emitted an indescribably mysterious aura. The detoxification system didn't alert her that it was poisonous. She secretly activated the deep scanning function to detect the presence of the poison. However, just like the poisonous water and soil from before, she only knew that it was poisonous, but didn't know what kind of poison it was. She was still very cautious and handed it over to Gu. "Inspect the goods." Gu was familiar with this item. He picked it up and fiddled with it a few times before nodding, confirming that it was genuine. "Can we go to the Council of Elders now?" After the discussion, Madame Lianqin finally realized that time was pressing. They hurried to the Council of Elders before the public trial. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi didn't reveal their relationship with the Wang clan. Han Yunqi used her identity as the King of Medicine's disciple and pretended to negotiate with Elder Wang and the 2 elders in front of Madame Lianqin. Of course, the negotiation was successful. When there was only a joss stick's worth of time left before the public trial, Mu Ingdong proposed that he was willing to donate all of the Mu clan's secret recipes to the medical academy for doctors to treat illnesses. He was also willing to donate all of the herbal fields under the Mu clan's name to the Council of Elders for public use. With such sincerity, the Mu clan expressed their apologies to the medical community. Mu Ingdong personally issued a letter of apology, admitting that he'd been too eager to protect his daughter and that he'd seduced Jun Ixia out of greed. As for the roundworm poison, the Mu clan refused to admit it. Mu Ling didn't know any poisons, and the Mu clan had only had dealings with Jun Ixia recently. Mu Ingdong expressed his apologies while crying injustice. He hoped that the Council of Elders could give the Mu clan justice. This matter caused quite a stir in Medicine City. The Council of Elders delayed the trial until the afternoon, when it would be held in public. But the results of the trial shocked Medicine City, Medical City, and all of Cloud Realm Continent. That was because Ouyang Ningnua's collusion with the Xie clan had been exposed with irrefutable evidence. Naturally, the proof was the roundworm poison Xie Dei had given Han Yunqi and the 2 prison guards as witnesses. The fact that Ouyang Ningnua had become Cloud Realm Continent's biggest medicine merchant and colluded with the 3 great clans of Medicine City was already big news. But even the stupidest person would ask where Ouyang Ningnua's roundworm poison had come from. The Council of Elders only investigated the Xie clan for colluding with Ouyang Ningnua to frame Mu Ling, but didn't ask where Ouyang Ningnua had gotten his poison. But this decision left everyone with plenty of room for imagination. Some guessed that Ouyang Ningnua and Jun Ixia were in cahoots to play with the Mu and Xie clans. Others guessed that Ouyang Ningnua and Jun Ixia were in cahoots, but they couldn't split the spoils evenly. That was why both sides suffered losses. Others guessed that Ouyang Ningnua and Jun Ixia were in cahoots, but because they both liked Mu Ling, they became rivals in love and fell out with each other in the end. There were plenty of guesses, but none of them could be separated from the fact that Ouyang Ningnua was in cahoots with the 100 Poisons sect leader. The Xia clan was fined 1,000 mu of their medicinal fields and removed from their positions in the Council of Elders. Any Xia clan disciple was forbidden from participating in any of Medicine City's competitions for the next 10 years, as well as the right to run for any position in the Council of Elders. Xia Dei and Xia Peng were imprisoned for life. Mu Ingdong's attitude in admitting his wrongs was very sincere, so he was sentenced to half a year of imprisonment. All members of the Mu clan were stripped of their positions in the Council of Elders, leaving them with the right to participate in elections. Meanwhile, Mu Linger was cleared of the crime of colluding with Jun Yixia. As for the incident at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, Han Yunqi pleaded for leniency on her behalf, so the Council of Elders only punished her to work in the fields for a day before dropping the matter. No one in Medicine City had any objections to Mu Ling or his punishment. In the past, Han Yunqi's pill fiend pharmacy and Medicine City were enemies. Now that Han Yunqi was the king of medicine's disciple, everyone in Medicine City had to curry favor with her, but they also had to be wary of her. During the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, Mu Ling had taken the initiative to side with the king of Qin and Han Yunqi. Now, it seemed that she had chosen the right side. Who would dare criticize her now? While Han Yunqi went to pick up Mu Ling from prison, Lady Lianxin went to see Mu Ingdong. When Mu Ling brushed past Lady Lianxin, Lady Lianxin gave her a look, indicating that she wanted to meet in private. She thought that since Han Yunqi valued this girl so much, perhaps she could help the Mu clan in pill fiend pharmacy. However, Mu Ling remained expressionless and walked away with her chin held high. Lady Lianxin had no idea that Mu Ling and Han Yunqi were close friends. Furious, she went straight to Mu Ingdong. Mu Ingdong was also puzzled when this matter was brought up. He knew that Mu Ling and Han Yunqi were close friends, but he didn't know how close they were. The brother and sister chatted. Although the Mu clan had nothing, they still had some secret stashes. We'll hold back for the next 6 months. First, we'll test the children, and second, we'll put on a show to avoid suspicion. Once I'm out of prison, we'll come up with a plan. With the 5 secret recipes and several hundred mu of high-yield medicine fields in the south of the city, my Mu clan's disciples will be able to make a comeback easily. Mu Ingdong was very confident. Lady Lianxin nodded. She agreed to Han Yunqi's request because of this confidence. While the siblings were discussing, the Council of Elders sent someone to deliver a list for Mu Ingdong to sign. This list contained all of the Mu clan's secret recipes and medicine fields. Mu Ingdong only glanced at it before signing. Lady Lianxin had always been cautious, so she took the list and examined it one by one. Who knew that at the end she would discover the 5 secret recipes and medicine fields in the south of the city. Lady Lianxin felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Her hand trembled, causing the list to fall to the ground. What's going on? Mu Ingdong hastily picked it up for a closer look. As soon as he saw those familiar words, he immediately became angry. Mu Ling, As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Lady Lianxin was dumbfounded. She didn't even bother to support him. Who else but Mu Ling could know so clearly about the secret recipes? The Mu clan really had nothing left. Even their pharmacists were useless. Who in Medicine City would use the Mu clan's pharmacists? Even if the Mu clan had the right to continue participating in the Council of Elders, who would choose them? Although the Mu clan's crimes weren't as serious as the Xia clan's, their fate was far worse. Lady Lianxin was filled with regret as she looked at the unconscious Mu Ingdong. She didn't regret provoking that lowly girl Han Yunqi, but rather, she regretted giving in to the allure of the 10,000-year blood jade and helping Mu Xian. If she had told Mu Ingdong Mu Xian's whereabouts back then, Han Yunqi wouldn't have lived to this day. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The Mu siblings' fates weren't the worst. The worst was Ouyang Ningnua. As soon as he heard the results of the trial, he scrambled out of the residence arranged by the Council of Elders. Once he was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. His refined and handsome face had long since turned black. Chapter 542. Han Yunshi, Long Fei Yi, just you wait. Ouyang Ningnuo raised his head and roared. The anger in his chest had yet to subside. He had always been able to keep his composure, and he was the type of person who could afford to lose. But this time he had lost too miserably. Once he got involved with the 100 Poison sect, how was he supposed to do business with the rest of Cloud Realm Continent? One of his most profitable businesses, medicinal ingredients, would be the first to collapse. Other troubles would follow. The entire Cloud Realm Trade Consortium could very well be destroyed because of him. After all, the consortium didn't belong to him alone, so he couldn't bear the responsibility. Ouyang Ningnua was racking his brains for a solution when a few masked women, dressed in green, flew towards him. These were the high-level servants of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, the green-robed slaves. The leader of the group said respectfully, "Young Master Nua, the master has already sent Miss Jing over. You, please return." Ouyang Ningnua furrowed his brows as he hesitated to speak. In the end, he left with the green-robed slaves. Soon enough, Han Yunshi and the rest received news from Wanggong that Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had removed Ouyang Ningnua from his position as acting president. They'd sent a female executive named Ouyang Ningjing to apologize to the Council of Elders and say that they'd yield 20% of their profits for the next 3 years. They sure move fast. Gu laughed coldly. After all, they'd only just returned to the inn from the prison cells. Ouyang Ningnua is the acting president? What a joke! As the name implied, the acting president was just a figurehead in name. He didn't actually manage the affairs of the consortium, while the acting president was the one in charge. Ouyang Ningnua had always been the president of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium to the public, but now he'd made a mistake and become the acting president? Why didn't the consortium call him a temporary worker instead? Despite her dissatisfaction, Han Yunshi knew that Medicine City wouldn't be able to refuse Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's cooperation in the short term. Medicine City and Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had been doing business for decades, so their interests were intertwined and complicated. Medicine City couldn't afford to lose them all at once. Long Fei Ye's conditions of a year for Wanggong were already harsh enough. Han Yunshi was very happy to teach Ouyang Ningnua a lesson this time. Ouyang Ningjing? As expected, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium doesn't belong to him alone. Long Fei Ye's lips quirked up into a cold smile. Without a doubt, this was a breakthrough in his investigation of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Gu wasn't interested in Ouyang Ningnua. His mind was preoccupied with the perplexing butterfly illusion. He couldn't wait to decipher it, so he could urge Long Fei Yi to attack Medical City. Poison Lass, hurry up and take out the 10,000-year blood jade to play with, he urged anxiously. Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi hadn't forgotten about the matter. Long Fei Yi had Chu Shifeng and Tang Li stand guard outside while he shut the door himself. Han Yunshi took out a pile of glass bottles and jars, a bottle of perplexing butterfly illusion, a bottle of beauty's blood, a bottle of water of 10,000 poisons, a few drops of perplexing butterfly illusion mixed with beauty's blood to create beauty's tears, a mixture of perplexing butterfly illusion and water of 10,000 poisons, a mixture of beauty's tears and water of 10,000 poisons, as well as a mixture of perplexing butterfly illusion, beauty's blood and water of 10,000 poisons. Long Fei Yi was a layman, but even he was confused at the sight. He only found it troublesome, but Gu could tell the difference at a glance. He took out a small glass plate and poured out the contents of the bottles one by one. Only then did Han Yunshi notice the difference. She saw that the mixture of perplexing butterfly illusion and water of 10,000 poisons had solidified into a teardrop that was very similar in shape to Beauty's tears. She had already mixed the two things together last time at the black market, but had been too focused on the poison to notice its shape. She quickly examined the other mixtures, but found nothing out of the ordinary. However, Gu was doing the same thing. The two of them finished examining the mixtures at practically the same time. They looked at each other in tacit understanding. Han Yunshi placed the 10,000-year blood jade on a clean porcelain plate. Han Yunshi took a drop of perplexing butterfly illusion and dripped it on the 10,000-year blood jade. This drop of perplexing butterfly illusion actually corroded the sturdy jade stone, causing it to sizzle and emit white smoke at the same time. When the white smoke dissipated, the thumb-sized blood-colored jade had been corroded into a small teardrop the size of a teardrop. The water of 10,000 poisons, beauty's blood, 10,000-year blood jade, and perplexing butterfly illusion were all mixed together. They all had the same poison as perplexing butterfly illusion, but their corrosiveness was not as strong. Han Yunshi hurriedly put the 3 drops of poison together. Unfortunately, there was no reaction. They did not repel, but they were also incompatible. Could it be that we need to put all 9 drops of poison together to find the answer? Han Yunshi asked suspiciously. The water of 10,000 poisons, beauty's blood, 10,000-year blood jade, and perplexing butterfly illusion all had the same result. In that case, the remaining 6 poisons would probably all turn into poison tears as well. We'll know once we find them. There's no point in thinking about it. Gu chuckled as he helped Han Yunshi tidy up. He was in a good mood. He was right. There was no point in thinking about it. Before they found all the ingredients, they would not be able to solve it. After a short while, he finished tidying up everything. He placed the 3 drops of poison tears in a glass bottle, separated some perplexing butterfly illusion from the remaining mixtures, and put them away. Han Yunshi saw how nimble Gu was. She suddenly realized that even if she kept Bailey Mingxiang and Su Xiaoyu as assistants, she wouldn't be as useful as Gu. Of course, Han Yunshi didn't dare let Long Feiyi know about this. What she didn't know was that Long Feiyi, who had been silently watching from the side, had an ugly expression on his face. As a layman, he didn't like the tacit understanding between her and Gu at all. Han Yunshi placed the 2 glass bottles in her medical pouch and was done with it. Thanks. TSK, TSK. When did you become so polite? Gu chuckled. Han Yunshi rolled her eyes at him. As expected, she couldn't be too serious when dealing with this guy. Poison lass, there's nothing left for us to do in Medicine City. Let's go, we're going to Medical City right now. Gu was in a rush to find the earth of 10,000 poisons in the poison grounds. However, before Han Yunshi could reply, Long Feiyi cut her off cold. You go by yourself. This prince still has matters to attend to in Medicine City. Gu replied offhandedly, It's not like I'm asking you to go. Long Feiyi's eyes turned cold as he looked at Han Yunshi. Actually, Han Yunshi wanted to refuse because they still had matters to take care of in Medicine City. The cooperation between Medicine City and Pill Fiend Pharmacy still needed to be discussed. Moreover, she needed to personally bring Mu Linger back to Pill Fiend Pharmacy before she could feel at ease. But now that she was stuck between Long Feiyi and Gu, she suddenly didn't know what to say. If they wanted to fight, they could do it themselves. Why drag her into it? You guys can discuss the perplexing butterfly illusion among yourselves. I'm going to eat. I'm so hungry. So saying, she slipped out the door while Long Feiyi wasn't paying attention. An hour later, Han Yunshi returned with some snacks. She even packed some for them, only to see Gu squatting by the door while Long Feiyi was drinking tea inside. Actually, Gu and Long Feiyi had only exchanged one sentence in the past hour, and it was the Long Feiyi who'd said it. He said, It's fine if you don't go. This prince isn't in a hurry. Gu grumbled, then squatted by the door. You, what are you doing? Han Yunshi asked suspiciously. I'm waiting for you to come back and say goodbye, idiot. Gu didn't say anything. He simply snatched the food from her hands and squatted by the door to eat with relish. He finished 2 servings of food and was very satisfied. Only then did he stand up. "Poison lass, wait for my good news." With a dashing wave of his hand, he left without looking back. Han Yunchi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She couldn't help but chase after him. "That thing is in the Poison Sect's underground palace. There's a secret passage that leads to a cliff filled with poison orchids." Actually, Han Yunchi wanted to wait until they were done with their business in Medicine City before they went together. However, she guessed that Long Fei wouldn't go. After all, that place was no longer dangerous. Long Fei would at most send someone over. It was good that Gu went. He was familiar with poisons, so he should be able to retrieve the earth of 10,000 poisons. Also, Long Fei blocked the secret passage. It's hard to open it with big rocks. We ran into people from Western Zhou's Chu clan on our way back last time. So you should be careful, Han Yunchi reminded him. "Silly, your Qi brother grew up in that mountain forest. Which part of it isn't familiar to me?" Although Gu didn't need the reminder, Han Yunchi's words warmed his heart. Even his bewitching smile warmed up like the sun. "Let's go." He handsomely put on his black hood and happily left. Whether it was Long Fei, Han Yunchi, or Gu himself, none of them paid much attention to this trip to the Poison Sect. But in reality, Gu's trip hadn't gone smoothly. After Gu left, Han Yunchi turned around to see Long Fei standing behind her at some point, quietly watching her. Han Yunchi hadn't done anything at all, but she suddenly felt guilty under his gaze. It wasn't that she was weak, but that Long Fei's gaze was just too frightening. Doing her best to ignore the fear in her heart, Han Yunchi smiled as she walked over. "I'll go eat with you." "I already had the waiter bring it up," Long Fei said mildly. Han Yunchi thought that this petty guy wouldn't let her off so easily, but he entered the room without saying a word. She followed him in and sat down beside him. Both of them were silent. Perhaps it was because she'd gotten used to Long Fei's abuse, but Han Yunchi wasn't used to his generosity. Actually, Long Fei didn't talk much. The two of them were often silent, but this time Han Yunchi couldn't help but feel that something wasn't right with Long Fei. She was about to speak when the waiter brought the dishes over. As soon as the dishes were placed on the table, Han Yunchi was dumbfounded. There were 10 dishes and 1 soup on the table. Hot and sour rainbow soup, hot and sour vermicelli, vinegar cabbage, vinegar pork ribs, vinegar shredded potatoes, vinegar mao, vinegar 3 delicacies, vinegar osmanthus fish, vinegar lotus root slices, vinegar shrimp, and vinegar old hen. Han Yunchi hadn't even started eating when she choked on the vinegar smell. She couldn't eat at all. She recalled the vinegar pastries she'd made before. They were so weak compared to this. Long Fei glanced at her and handed over a pair of chopsticks. Chapter 543. Seeing the chopsticks that Long Fei handed over, Han Yunchi blinked a few times and did not move. Han Yunchi did not take the chopsticks, and Long Fei did not rush her. The 10 dishes and 1 soup had just come out of the oven and were steaming hot. It was filled with the smell of vinegar. Very quickly, the air was filled with a sour smell. "Eat it while it's hot," Long Fei said indifferently as if nothing had happened. "I'm already full downstairs. How about, Your Highness, eat it yourself?" Han Yunchi said in a fawning manner. In the past, she would always call him Your Highness. She would only call him by his full name when she was serious or angry, but recently she would often call him Your Highness when she felt guilty. "This king will eat it himself?" Long Fei asked with interest. Han Yunchi maintained her faint smile, but her smile was filled with a guilty conscience, and she did not dare answer. "Are you sure you don't want to eat?" Long Fei asked again. Although his tone was indifferent, the threat in it did not lose to the smell of vinegar in the room. Han Yunchi was about to cry. The sour pastries she gave him before could not be seen. She would only know the taste after eating them. It could be considered a conspiracy. And now, This guy had given her a table full of dishes, all of which she could see and smell. It was simply a blatant conspiracy. A conspiracy was to sulk, but an open conspiracy was to tell you that this king was very unhappy. Seeing that Han Yunshi did not reply, Long Fei Yi did not force her. He silently took back his chopsticks and scooped up a small bowl of hot and sour rainbow soup to slowly taste. He was letting her go like this? Han Yunshi felt like she was thinking too much. She lowered her head and picked up her own chopsticks. She liked sweet pastries, and she liked the original Cantonese dishes. Facing the table full of vinegar, she did not know what to eat, so she randomly picked up the vinegar old hen closest to her. This vinegar old hen was not like the chicken soup Long Fei Yi had Mama Zhao make for her. It was stir-fried, shredded chicken. If the vinegar smell was ignored, it looked quite good. Long Fei Yi glanced over and frowned, but didn't say anything. Han Yunshi picked up a piece of shredded chicken and sniffed it. She almost vomited. The sour smell could be described as strong. Long Fei Yi looked at it again. His handsome brow wrinkled tighter, but he still didn't make a sound. Han Yunshi's little face was sad. Although she was very unwilling, she still forced herself to eat the shredded chicken. It was fine when it first entered her mouth. Only her taste buds were protesting, but after a few bites, her teeth were protesting as well. The more Han Yunshi chewed, the more disgusted she felt. She felt that this was something that had gone bad. He really wanted to swallow it in one gulp and end all troubles, but he just couldn't force himself to do it. After swallowing it down his throat several times, he finally couldn't stand the taste and vomited it back out. Han Yunshi wanted to eat it with rice, but only then did she realize that there was no rice in the 10 dishes and a soup. Where's the promised food? Sob, sob. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. She didn't want to vomit or cry, but Your Highness, Duke of Qin Xie knows her mistake. She looked at Long Fei Yi with a wronged expression, only to see that Long Fei Yi was also looking at her. His expression was very ugly. Han Yunshi accepted her fate and silently lowered her head. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi angrily said, "Why aren't you spitting it out? Stupid woman." Han Yunshi felt as if she had been pardoned. She quickly spat it out. Just as she was about to speak, Long Fei Yi had already poured a cup of warm water. He coldly ordered, "Rinse your mouth." The atmosphere was very serious. This guy clearly looked fierce, but Han Yunshi suddenly smiled. Her mouth was sour, but her heart was as sweet as honey. Oh. She obediently rinsed her mouth. Long Fei Yi continued to stare at her with a frown, as if he was supervising her. It wasn't until Han Yunshi rinsed her mouth clean that he ladled a bowl of soup. Still in that cold and commanding tone, he said, "Drink it." Han Yunshi could only do as she was told. She had only taken a small sip when she suddenly looked at Long Fei Yi. Her eyes instantly lit up. Heavens! How could it be so delicious? Han Yunshi finally took a closer look. She saw that the soup was sparkling and translucent. The 7 ingredients were distinctly colored: shredded crab meat, shredded egg, shredded lettuce, enoki mushroom, tofu, diced sausage, and diced radish. She took another sip. It was smooth and refreshing, and the soup was mellow. Although there was a peppery taste, it wasn't too strong and didn't cover up the fresh taste of the 7 ingredients. It could be said that it was slightly spicy in the sour, but the spiciness didn't cover up the freshness. How could there be such a delicious soup? She couldn't stop at all. Long Fei Yi sat back down and continued to drink the soup silently. Han Yunshi suddenly realized. Why didn't she realize that Long Fei Yi was drinking the soup? Wouldn't it be fine if she drank it with him? Why did she pick the vinegar old hen? She was so stupid that she wanted to cry. She looked at Long Fei and didn't know what to say. Long Fei Yi rolled his eyes at her and said, "Cold. Aren't you going to drink it while it's hot?" Han Yunshi didn't say anything. She just stared at him. Her smile earlier was sour and sweet, but now she couldn't smile, because her heart was palpitating. "Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and drink it." Long Fei Yi asked unhappily. It was such a cold day. She had to drink the soup while it was hot. Han Yunqi still looked at him and didn't say anything. Long Fei Yi had had enough of her stupidity. His face was gloomy. Just as he was about to speak, Han Yunqi suddenly said, "Long Fei Yi, I love you so much." Bam! The bowl in Long Fei Ye's hand fell on the table, and the soup spilled all over the table. He hurriedly got up and coughed awkwardly to ease the awkwardness. Who knew that the bowl on the table would suddenly roll to the ground, breaking the silence in the room with a bam? Han Yunqi's lips curled upwards. Long Fei Yi coughed repeatedly, obviously at a loss. Of course, this was only for a moment. He quickly sat down calmly. Han Yunqi looked at him and said, "Long Fei Yi, I love you so much." It seemed like she was teasing him, but she was actually serious. His heart for the world was huge enough to conquer the entire continent, but his heart for her was very, very small. It was so small that he didn't even care about a bowl of soup, a piece of jewelry, a single movement, or a single word. "Long Fei Yi, I love you so much." She looked into his deep eyes and insisted on an answer. His expression was still stern, but in the end he said, "Your lordship knew long ago." As he spoke, he placed the soup in front of her again. It was obvious that he wanted to gag her. How could someone as cold as her get used to such direct and passionate confessions? If Han Yunqi kept pushing him, he'd probably lose his composure again. How could it be so easy for the Duke of Qin to confess his love? Han Yunqi knew his personality better than anyone else. Since she hadn't been punished yet, she should have been secretly laughing long ago. She didn't dare to ask for a yard after getting an inch. She drank the delicious rainbow-colored soup with satisfaction. Very soon, a waiter arrived with rice. Chu Shifeng and Tang Li waited outside until they caught a whiff of the sourness in the room. They stared at each other for a long time before Tang Li spoke up. "How many months has it been?" Chu Shifeng did his best to remember. As far as he knew, these two masters were so busy that they didn't even have time to sleep. It wasn't very likely that they'd have time to make a baby. Moreover, His Highness Duke of Qin doted on his wife to no end. If she was pregnant, why would he allow a steamed Wang Fei to run around everywhere? "That's not very likely, is it?" Chu Shifeng replied. "Then why is it so sour?" Tang Li didn't understand. Chu Shifeng didn't understand either, so he did his best to recall. Finally, he remembered that His Highness Duke of Qin had kicked him viciously when he went to Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea that night. Could it be that night? Chu Shifeng muttered to himself. Which day? Tang Li didn't understand. As far as he knew, Long Fei Yi couldn't possibly be expecting a child so soon. Han Yunqi was already a weak spot for him to worry about. Maybe it wasn't just that day. They stayed at the Plum Blossom Sea for a few days. Chu Shifeng muttered to himself. Thus, the two of them huddled together to discuss Han Yunqi's stomach and forgot to eat. Inside the room, Han Yunqi had long eaten her fill. Long Fei Yi had returned to his usual self as if nothing had happened. Still, Han Yunqi would remember the taste of this seven-colored soup for the rest of her life. Long Fei Yi would remember her words 3 times. "Tomorrow, I'll talk to Wang Gong about the cooperation between Medicine City and Pill Fiend Pharmacy. I'll have Chu Shifeng send Mu Ling back to South Ning. Long Fei Yi paused before saying, "Let's take a trip to Celestial Mountain." Han Yunqi was surprised. She assumed that Long Fei Yi would follow her back to South Ning. "Something happened at Celestial Mountain?" she asked doubtfully. Actually, she'd been curious for a long time. If she guessed correctly, Duanmu Yao should still be there. "Didn't I promise you before? It's just the right time to go up the mountain. If we delay any longer, we'll have to wait until next year," Long Fei Yi explained. Celestial Mountain was located in the extreme northwest of Cloud Realm continent, west of Western Zhou and Medical City. Its peaks were extremely high above sea level, and its 7 peaks were covered in snow all year round. Snow was thickest between winter and spring, making it difficult to climb or descend. Even Celestial Mountain disciples wouldn't leave the mountain unless it was an emergency. Han Yunqi hadn't forgotten about the bet she'd made with Long Fei Yi and tricked him. "All right, we'll leave tomorrow," she agreed happily. She didn't force Long Fei Yi to tell her about many things. It was fine as long as he was willing to tell her slowly. She should be able to see Long Fei Ye's master on this trip to Celestial Mountain. Anyone who could teach Long Fei Yi to be so skilled in martial arts was definitely worthy of respect. Han Yunqi was looking forward to meeting him. She sat closer and murmured, "Long Fei Yi, it looks like I have nothing to do with Western Qin's imperial clan." She'd always wanted to tell Long Fei Yi about this, but Gu was present. It wasn't easy to bring it up, so she dragged it on until now. Her mother was from Medicine City, while her father was from the Poison Sect. Neither of them had anything to do with Western Qin. It looked like the Shadow Clan member had come for Lil Thing. Long Fei Ye's hands tightened on the armrest, but Han Yunqi didn't notice. He nodded decisively. "Mm." Han Yunqi sighed. "AI, what a pity. I was thinking that Western Qin's influence could help you." Long Fei Yi gently stroked her bangs. He didn't say anything, but he thought, "Han Yunqi, if you knew that this prince was the East Qin crown prince, would you still have such thoughts?" The matter in Medicine City had finally come to an end. That night, the two of them slept on the same bed and went to bed early. Han Yunqi slept soundly in Long Fei Ye's arms. She didn't know that Long Fei Yi had been thinking about this the entire night and couldn't sleep at all. Bringing her to Celestial Mountain required a lot of preparation. The next day, they discussed many things with Elder Wang. Han Yunqi then went to the herb forest to say goodbye to the King of Medicine. On the way back, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi stopped by the poison pond. They'd planned to use the poison pond to trick Jun Yixia, but they hadn't expected the battle to end so quickly. They also hadn't expected to learn so many secrets of the perplexing butterfly illusion here. This trip to Medicine City really hadn't been in vain. Looking at the empty pond, Long Fei Yi said indifferently, "It's a good thing you took the poison water back then." The pond, full of water and poisonous plants, had disappeared into thin air. If Han Yunqi hadn't taken the water back then, where would they have found the water of 10,000 poisons? Han Yunqi snickered. She was about to reply when her vision darkened and she fainted. Chapter 544. Although she was unconscious, Han Yunqi's consciousness was still very clear. She could hear Long Fei Ye's anxious voice and knew that Long Fei Yi was hugging her. However, she couldn't respond, nor did she have the time to respond. She only felt an overwhelming flood coming towards her. She instinctively wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to run. She was surrounded by water in all directions. She knew that this was poisonous water. Could it be that there was a problem with the poisonous pool? Suddenly, a huge wave came crashing down and Han Yunqi completely lost consciousness. It was as if the exhaustion accumulated over the past few months had exploded as she fell into a deep sleep. She didn't know how long she slept, but when she opened her eyes, she didn't see the flood anymore. Her consciousness entered the detoxification system and saw that the poisonous pool in front of her was flourishing with countless poisonous plants. Han Yunqi felt that there was something wrong with the smell. When she walked closer to take a closer look, she found that there was a large number of overripe poisonous plants in the pool. If they weren't harvested, they would rot. This poisonous pool was an external object and couldn't completely integrate with the detoxification system that she brought. The detoxification system could develop an antidote based on the toxicity of these medicinal plants, but it seemed that it couldn't intelligently harvest and store them. Therefore, she had to come in regularly to harvest them. This time, she was just too busy and forgot to come in to harvest, but the detoxification system actually made her unconscious and forcibly dragged her in. It turned out that the system had a temper. Han Yunqi smiled helplessly. Although she brought the detoxification system, she wasn't very clear about the expansion and other functions of the detoxification space. She could only slowly explore. She only hoped that the system wouldn't make her unconscious at a crucial time. Think about it. If one day she suddenly fainted while fighting fiercely with an enemy, she would really be screwed. After tidying up the mature poisonous plants and counting them, Han Yunqi found that there were a total of 10 new poisons. There were no less than 10 stalks of each type. A total of 4 types of antidotes had already been concocted, and the remaining 6 types of antidotes were still being developed. This number was naturally small compared to the amount of antidotes in the detoxification system, but these poisons were brand new. Other than Han Yunqi herself, no one else could solve them. Han Yunqi snickered as if she had picked up a great bargain. In fact, she had indeed picked up a bargain. She wouldn't use these poisons carelessly, because they were meant to be used against poison experts like Jun Yixia. She had long disregarded Jun Yixia. If Jun Yixia didn't know what was good for him, she wouldn't mind giving him a few more poisons when she had the chance. Of course, she was more interested in the expert who had deployed the poisonous fog on Fishery Island. If they were to meet one day, she might not be able to win in terms of poison, but she definitely wouldn't lose in terms of poison. After putting the poisons into the medicine storage room, Han Yunqi casually glanced at the 3 poisonous teardrops that she had just collected not long ago. These 3 poisonous teardrops were a mixture of beauty's blood, corpse blood, water of 10,000 poisons, and perplexing butterfly illusion. The detoxification system couldn't detect the toxicity of perplexing butterfly illusion, so pure perplexing butterfly illusion couldn't be placed in here. However, the toxins of beauty's blood, corpse blood, and water of 10,000 poisons could be detected, so the poisonous teardrops formed from the mixture could also be placed in the system. In fact, the storage function of the system was quite temperamental. Apart from the small tools she needed to detoxify poisons, such as gauze and gold needles, everything else that had nothing to do with poisons or antidotes couldn't be placed in here. Therefore, she could only carry the bottle of perplexing butterfly illusion with her. As for the treasures and money she wanted to keep for herself, she could only dream about it. Walking out of the storage room, Han Yunqi subconsciously looked at the umbral domain not far away. She wondered if this space would expand again if she placed the earth of 10,000 poisons in here. Didn't it expand last time because of the water of 10,000 poisons? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any connection between the AI system she had brought from the modern era and the poisons of the ancient era. However, the water of 10,000 poisons had opened up a new domain for the detoxification space. Strange, she muttered to herself. She didn't intend to pursue the matter, because this was something she couldn't investigate. She closed her eyes and prepared to leave, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get out. What was going on? Han Yunqi was frightened. The last time she lost control like this was when she was collecting the poison pool. She was too tired, and the detoxification system had also upgraded. However, this time nothing happened. Please don't tell her that the system had crashed. Suddenly, there was a violent tremor under her feet. She saw a crack about 3 inches wide appear on the originally flat ground. Han Yunqi happened to step on this crack. She hurriedly jumped out of the way, only to discover that this crack was bottomless. It divided the entire detoxification space into 2. One side was the limited medicine storage room of her original detoxification system, while the other side was the poison pool and the unknown umbral domain. Just as Han Yunqi was in disbelief, the 3 poisonous teardrops in the medicine storage room flew out one after another, as if they were standing in line. They floated in the air above the poison pool, emitting a faint luster. Han Yunqi looked left and right. Finally, her gaze fell on the crack under her feet. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this huge detoxification space wasn't an extension of her detoxification system, but had always existed? Did it belong to the Han family's eldest miss? Han Yunqi remembered that when she transmigrated here, she had been on her wedding sedan. In the memories she inherited, the Han family's eldest miss hadn't died. Where had her soul gone? Could it be that her soul had fused together, resulting in her having two systems now? And because they were two different systems, the poisonous plants growing in the poison pool hadn't been stored away by AI. Did she have to manually store them in the medicine storage room? At this thought, Han Yunqi suddenly understood everything. She had brought an AI system with her from the modern era, equipped with a medicine storage space. Although this space could be expanded, she had no way to expand it without further research. On the other hand, the Han family's eldest miss had a pure poison storage space that she had unintentionally opened and expanded. Although the detoxification system and the poison storage space weren't completely merged, they didn't clash. They coexisted perfectly in her body. The Han family's eldest miss was worthy of being the poison sect's direct descendant. She actually had such a good thing. If not for the crack in the ground separating the detoxification system and the poison storage space, she probably wouldn't have been able to figure out what was going on. Now it seemed that the crack in the ground wasn't a split between the two systems, but a sign that the poison storage space had been fully opened. The detoxification system had all sorts of restrictions when it came to controlling poisons. If not for the system's records, it wouldn't have been able to analyze them or store them. Then what about this poison storage space? Could it store all kinds of poisons in the world? Or were there restrictions as well? Han Yunqi closed her eyes and tried to control the poison storage space on her own. Very quickly, she summoned the perplexing butterfly illusion hidden in her sleeves. After all, the perplexing butterfly illusion had never been able to be stored in the detoxification space before. Right now, the perplexing butterfly illusion was hovering above the poison pool along with the 3 poisonous teardrops. Han Yunqi tried again. This time, she summoned an ordinary poison from her medical pouch, but she couldn't summon it into the poison storage space. She had no choice but to store it in the detoxification system instead. A complicated look flitted across Han Yunqi's eyes as she tried a few more times. In the end, she discovered that anything related to the perplexing butterfly illusion, such as the water of 10,000 poisons, beauty's blood, and even the poison orchid, could be stored in the poison storage space. Anything unrelated to it, be it common poisons or rare poisons, couldn't be stored. Han Yunqi couldn't help but tremble in fear. The poison storage space was actually so closely connected to the perplexing butterfly illusion. Just how many secrets were hidden behind it? What did it mean that the one who obtained the perplexing butterfly illusion obtained the world? What did her body, the direct descendant of the poison sect, have to do with the perplexing butterfly illusion? Could it be that she was born for the perplexing butterfly illusion? As Han Yunqi pondered, her head began to hurt and she fainted again. Fully activating the poison storage space took up a lot of Han Yunqi's energy. By the time she woke up, a long time had passed. As soon as she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Long Fei Ye's face, the one she was most familiar with. Despite his obsession with cleanliness, he was now covered in stubble, but he didn't look unkempt at all. Instead, he looked more mature and manly. She'd only slept for a short while, so why did it feel like she hadn't seen him for so long? Han Yunqi stared at him in a daze. Subconsciously, she reached out to touch him. It was prickly and painful. Long Fei Yi, you've grown a beard, she muttered. Long Fei Yi stared blankly, but quickly recovered. He shouted, "Call Gubeiwe and third elder in here." This damned woman had been unconscious for half a month while he'd done nothing but stand guard here. How could he not grow a beard? After she'd fainted, he'd stayed in Medicine City for a day before returning to Pill Fiend Pharmacy to find Gubeiwe. At the same time, he'd sent someone to Medical City to invite third elder Shin as well. Before the two of them who were guarding the door could react, the little thing had already rushed in and jumped onto the bed to squeak. Scram! Long Fei Yi swept Lil Thing to one side with a wave of his hand. Feeling wronged, Lil Thing crawled to its feet and bared its fangs at Long Fei Yi. Of course it didn't dare to bite him, but it silently swore that if this big scoundrel quarreled with Mama Yunchi again, it'd kidnap her away. Gu Beiwe and third elder Shin quickly entered the room. Gu Beiwe's steps were clearly faster than third elder Shin's, but despite his impatience, Gu Beiwe still stopped in front of the curtains. Esteemed Wang Fei's finally awake? Great news, great news! Hurry and let old man take her pulse! Third elder Shin followed closely behind. Third elder Shin's here too. What's wrong? Han Yunchi asked with a guilty conscience. She's been unconscious for half a month. Long Fei Yi knitted his brows unhappily. Just like the last two times, I couldn't find a clear cause of illness. Han Yunchi didn't dare to ask any questions, but obediently held out her hand. Third elder Shin took her pulse for a long time while stroking his beard. It's just as Dr. Gu said. Judging from her pulse, Qin Wangfei's illness is simply due to mental exhaustion. Over the past few days, he and Gu Beiwe had been studying Qin Wangfei's illness, but couldn't come up with a clear diagnosis. Third elder Shin stepped aside so Gu Beiwe could take her pulse. Has esteemed Wang Fei been troubled by any problems recently? Gu Beiwe's low, magnetic voice was very comfortable to listen to. The detoxification system was naturally a very troublesome matter. Han Yunchi nodded. I've been troubled by the matter of Medicine City for a few days, but it's indeed quite tiring. It must be very tiring, right? Gu Beiwe asked again. The matter of Medicine City had actually only taken a bit of effort and wasn't tiring at all. But when faced with two doctors and an incomparably shrewd Long Fei, Han Yunchi had to exaggerate a bit. She said, I spent a lot of effort. I kept dreaming at night and felt like I didn't get enough sleep. Hearing this, Gu Beiwe's eyes flashed with a snicker, as if he knew she was lying. Chapter 545. Gu Beiwe's snicker vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He was as calm and serious as ever. As this one sees it, esteemed Wang Fei is doing well. Her sudden fainting for days was probably due to overwork and mental and physical exhaustion. May esteemed Wang Fei set her mind at ease. Long Fei Yi looked at third elder Shin. Third elder Shin nodded in agreement and didn't add anything else. How could Long Fei Yi be relieved? This prince has never heard of someone being unconscious for so long. Your Highness, this one already told you a few days ago that there are cases of people being unconscious due to excessive mental and physical exhaustion. But esteemed Wang Fei being unconscious for so long is a special case. It can be considered a sleep disorder, Gu Beiwe explained. When he said this, third elder Shin thoughtfully said, Old man remembers now. There is indeed a sleeping beauty syndrome where one would sleep for several years for no reason. Although esteemed Wang Fei's condition isn't like that, it is somewhat similar. When these words were said, His Highness Duke of Qin, who didn't accept any threats, was so scared that his face turned white. He anxiously asked, She wouldn't have contracted that strange disease, right? It doesn't look like it at the moment, but it's hard to say if it will develop into that disease. Third elder Shin was very honest. Long Fei Ye's handsome brows knitted together, and he angrily roared. This prince wants a definite answer. Shen Jueming was still Medical City's third elder, so he felt helpless being yelled at like this. But for Qin Wangfei's sake, he could only endure. He didn't say anything. It shouldn't be, Han Yunchi timidly said. Who would have thought that Gu Beiwe would seriously say, Esteemed Wang Fei cannot be careless. For now, it's better to take care of her body and prevent it from happening. How do we prevent it? Long Fei Yi anxiously asked. Gu Beiwe's eyes revealed a smile, but Long Fei Yi was too anxious to notice. Relax, recuperate, and do as you please. Constant joy is the best medicine for the heart. If your highness is not assured, you can also find some good nourishing products to nourish the Princess Consort's vitality every month. Once her vitality is replenished, she will be filled with vitality. As he spoke, he added, the most important thing to take precautions is not to get angry, sulk, or be sad. Therefore, in the future, I ask esteemed Wang Fei to be at ease. Third Elder Shin didn't have a good idea either. He had to agree with what Gu Beiwei said, so he added, that's the only way. Long Fei, you listened attentively and did not miss a single word. What are the suitable medicines? Please make a list. There are many suitable medicines, but they are not easy to get. The medicine Ghost Valley may not have them, Gu Beiwei said. List them all out. This prince will have the elders of Medicine City search for them. Long Fei Yi said. Thus, Gu Beiwei didn't hold back and listed out a pile of rare and precious ingredients. Third Elder Shin couldn't help but sigh in his heart at the sight. Gu Beiwei was really too ruthless. 80 to 90% of the ingredients he listed were unique and precious. What he meant by unique was that once eaten, there would never be a second one. As they were leaving, Third Elder Shin couldn't help but ask, Dr. Gu, the medicines you prescribed, aren't they a bit inappropriate? Although they are precious, their medicinal properties are the mildest. They are very suitable for esteemed Wang Fei. No matter how much she takes, it won't be a problem. Gu Beiwei said seriously. Old man means. Third Elder Shin lowered his voice. Isn't it too much? Gu Beiwei gave Third Elder Shin an irrefutable answer. He said, Third Elder, no matter what, as long as esteemed Wang Fei is well, His Highness Duke of Qin won't be angry. Third Elder Shin recalled how he had just been yelled at and immediately nodded. That's true, that's true. Gu Beiwei looked back at the tightly shut door and laughed softly, a little self-deprecating and helpless. If he wanted to dote on her, he could only borrow Long Fei Ye's hands. It was said that when Gu Beiwei's prescription was sent to the Wang family in Medicine City, Elder Wang almost fell out of his chair. When it was sent to the elders, Fourth Elder and Seventh Elder looked at each other and almost cried. Inside the room, Han Yunqi almost cried when she saw the prescription. She knew that the days of messy old hen stew were coming soon. She couldn't help but suspect Gu Beiwei. Did that guy do it unintentionally or deliberately? What's on your mind? Has it always been there? Long Fei Ye's words pulled Han Yunqi back from her thoughts. Han Yunqi innocently shook her head. I'm just too tired. From today onwards, you'll stay in Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Don't go anywhere and don't worry about anything, Long Fei Yi said. Then I'll be bored to death, Han Yunqi said, then weakly added. Gu Beiwei said I can't be bored. You! Long Fei Yi was speechless. Han Yunqi snickered. It didn't matter if Gu Beiwei had done it intentionally or unintentionally. She had profited. She couldn't help but laugh. Long Fei Yi, don't make me angry in the future. The consequences are a little serious. However, Long Fei Yi wasn't joking with her. He replied coldly, This prince will remember. Although he looked unhappy, he suddenly pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. Although he didn't say anything, Han Yunqi could feel his fear. Long Fei Yi, so even you can feel fear. We met too late and fell in love even later. We've only been together for a few years. It wasn't easy to get close to you, so how could I bear to sleep forever? They were originally going to Celestial Mountain, but now that Han Yunqi had fallen asleep, they had to return to Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Even if they set off immediately today, they wouldn't be able to make it before the snow blocked the roads. If they wanted to go, they would have to wait until next summer at the earliest. Han Yunqi was a little depressed, but she quickly got over it. In any case, it was only a few months' time. They'd just taken over Medicine City, so the most important thing for her to do now was to take care of Pill Fiend Pharmacy. As for the poison sex forbidden grounds, Han Yunqi didn't have the guts to go even if she wanted to. Long Fei Yi wouldn't allow her to leave until she'd recuperated for at least half a month. As soon as esteemed Wang Fei was given the order to recuperate, Zhao Mama immediately set up a stove to stew an old hen with medicinal ingredients. Bailey Mingxiang also immediately returned from Pill Fiend Pharmacy to serve her. The next day, Long Fei Yi had just left the house when Zhao Mama brought over a bowl of chicken soup with an ambiguous smile. Esteemed Wang Fei, hurry and drink it while it's hot. Han Yunqi didn't notice at first, but Bailey Mingxiang did. He asked in confusion, Zhao Mama, what are you smiling about? Zhao Mama didn't answer, but continued to laugh. Han Yunqi was puzzled as well. What's the good news? Tell us, so we can all be happy together. Zhao Mama's laughter grew even more cheerful. Esteemed Wang Fei, you're already 3 months pregnant. Why didn't you tell us? Esteemed Wang Fei's pregnant? Bailey Mingxiang exclaimed. Han Yunqi finally understood and spat out a mouthful of chicken soup onto Zhao Mama's face. Who started that rumor? Zhao Mama grew alarmed. It's fake? Who told you? Han Yunqi was curious. Chu Shifeng. Zhao Mama quickly confessed. Han Yunqi was only curious at first, but grew angry at the name. Who told him? This old servant doesn't know, Zhao Mama said honestly. You're 3 months pregnant. How did you figure it out? Han Yunqi demanded angrily. This servant will go find him right now. Granny Zhao turned around and ran away. The consequences of spreading this kind of rumor were very serious. If His Highness and the Princess Consort didn't do anything 3 months ago, and if this matter reached His Highness' ears and caused him to misunderstand, then things would become even more serious. Moreover, His Highness had instructed all the servants not to make esteemed Wang Fei angry or gloomy no matter what happened. Even if she had to drag Chu Shifeng along, she'd make things clear. Very soon, Chu Shifeng arrived. Zhao Mama had long told him everything on the way here. He didn't want to come at first, but had no choice but to brace himself. His Highness Duke of Qin had told him to tell all the guards not to make esteemed Wang Fei unhappy. His head was almost buried in his pants. He'd never been so cowardly in his 20 years of life. 3 months? Han Yunqi arched a brow. Chu Shifeng didn't speak. Who told you? Han Yunqi asked again. If it was Tang Li, he'd definitely push the blame to Chu Shifeng. But Chu Shifeng didn't dare to frame Tang Li. He could only silently admit it. This subordinate misunderstood. How could you misunderstand for no reason? How could a misunderstanding last 3 months? Why didn't you say 4 months? Han Yunqi asked next. Chu Shifeng panicked and blurted out. For months ago, you were still arguing with His Highness. No. Before he could finish, Chu Shifeng shut up. He didn't dare to continue. He was the unluckiest one when it came to arguing between his mistress and His Highness, wasn't he? Han Yunqi was shrewd in front of everyone except Long Fei Yi. She asked with interest, 3 months ago His Highness and I should have been at Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea. Chu Shifeng gave a start at her words. His legs turned to jelly, and he almost collapsed. If this woman found out what happened that night and that His Highness was sitting on the roof, Chu Shifeng didn't dare to think any further and fell to his knees. Esteemed Wang Fei, have mercy. This subordinate deserves to die. This subordinate shouldn't have let his imagination run wild. Why did you let your imagination run wild for no reason? Han Yunqi asked next. Chu Shifeng hastened to reply. That day in Medicine City, His Highness ordered a table of vinegar and pickled vegetables. This subordinate thought esteemed Wang Fei was pregnant and had a bad appetite. Don't they say it's easy to lose your appetite in the 3rd month of pregnancy? That's why this subordinate made wild guesses. Zhao Mama and Bailey Mingxiang both laughed at his words. Bailey Mingxiang said, Esteemed Wang Fei, just spare him. It's not easy for a man like him to know such things. Zhao Mama coaxed as well. Esteemed Wang Fei, he only told this old servant in secret. Out of consideration for his good intentions, you should spare him this once. Han Yunqi was still thinking things over when Su Xiaoyu arrived. Esteemed Wang Fei, Mu Ling requests an audience. Han Yunqi didn't argue with Chu Shifeng and let him go. Chu Shifeng rejoiced in his heart and silently vowed never to speak nonsense again, much less let his imagination run wild. She's just too frightening. Mu Ling had been living at Pill Fiend Pharmacy ever since she left Medicine City. She knew that her father and Lady Lianxin wouldn't let the matter rest, but she wasn't afraid. The Mu clan had suffered such a tragic fate that they probably wouldn't be able to find trouble for her anytime soon. As soon as she entered the room, she saw that Han Yunqi was still in good spirits. "Have you slept enough?" she asked impatiently. "Impudent! Why aren't you greeting esteemed Wang Fei when you see her?" Su Xiaoyu put her hands on her hips like a little housekeeper. Mu Ling ignored her and sat down across from Han Yunqi. She handed her a pill and said, "Here's a thank you. Take it before you sleep and it'll stabilize your vitality. Since you're staying at Pill Fiend Pharmacy, you should recognize me as your big sister," Han Yunqi said carelessly. She really wanted to tell this girl that she really was her older cousin. Chapter 546. After all, this matter involved the secret of her birth and the poison sect. Han Yunqi wanted to tell her, but she had no choice but to drop the subject. Mu Ling's heart warmed, but she didn't let it show on her face. She said, disdainfully, "This lady has plenty of older sisters. You're not the only one." Mu Ling mocked herself as she said this. She did have plenty of older sisters, but which one of them actually treated her as a younger sister? Han Yunqi knew that Mu Ling wouldn't agree, so she brushed it off with a smile. However, Su Xiaoyu couldn't stand it and shouted, "You don't know what's good for you. Who do you think you are?" Mu Ling looked at Su Xiaoyu with disdain and snorted, "Damned servant, you're too talkative." Su Xiaoyu grew even angrier and wanted to retort, but Mu Ling lectured her, "Don't think that I don't know that you secretly concoct medicine at the counter every night. Pill Fiend Pharmacy has its own rules. You can learn from them, but you have to pay for the ingredients you use. Dispose of the ingredients you've used and don't put them back in the original cabinet. We're buying high-quality ingredients, not second-hand goods." Besides Lil Thing, no one else knew that Su Xiaoyu was secretly learning how to concoct medicine every night. After being exposed and humiliated by Mu Ling, in front of everyone, Su Xiaoyu's face turned red. She flew into a rage out of humiliation. You. However, she couldn't refute it no matter how angry she was. Mu Ling was speaking the truth, and Mu Ling had the right to lecture her like this. After His Highness Duke of Qin returned from Medicine City, he'd announced that Mu Ling was Pill Fiend Pharmacy's head pharmacist and was in charge of all the ingredients. What about me? If you want to stay in Pill Fiend Pharmacy, you'd better obey the rules. You're not allowed to come to Pill Fiend Pharmacy for 3 days. Reflect on your actions. If I find out that you're at the counter at night again, I'll make sure you never set foot in Pill Fiend Pharmacy again. Mu Linger was simply using her position to avenge a personal grudge. Su Xiaoyu felt so wrong that she was about to cry. Han Yunqi, on the other hand, was drinking her soup while watching the show. She was having a great time watching from the sidelines. As the saying goes, everything has its vanquisher. Su Xiaoyu, this bossy and domineering child, should also be taught a lesson by Mu Ling. Bailey Mingxiang hesitated for a moment before he finally said, "Miss Ling, little you is also very eager to learn. She doesn't have time to learn during the day and can only use the time at night. She was concocting medicine at the counter because she didn't want to waste the herbs. For the sake of the princess consort, can you spare her this time?" Bailey Mingxiang was smart. After she said that, Mu Linger had to give her face, and Han Yunqi also had to speak up. All right, you won't be punished for 3 days. Just hand over this month's salary to Pill Fiend Pharmacy's accountant, Han Yunqi said indifferently. Mu Linger didn't pursue the matter. If Su Xiaoyu hadn't provoked her, she wouldn't have bothered with her at all. After the matter of calling her big sister was interrupted, Han Yunqi and Mu Linger didn't bring it up again. Instead, they avoided the awkwardness of arguing. Mu Linger had actually only come to see Han Yunqi. That woman had been unconscious for Long Fei Yi, so who would dare to come see her? Seeing that Han Yunqi was fine, she prepared to leave. Han Yunqi called out, "Wait, I also have to go to Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Let's go together." Mu Linger didn't say anything and waited for Han Yunqi to finish tidying up before leaving. Once everyone had left, Su Xiaoyu looked at Bailey Mingxiang and gave a cold snort. "I don't need your fake kindness." Bailey Mingxiang frowned at her, but didn't say anything. She was more than 10 years older than Su Xiaoyu, so there was no point in bickering with a child. She thought that when Su Xiaoyu grew up, perhaps she wouldn't be so unreasonable. Just as she was about to leave, Su Xiaoyu suddenly said, "Since His Highness Duke of Qin has returned, are you going to stay by esteemed Wang Fei's side and refuse to leave?" Bailey Mingxiang's heart skipped a beat. When she turned around, she saw that Su Xiaoyu was still glaring at her from behind. She couldn't help but clench her fists. "What, are you going to deny it?" Su Xiaoyu pressed closer. For the first time in her life, Bailey Mingxiang had the urge to hit someone, but she forced herself to endure it and turned to leave. She was angry and humiliated, but in the end, she still felt a little guilty. That was why she couldn't confidently deny it. If feelings could be controlled, how could they be called feelings? Would she ever be redeemed in this life? Han Yunqi and Mu Ling rode the same carriage to Pill Fiend Pharmacy. She didn't say anything the entire way, and Mu Ling was also very quiet. But just as they were about to get off the carriage, Mu Ling couldn't help but ask, "Where did he go?" When she was released from prison, Chi Brother didn't go to pick her up. She was already at Pill Fiend Pharmacy, but Chi Brother was still nowhere to be seen. She didn't dare to ask about the Long Fei Yi, and Han Yunqi was still unconscious. She had waited bitterly for half a month. Han Yunqi pretended not to hear and got off the carriage. Mu Ling was anxious, but she didn't dare to continue asking. Fortunately, Han Yunqi still answered before she got off the carriage. "He went to take care of business. He'll be back in a few days." Gu had already said that he was very familiar with the poison sect's forbidden grounds. Moreover, she'd reminded him of many things, so it should be easy to get the 10,000 poisons. Mu Ling, Er's heart bloomed with joy as the sun shone brightly in her eyes. She quickly got to work and organized Pill Fiend Pharmacy's medicinal storehouses. She even took the initiative to instruct a few of the pharmacists in the shop. Han Yunqi spent a few days with Gu Beiwei and Mu Ling, to discuss the opening of new branches of Pill Fiend Pharmacy. In the end, they decided to open Pill Fiend Pharmacy in all of Cloud Realm Continent's famous cities and prefectures within 3 months. Previously, they'd only open one branch because they considered the monotonous supply of medicinal ingredients. Now that Pill Fiend Pharmacy was connected to Medicine City, they didn't have to worry about a lack of supplies. Han Yunqi proposed that Pill Fiend Pharmacy be split into 2 types, the premium and ordinary shops. One would only sell Pill Fiend Pharmacy's ingredients and high-end, while the other would sell Medicine City's ingredients. The goal was to dominate all of Cloud Realm Continent's medicinal ingredients market within 3 years. Mu Ling had no idea that Long Fei Yi had only given Medicine City's Wang clan a year's time to stop all business between Cloud Realm Trade Consortium and Medicine City. She was very serious. Han Yunqi, 3 years is impossible. Gu Beiwei smiled. This one still has the confidence to do so, as long as Medicine City's supply of medicinal ingredients doesn't stop. Mu Ling, how about we make a bet? Han Yunqi grinned. Mu Ling wasn't an idiot. After being tricked once, she wouldn't fall for it a second time. She was very guarded against Han Yunqi, especially when Han Yunqi said the word bet. "Since Dr. Gu's so confident, I won't pour cold water on you guys," she said lazily. It had to be said that things really did get done quickly with money. With the help of Long Fei's funds, Han Yunqi was able to buy land, shops, renovate, and hire people without a hitch. Within a month, all 20 pill fiend pharmacy chain stores were opened. 10 of them were boutiques, while the other 10 were ordinary shops. Han Yunqi introduced a membership system for the boutiques and a big promotion for the ordinary shops. It could be said that she'd played with the modern chain stores and made the already famous pill fiend pharmacy even more popular. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium even sent representatives to Medicine City to discuss their cooperation. They kept giving up their profits in the hopes of signing exclusive agreements with Medicine City. The so-called exclusivity agreement meant that once Medicine City signed with Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, they couldn't sign with anyone else. Naturally, Medicine City wouldn't sign such an agreement. The Council of Elders refused with the excuse that they'd yet to elect their members. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had no idea how to punish Ouyang Mingnua, but he seemed to have vanished into thin air during this time. There was no news of him at all. As for Jun Yixia, he spent a month investigating the 100 Poisons sect before finally discovering Ouyang Mingnua's spy. As for how much Ouyang Mingnua knew about the sect, Jun Yixia couldn't find out. In the end, the spy bit his own tongue and committed suicide. When his master, Bai Qingyan, investigated the matter, Jun Yixia was severely punished. When he returned to Northern Li, the Northern Dynasty's emperors actually refused to see him. After being banned from both Medical and Medicine City, the Northern Dynasty's emperors couldn't deal with the objections of the civil and military officials in court and the imperial clan, even if they wanted to protect him. Northern Li was very strong, but they didn't dare to offend Medical and Medicine City. Jun Yixia knew that the friendship between his master Bai Yanqing and the Northern Dynasty's emperors, as well as the influence Jun Yixia had built up in Northern Li over the past few years, meant that the imperial clan wouldn't really turn on him. However, they still had to put on a show. He knelt in front of the imperial study for 5 days and 5 nights before the Northern Dynasty's emperors finally met him. The two of them discussed something in the study before the Northern Dynasty's emperors issued an imperial edict stripping Jun Yixia of his title as Duke of Kong and demoting him to a commoner. It was announced that Jun Yixia was no longer related to the Northern Li imperial clan. Medical and Medicine City had planned to join forces to pressure the Northern Li imperial clan, but they didn't take any further action after hearing the news. As soon as Jun Yixia returned to his residence, he went straight to Bai Qingyan's courtyard. "Master, your disciple can't take this lying down." Bai Qingyan was focused on concocting the poison and ignored him. His adopted daughter, Bai Yuqiao, looked over and giggled. "I told you to take good care of your horse and not to provoke Han Yunqi. You didn't listen, so you deserved it." Although Bai Yuqiao was young, she was still a beauty. Unfortunately for her, Jun Yixia didn't care about the fairer sex and kicked her. Bai Yuqiao didn't have time to dodge and was sent flying. Impudent! Bai Yanqing was furious. Jun Yixia trembled and didn't dare to move a muscle. This domineering, arrogant, and haughty fellow would only be obedient and honest in front of his master. He knew that it was his master's idea for the Northern Dynasty's emperors to ruthlessly strip him of his title. Bai Qingyan didn't say anything else until he finished concocting the poison. Then he looked over and said cold, "How is the matter with the carriage going?" "We haven't taken it down yet." Jun Yixia replied truthfully. "How many times do I have to tell you before you'll listen?" Bai Qingyan asked seriously, "Master, Long Fei and Han Yunqi have already taken over Medicine City. We can't just sit around and wait for death. In my opinion, we should spread the news that the poison beast is in Han Yunqi's hands." Jun Yixia said unhappily. And then Bai Qingyan asked, Then we'll spread the news that the Shadow Clan guy is protecting Han Yunqi. Even if Han Yunqi isn't a Western Qin orphan, we can still use her to lure out the 7 noble families. Jun Yixie had this idea for a long time. Back in the day, his grandfather had personally witnessed the last of the Western Qin bloodline being shot to death. He didn't believe that Western Qin orphans existed. He was more convinced that the Shadow Clan guy was protecting Han Yunqi for the sake of the poison beast. Whether or not Han Yunqi was a Western Qin orphan, this woman was worth using. Bai Yanqing let out a long sigh and asked, "Are you still going to listen to your master's words?" "Master is like a father. I will always obey my father's orders," Jun Yixie replied seriously. "Good. In the future, you are not allowed to make any decisions regarding Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi without my orders. If you disobey, then I will sever all ties with you," Bai Yanqing said seriously. Jun Yixie couldn't believe it and asked in shock, "Why?" Chapter 547. Although Master had warned him time and time again not to cause trouble for Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi, he had never been so resolute. Jun Yixie looked at Bai Yanqing in disbelief, waiting for an answer. "Why?" Bai Yanqing was completely focused on handling the small plates of poison on the table, as if he didn't hear Jun Yixie's question. Jun Yixie waited for a long time. He wanted to ask again, but he didn't dare. He knew his master's temper since he was young. It was useless to ask more. He lowered his head, bowed and turned to leave. However, Bai Yanqing opened his mouth and asked calmly, "Little Xia, would master harm you?" Jun Yixie turned around abruptly and saw that his master was still focused on handling the poison and didn't look at him. However, an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. It had been so many years, and it was rare for his master to call him by his nickname. He stood there for a long time and looked at him for a long time. He didn't seem like the arrogant and merciless Duke of Kong at all. Instead, he seemed like a child who was easy to coax. This disciple obeys master's orders. He bowed respectfully again and turned to leave. He had listened to his master's words since he was young. Everything he had today was planned for him by his master. Of course, his master wouldn't harm him. He would let Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi live happily for a while. He believed that when he had complete control of Northern Li, his master would definitely take action. Not long after Jun Yixie left, Bai Yuqiao climbed up from the grass and returned to Bai Yanqing's side. She found that the poison that her master had been playing with had all disappeared. In its place was a type of blood with a strange aura. Bai Yuqiao knew that this blood was taken from her senior brother by her master. Master had told senior brother long ago that there was nothing special about this blood. It was just the blood of a poisoned fish. However, during this period of time, she had seen her master studying the poison in this blood more than once. It was only after she came to Northern Li that she found out that her master had been hiding something from her senior brother. Just as Bai Yuqiao was feeling suspicious, he inadvertently turned around and met Bai Yanqing's sharp eyes. Bai Yuqiao hurriedly retreated and knelt down. "Master," Bai Yuqiao didn't see anything. Although Bai Yuqiao was young, she was naturally intelligent and quick-witted. In addition, she had served Bai Yanqing for so many years, so she could understand any of Bai Yanqing's expressions. Bai Yanqing just glanced at her and said nothing. It was precisely this kind of indifferent attitude that confused the smart Bai Yuqiao. She stood up silently. Like Bai Yanqing, she acted as if nothing had happened and waited quietly by the side. Still, she couldn't help but pray silently in her heart. "Master, ah, master, senior brother treats you like a father and listens to your words. You mustn't harm him." Northern Li's Duke of Kong had been removed from his position and expelled from the imperial clan. News of this set off a storm in the imperial court as people scrambled for power and profit, adding insult to injury. Betrayals in Jun Yixie's camp were a daily occurrence, but only the stupid would actually participate. The truly intelligent ones knew that the Northern Dynasty's emperors were only putting on a show for medical and Medicine City. Jun Isya still held Northern Li's most important assets in his hands, the horse farms and snow mountains. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi had taken over Medicine City and caused a storm in Northern Li's imperial court. All of Cloud Realm Continent's powers were talking about this with great relish. Even Tianan City and Western Liang City were paying close attention. In Tianan City, Long Tianma had wanted more than once to personally head south and invite the Duke of Qin to join forces against Western Liang and Western Zhou. Unfortunately, General Mu and Mu Qinggu both objected. "Your Majesty, the Duke of Qin won't come," Mu Qinggu was certain. "Even if he doesn't want to come, we have to find a way to make him come." Long Tianma was clearly irritable. Now that he's even taken over Medicine City, all of Cloud Realm Continent's southern regions are under his control. If we don't invite him now, then when? General Mu finally broke into a cold laugh. "Your Majesty, if the Duke of Qin wanted to come, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until you invited him? As this old official sees it, Your Majesty should keep an eye on Western Liang instead of worrying about the Duke of Qin. I heard that Empress Chu's belly is already 3 months old. Using Chu Chinga's belly to deal with the Chu clan was much easier than targeting the Duke of Qin." Hearing General Mu's reminder, Long Tianma's restless heart finally calmed down. Emperor Tianhui's illness had long been beyond cure. As long as Chu Chinga didn't give birth to a prince, the Chu clan would have no chance at all. As for the adult princes in Western Liang, Long Tianma didn't care about them at all. Long Tianma looked at General Mu seriously and murmured, "Zhen knows what to do." It was unclear what Long Tianma was planning, but Emperor Tianhui's illness was getting worse by the day in Tianliang City. Meanwhile, Chu Chinga's baby was already 3 months old. As soon as she found out she was pregnant, Chu Chinga's first thought was to kill the father, but Chu Tianin stopped her. No matter whether she was pregnant with a boy or a girl, the child would definitely be a boy. Chu Tianin had already prepared everything. Even so, Emperor Tianhui couldn't die because there were still 4 other imperial princes in Western Liang. All of them coveted the throne and wanted Emperor Tianhui's life even more than Chu Tianin. If Emperor Tianhui died before Chu Chinga's child was born, then there was no way the throne would fall to his unborn child. Thus, Chu Chinga not only had to think of ways to stabilize Emperor Tianhui's condition, but also guard against the 4 imperial princes' schemes. Chu Chinga had been bitterly enduring this entire time. But when she heard that Han Yunshi had stolen all the limelight in Medicine City and that His Highness Duke of Qin, who hadn't been invited, had personally come to Medicine City to pick up Han Yunshi, her heart was filled with uncontrollable jealousy. Why was she suffering in hell while Han Yunshi stayed by Long Fei Ye's side? She wasn't any worse than Han Yunshi to begin with. She'd been working hard all this time, but why couldn't she catch up to Han Yunshi? She couldn't accept it. She believed that all she lacked was a bit of luck and opportunity. Like a madwoman, she couldn't wait to take revenge. Today, she took advantage of Chu Tianin's absence and ignored the protests of her trusted aides to leave the palace and visit her father at the Chu clan's estate in Western Liang. As soon as she entered the study, Chu Chinga fell to her knees. "Father, please agree to daughter's request. Otherwise, daughter will never give birth to the child in my womb." Great General Chu was both surprised and angry. "Who allowed you to come?" Unexpectedly, Chu Chinga took out a dagger from her sleeve and held it against her belly. "Father, please agree to daughter's request." Great General Chu was stunned. He knew that this daughter of his was proud and arrogant, but he never expected her to be so cruel as to threaten him with a child in her womb. Seeing the ruthlessness in his daughter's eyes, Great General Chu's eyes flickered with worry. He was afraid that if he pushed this girl too far, everything the Chu clan had painstakingly built up in Western Liang would be destroyed in a single day. "Fine. What do you want father to agree to? Great General Chu asked. Destroy Han Yunqi. Chu Chinga spoke, word by word. She knew that her father and brother wanted to rule the world. Once the child in her womb ascended to the throne, they'd be the true rulers behind the curtains. Then she'd be nothing more than a puppet. Thus, she had to make things clear first. A complicated look flickered past Great General Chu's eyes. He was more or less disappointed with Han Yunqi. After all, he'd been looking forward to her arrival. Father, please agree to my request. Chu Chinga was moved beyond words. Han Yunqi is Long Fei Ye's wings. Don't you worry. When the Chu clan truly becomes enemies with the Duke of Qin, we'll break his wings first. Great General Chu was certain. I want everything related to Han Yunqi to be under my control. Chu Chinga made her demands clear. You. Great General Chu was furious. You're simply making trouble. Chu Chinga didn't speak. Instead, her dagger pierced through her clothes. Alarmed, Great General Chu immediately rushed over, but Chu Chinga only grew more ruthless. I agree to your request. Great General Chu practically roared, afraid that he'd be too late. Forgive daughter for being disrespectful, but daughter hopes father can swear an oath, Chu Chinga said seriously. Great General Chu was about to suspect that his daughter had lost her mind, but he had no choice but to comply. The only thing he rejoiced in was that this damned girl hadn't asked him to swear not to kill Long Fei. He had long known of her feelings for the Duke of Qin. With her father's promise, Chu Chinga was finally satisfied. She walked out of the courtyard and looked up at the blue skies of West Liang, one hand stroking her slightly protruding belly. She told herself to endure a little longer. 7 more months, and it'll all be over. Far away in South Ning City, Han Yunqi had no idea that hatred was growing in the distance. She'd been busy at Pill Fiend Pharmacy, dealing with medicinal ingredients, and was in a good mood. After fainting last time, she hadn't dared to rush into the poison storage space. Instead, she'd rested enough to enter 2 or 3 times to make sure everything was going smoothly. Finally, she set her sights on Lil Thing. Today, Lil Thing was curled up like a cat, sleeping by Gu Beiyue's side. Han Yunqi had to search for half a day before she found it. She walked over and pretended to be careless as she picked up Lil Thing in her arms. Lil Thing opened one eye and saw that it was Mama Yunqi. It immediately looked around with both eyes and saw that Batty Long wasn't around. Finally, it relaxed and snuggled up in Mama Yunqi's arms for a while before curling up into a ball and falling asleep. Han Yunqi gently patted Lil Thing and asked, Dr. Gu, don't you take your afternoon nap? I'm not used to it. Gu Beiyue smiled faintly. His smile was even warmer than the winter sun. He glanced at Lil Thing and added, Take advantage of today's scorching sun to dry these ingredients in the sun. Just leave it to the servants. You're the head doctor, yet you're doing it yourself? Han Yunqi smiled. These ingredients are precious, so I don't feel at ease, Gu Beiyue said seriously. Han Yunqi was fretting over an excuse to leave, so she quickly said, Then I won't disturb you any longer. As soon as Han Yunqi left, Lil Thing immediately woke up. It stared at Gu Beiyue, its shifty eyes darting around. It was obvious that it didn't want to be separated from the gentleman. Still, it didn't refuse Mama Yunqi's embrace. Ever since Papa Long and Mama Yunqi had gotten back together, it hadn't slept in her arms again. Only when the gentleman's thin figure was out of sight did Lil Thing obediently go back to sleep. Neither Lil Thing nor Han Yunqi knew that Gu Beiyue's figure had vanished into thin air as soon as they left. By the time Gu Beiyue reappeared, he had followed Han Yunqi to the Duke of Qin's leisurely cloud pavilion. He stood outside the window and took in everything inside, but Han Yunqi was completely oblivious to his presence. Chapter 548. Han Yunqi hugged Lil Thing as she sat in the study, taking a few deep breaths before slowly closing her eyes. The detox system couldn't take in living things like this, so she used the poison storage space instead. In the past, the poison storage space had taken in an entire pond of poison water, leaving her unconscious for days. She didn't know what the consequences would be this time, much less whether she could take it in. After all, Lil Thing was a living poison. After adjusting herself, Han Yunqi quickly got into the mood. She closed her eyes and used her thoughts to control it just like she did with other poisons. As she closed her eyes, the room fell silent. But suddenly, the sleeping Lil Thing shot to its feet and looked out the window. "What's wrong?" Han Yunqi comforted it doubtfully, only to realize that Lil Thing was looking out the window. "Is there someone here?" Her heart gave a start as she hurried to the window. She looked around, but didn't see anyone. She placed Lil Thing on the windowsill, but it didn't move. Seeing this, Han Yunqi didn't think much of it. After all, the Duke of Qin's estate was heavily guarded, especially her courtyard. It was unlikely that outsiders would be able to get in. She shut all the windows and sat back down with Lil Thing, who was already awake. It had sensed the gentleman's scent just then and reacted instinctively. Since the gentleman had hidden away, of course it wouldn't betray him. In its heart, the gentleman was the best person in the world to Mama Yunqi, even better than Long Fai Long. Thus, no matter why the gentleman was secretly following Mama Yunqi or peeking at her, it would pretend it didn't know a thing. Actually, Lil Thing was very clear that Long Fai Long was peeking at Mama Yunqi. It didn't want to pretend it didn't know anything, but it didn't dare to. It's depressing just thinking about it. Lil Thing looked around its surroundings and found it even harder to sleep. It was curious what Mama Yunqi wanted to do. Why was it brought to the leisurely Cloud Pavilion's study as soon as it woke up? And why were the windows and doors closed? Lil Thing saw the shiny little tools on the table and shivered. It wanted to escape. Mama Yunqi must be experimenting on it. She might even pull out its fangs and take its poison blood. Han Yunqi hugged Lil Thing tightly and narrowly avoided letting it escape. "Be good. Don't move. Good girl." She held it down with one hand and patted it with the other. However, the more she did this, the more the little thing struggled. "All right, be good and don't move. What's wrong?" "Little thing, look at what this is. Do you want some?" Han Yunqi generously took out a rare poison. Unfortunately, the little thing ignored her and continued to struggle. Although it was small, it was very strong. Moreover, Han Yunqi only grabbed it with 2 hands while it resisted with 4 claws. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Han Yunqi scratched and pressed with all her might. Those who didn't know would think that the man and the beast were fighting. In the end, Han Yunqi lost her temper and said angrily, "Little thing, stop right there!" Squeak! The little thing cried out loudly. While she was not paying attention, it suddenly broke free and jumped to the ground. Han Yunqi was shocked and blurted out, "Little thing, get in!" As soon as he finished speaking, the little thing actually vanished into thin air. Han Yunqi was shocked herself, but she quickly regained her senses. Her lips curled into a wicked grin. Success! When she shouted just now, she sent Lil Thing into her poison storage space with a thought. She immediately entered the space and saw the little thing crawling out of the poison pond like a drowned rat. Han Yunqi was so serious and meticulous when treating poisons, but in reality, she was an incomparably naughty girl. She watched as the little thing snickered and purposely kept quiet. Lil Thing looked left and right and was so scared that it shuddered. Its originally wet white fur instantly stood up, and it looked like a fur ball with its fur standing on end. This place was so familiar. Lil Thing had lived for so long that some of its memories were hazy. However, it clearly remembered that it had been here before. This was the poison sect's poison storage space. Not every poison sect disciple could cultivate such a space in their minds, but some were lucky enough to be born with such a treasure. All they needed to do was find a way to open it. Of course, whether it was a space cultivated through hard work or born with it, the chances of it appearing were very small. Even if some people were born with it, they'd never be able to open it in their entire lives, much less know of its existence. Lil Thing had lived for so long, but this was only its second time here. The first time had been so long ago that it had even forgotten who it belonged to. Now it finally understood why Mama Yunshi could take out so many good things from her little medical pouch for it to eat. So there was a hidden universe behind the scenes. Lil Thing looked around before suddenly closing its eyes. It did its best to communicate with Mama Yunshi through its consciousness, but it couldn't find her no matter how hard it tried. It looked like Mama Yunshi's space had just been opened and needed to be upgraded. Although it was a little disappointed, Lil Thing still held on to hope. It believed that one day it could enter the poison storage space and communicate with Mama Yunshi through its consciousness. Then it could tell her many, many secrets. For example, its gentleman had always liked Mama Yunshi, or that Batty Long had done all sorts of bad things behind Mama Yunshi's back, or that Goo was actually a poison goo human, just like itself, undying and indestructible. Would there be such a day? Would it be far off? Lil Thing didn't know. Seeing that there was no one else around, Lil Thing's round, black eyes turned shifty. It looked around again to make sure Mama Yunshi wasn't around before plunging headfirst into the poison pond. Han Yunshi was puzzled at first. Was Lil Thing trying to commit suicide by jumping into the water? But soon enough, she realized what was going on. Lil Thing, get up here. Right now. Han Yunshi shouted as she rushed over, but it was already too late. In a flash, the water level in the pond had dropped significantly. The water of 10,000 poisons was far more delicious than any other poison in this space. How could Lil Thing miss out? It wasn't clear whether Lil Thing was too engrossed in drinking or just pretending not to hear, but it didn't come out even after Han Yunshi shouted 2 or 3 times. Han Yunshi was quick-witted enough to make Lil Thing fly out of the pond and land on the ground. Right now, Lil Thing was completely drunk. It stuck out its round belly and burped before collapsing head first onto the ground and fainting. Of course, the water of 10,000 poisons wasn't intoxicating, but Lil Thing had fainted from overeating. Han Yunshi felt her heart ache at the sight of the missing layer of poison. She picked up Lil Thing by its tail and shook it a few times. Enough, stop pretending. But Lil Thing didn't react at all. Could it be that it ate too much poison at once and needed strength to digest it slowly? So it was actually recovering its body. Lil Thing's teeth contained the poison of the poison beast, one of the 9 great poisons that could counter perplexing butterfly illusion. Han Yunshi hesitated for a moment before carrying Lil Thing to the edge of the pond and casually tossing it in. Compared to the poison of 10,000 beasts, this pond was nothing. She'll let Lil Thing live a drunken life in the pond and enjoy itself. Han Yunshi checked the 3 poisonous teardrops and left after making sure they were all fine. She just opened her eyes when the door to the study was pushed open, giving her a fright. The newcomer was none other than Long Fei. Something's happened at the poison sect. What happened to Goo? Han Yunshi blurted out. The poison sect's mishap and Gu Chishao's mishap seemed to be 2 separate matters. Long Fei's eyes flashed with indignation, but it quickly disappeared. Han Yunshi asked anxiously, "What's going on? Did something happen?" "Someone wants to destroy the earth of 10,000 poisons. The situation is urgent, and he's afraid he can't stop them. So he wants us to hurry over," Long Fei replied. That was all Gu had said in his letter. Long Fei, you wasn't sure if that guy couldn't stop them because he didn't want to expose himself, or if the opponent was just too strong. The Chu clan? Why do they want to destroy the earth of 10,000 poisons? Do they know anything? Han Yunshi was full of questions. The only place she could think of was the Chu clan. Last time, they'd met the Chu siblings and Duanmu Bei in the underground palace of the poison grounds. He didn't say, "Pack up and we'll head out immediately." Long Fei, Yi didn't make any guesses, but he'd kept an eye on the Chu clan for a long time. If it really was the Chu clan this time, He didn't mind stirring up trouble in Western Zhou. The Chu clan was so powerful in Western Liang that they must have forgotten about the existence of Western Zhou's imperial family. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi didn't delay. After packing up and handing over a few things, they set out that very afternoon. Han Yunqi didn't tell Mu Ling about this, so Mu Ling worked diligently in her pharmacy while humming a little tune. She had no idea that her Qi brother was in grave danger. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were in a hurry, so they couldn't take a carriage. They only knew how to ride horses. As soon as Han Yunqi left the back door, she saw that Chu Shifeng had prepared 3 horses. Long Fei Yi and she each had one, while Chu Shifeng had just the right amount. As Long Fei Yi mounted his horse, she prepared to do the same, but a white figure suddenly flew down from the roof and landed on the horse's back. The figure turned back with a slight smile, his otherworldly aura stunning the world. Unfortunately, the world collapsed as soon as he opened his mouth. "Sister-in-law, if you don't go over now, my big brother's going to get angry," Tang Li chuckled. This horse was his. Han Yunqi didn't have time to banter with Tang Li. She looked back at Long Fei Yi and saw that Long Fei Ye's saddle was for 2 people. She obediently walked over. Long Fei Ye's face was expressionless. He didn't say a word as he pulled Han Yunqi up, but as soon as she steadied herself, his large hands circled around her waist. So tight, so tight. Long Fei's actions were both punishment and protection, because as soon as he lashed out with the whip, the horse shot out like an arrow from a bow and began to gallop. It was so fast that Chu Shifeng and Tang Li couldn't catch up. They could only follow in silence and prepare a few more horses to keep them from dying of exhaustion. It would take at least half a month to get from South Ning City to the Poison Sect's Forbidden Grounds in Medicine City. Would they make it in time to help Gu? Just who did Gu run into at the Poison Sect's Forbidden Grounds? What happened? 3 days after Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi left, Gu Beiwe used the excuse of going to a branch store to leave the main branch in South Ning. Where was he going? Chapter 549. The Poison Sect's Forbidden Grounds, the underground palace of the Poison Storehouse. Gu had already gotten his hands on the earth of 10,000 poisons, but just as he was about to leave, a giant tongue of fire suddenly shot out from the secret passage and forced him to retreat to the cliff. Someone had clearly set the fire on purpose to cut off his escape route. This was because the fire mechanism in this secret passage had already been activated by the Chu siblings in Duanmu Bay, so it was impossible for it to burn again. Moreover, if it was a fire mechanism, the fire would definitely not burn towards the cliff, but towards the outside of the secret passage. The earth of 10,000 poisons on the cliff was afraid of fire. Leaving aside the fact that it was directly burned, the earth of 10,000 poisons' toxicity would begin to weaken when the surrounding temperature rose. In serious cases, it might even lose all of its toxicity. In that case, it wouldn't be able to mix with the perplexing butterfly illusion to create poisonous tears. Since someone had set the fire right after he'd entered, their goal was clear. Someone had been waiting here for him for a long time. Moreover, they hadn't stopped him directly, but used the fire to ambush him instead. Their goal couldn't be any clearer. They wanted his life as well as the earth of 10,000 poisons. Gu made a prompt decision and summoned a goshawk to send a message to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi, asking for reinforcements. He kept an eye on the earth of 10,000 poisons' toxicity while keeping an eye on the fire. If Long Fei Yi couldn't come to his aid in time, he'd jump off the cliff with the earth of 10,000 poisons. Although he didn't know what lay below the cliff, it was better than watching the earth of 10,000 poisons turn to waste. As expected, the fire in the secret passage weakened on the day he asked for reinforcements. As the fire weakened, the temperature of the ground beneath the cliff dropped significantly. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi couldn't have arrived so quickly, but Long Fei Yi had mobilized the elite troops he'd hidden in Medical City to sneak into the underground palace as quickly as possible. The 2 groups of people fought fiercely outside the secret passage. Gu could faintly hear the sounds of fighting amidst the explosions. He'd thought it would be over quickly, but who knew that the battle would last for 10 whole days? Long Fei, you must have sent a lot of people, and none of them were weak. Who set the fire? Was it the Chu clan? Was the Chu clan that powerful? Amidst the burning smell, Gu smelled the thick smell of blood. God knows how terrible the situation on the other side of the fire was. The fire, which had weakened a few days ago, gradually grew stronger. It burned the stone walls until they were scalding hot. The entire cliff, be it stone or soil, was burning hot. Damn it! Gu's beautiful face was deeply furrowed. He clenched the earth of 10,000 poisons that he had collected and looked at the raging fire with a cold and stern expression. He was so stern and serious that he was more resolute than usual. His flirtatious charm and playful laughter had nothing to do with him. A raging fire was burning in his eyes. He was so serious that it was frightening. The earth of 10,000 poisons was something that Poison Lass wanted, something that Poison Lass had entrusted him with. No matter what, he had to protect it well. On this day, he placed the earth of 10,000 poisons in his mouth without hesitation and stood at the edge of the cliff. If he could, he would have charged out of the flames long ago, but the heat would harm the earth of 10,000 poisons. He'd wait for another day. If the fire didn't die down and the temperature didn't drop, then he'd have no choice but to jump off the cliff. Gu had no idea that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had already arrived. They'd received constant emergency reports on their way here and long understood the situation. Normally, it would have taken them 15 days to cover the entire distance, but the two of them only took 10. They'd left Tang Li and Chu Shifeng so far behind that they couldn't even see their shadows. By the time they arrived, they saw a group of elite soldiers fighting against a group of black-robed, masked men in the smoke. Han Yunqi recognized them as poison humans at a glance. No wonder Long Fei Ye's elite soldiers, stationed at Medical City, couldn't deal with them. Long Fei Ye's martial arts and Han Yunqi's poison skills made it very easy for the two of them to take care of the poison humans. Long Fei Ye examined the corpses in surprise. Jun Yixie's men. Han Yunqi didn't have time to worry about such details. She quickly ordered people to fetch water to extinguish the flames. Now that the poison humans were dead, no one threw anything else into the fire. The secret room was filled with stone and soil, so the fire would slowly die down and die out. But the smoke from the fire was deadly. How many of the people who died in a fire didn't burn to death, but choked to death instead? She was very worried about Gu. Long Fei Yi wasn't worried about Gu at all. He took out a new mask and wet it for Han Yunqi before continuing to examine the corpses. He didn't understand why the poison humans had set the place on fire. Moreover, they'd prepared so much incendiary material that it was obvious they were going to burn for days. Gu hadn't explained clearly in his letter either. What did this have to do with the earth of 10,000 poisons? He had a feeling that something wasn't right here. Han Yunqi. Long Fei Yi was about to speak when suddenly several fire arrows shot out from the shadows. There was an ambush. Long Fei Yi immediately pulled Han Yunqi into his arms, and it was because he wanted to protect Han Yunqi that a fire arrow brushed past his arm, setting it ablaze. Han Yunqi hadn't even recovered from her shock when Long Fei Yi had already shielded her. He dodged several fire arrows and leaned against the wall, pressing his arm against the wall to forcibly extinguish the fire. The Chu family, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi blurted out those two words at the same time. Whether the Chu family had raised their own poison humans or had colluded with Jun Yixie, it was hard to be surprised. At this moment, they didn't have the time to think too much about it, as the archers in the shadows had yet to reveal themselves. Fire arrows rained down from all directions, increasing in number and density, making it impossible to guard against. The enemy was in the shadows, while they were in the light. They were completely at a disadvantage. Surrounded by 10,000 swords and protected by the elite troops, Long Fei was barely able to protect Han Yunqi. If it was him, he would have given it his all and killed those archers in the shadows, even if he was burned. However, Han Yunqi was in his arms, so he definitely wouldn't take the risk. Only the heavens knew how many archers were hidden in the shadows. Only the heavens knew if Chu Tianyin was in the shadows. He had to be on guard against Chu Tianyin's archery. Long Fei, change from defense to offense and kill those archers. Han Yunqi was very decisive. Although she didn't know martial arts, she could see that in such a small place like the underground palace, once the archers completely suppressed them, they could only keep defending until they ran out of energy. Therefore, even if they were seriously injured, they could only choose this path. She had just finished speaking when Long Fei very domineeringly pressed her head against his chest and ordered coldly, "Hide well!" Han Yunqi was about to break free when Long Fei pulled out his long whip and opened a path for them to escape into the second secret passage. Han Yunqi was stunned at first, then she was overjoyed. How could she forget that there were still 4 secret passages around them? If she remembered correctly, there were poisonous spiders in the second secret passage. The Chu siblings and Duanmu Bei had all experienced it before, and she had Little Thing's help, so she was naturally safe and sound. Although the fire arrows continued to fly in, it wasn't as narrow as the outside. It was easy to dodge the arrows in the secret passage as long as they kept running forward. The secret passage was very deep. Unless the archers in the shadows chased after them, the accuracy of the fire arrows was very low. Han Yunqi raised her head again and said with a smile, "Your Highness, if it's the Chu family, they definitely wouldn't dare to chase after us." At this time, there were still many fire arrows whizzing past them. Long Fei pressed Han Yunqi's head against his chest again and said in displeasure, "Be careful." Long Fei only let go of Han Yunqi when they had escaped to a very deep place and the fire arrows had disappeared behind them. "Be good and stay here." He wanted to leave after saying this, but that group of archers probably thought that he wanted to escape. When had he ever dodged an enemy's attack? He only wanted to leave Han Yunqi here while he went out to fight. In a hurry, Han Yunqi hurriedly grabbed Long Fei's hand and was about to say something, but he said, "Wait for this prince to come and get you." He hurriedly left after saying this. Han Yunqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she didn't say anything. Very soon, Long Fei returned, followed by a dense swarm of black, venomous spiders. Long Fei frowned as he looked at Han Yunqi, undoubtedly wanting her to make a move. Seeing that his never-changing face finally had a different expression, Han Yunqi couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I wanted to remind you just now. Who told you to be anxious?" Long Fei didn't say anything. Han Yunqi took out the still sleeping Lil Thing from her medical pouch and casually tossed it into the swarm of spiders. Before Lil Thing even landed on the ground, the black mass of poisonous spiders fled in all directions in fright. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Although Lil Thing wasn't awake yet, it was definitely the pass to the entire poisonous herb storehouse. Once the poisonous spiders scattered, Long Fei was about to leave, but he turned back and called out to her, "Han Yunqi." Actually, Han Yunqi was also anxious. Long Fei hurriedly dealt with the group of archers outside so that they could put out the fire and save Gu. She said seriously, "I'll obediently wait for you to pick me up. Be careful." Unexpectedly, Long Fei said, "This prince wants to kill to his heart's content. You'll have to wait a little longer." After he finished speaking, he turned and left, quickly disappearing from sight. He wasn't present when the 2 families' archers surrounded and attacked Han Yunqi. If he didn't kill to his heart's content today, how could he vent the anger in his heart? Many times, if he didn't say it, she wouldn't have thought of it. Han Yunqi was suspicious, but didn't think too much about it. She walked over to pick up Lil Thing and sat on the spot to wait. However, she quickly became alert. She sensed that there were countless highly toxic poisons approaching. "What's going on?" She had just stood up when an old woman in a black dress and a mask appeared in front of her. The countless highly toxic poisons detected by the detoxification system were all on this old woman. She carried a large amount of highly toxic poisons on her. The detoxification system naturally wouldn't be so bored as to simply check the poisons on everyone's body. But when the amount of poison exceeded a certain amount, the detoxification system would still alert the owner if there was a threat. Who was this old woman? Was she also a member of the Chu family? From the looks of it, she wasn't afraid of the poisonous spiders here. Han Yunchi casually hid Lil Thing into her sleeve and retreated vigilantly. "Who are you?" "I've been entrusted by someone to take your life," the old woman said gloomily. Han Yunchi didn't hesitate to activate Pear Blossom Teardrop Rain and shot out several poisonous needles. Who knew that this old woman would easily dodge them and even neutralize the poison powder that the needles carried? Good heavens! She was a highly skilled practitioner of poison. Han Yunchi made a prompt decision as she turned around and ran. Should she run towards the depths of the secret passage or run towards the exit? Chapter 550. Should she run out or run in? Actually, if she could. Han Yunchi did not want to run. But if she didn't run, what could she do? A moment ago, she was carrying the little thing to help Long Fei Yi disperse the poisonous spiders. She felt that she wasn't bad and wouldn't drag him down, but now she felt like dregs. Not knowing martial arts was a really frustrating thing. Han Yunchi ran for her life into the depths of the secret passage. If she suddenly ran out, Long Fei, you might not even see her, and she would be shot to death by arrows. If she ran inside with the little thing in her hand, she wouldn't be afraid of encountering any powerful poison. As she ran, she kept pulling at the little thing's paw, trying to wake it up. Unfortunately, the little thing had eaten too much and was sleeping too soundly. It didn't know what was happening around it. The black-clothed old woman chased after her. After a few flips, she landed in front of Han Yunchi. Han Yunchi immediately shot out a poison needle. The black-clothed old woman dodged. Han Yunchi immediately turned around and ran outside. The black-clothed old woman chased after her. However, just as the black-clothed old woman flew into the air, Han Yunchi suddenly turned around and continued to run inside. This was clearly a trick, seeking death. The black-clothed old woman turned back and landed in front of Han Yunchi. She grabbed her neck. However, before she could pinch, Han Yunchi casually pulled out the hairpin on her head and fiercely stabbed it into her shoulder. The black-clothed old woman did not expect that the stinky girl who didn't know martial arts could move so fast. She used a palm to push Han Yunchi away. Only then did she discover that her shoulder had been poisoned. "You dipped the hairpin in poison!" She cried out in alarm. If she had taken the opportunity to poison her, she might not have been able to hide it from her eyes. However, dipping the hairpin in poison, if she wasn't careful, she wouldn't have discovered it. She had been practicing poison for many years. She never thought that she would fall for this little girl's trick so easily. Young Master Tianyin was right. This girl's poison skills were not simple. Han Yunchi crawled up from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. That slap just now had caused her internal organs to hurt, but she still held on. "Cold," she said. "It's too late for you to know." "Smelly girl, hand over the antidote." The old woman in black approached step by step. Han Yunchi did not dodge. Coldly she smiled. "Come on, I'll give it to you when you get here." Once these words were spoken, the old woman in black actually stopped in her tracks. If she got too close, who knew how this girl would poison her? One had to know that she couldn't tell what kind of poison was on her shoulder. She only felt an unbearable itch. "What? You don't want the antidote anymore?" Han Yunchi raised her eyebrows and asked. Actually, she didn't have any good way to poison him. She was just bluffing to buy time for Long Fei Yi to arrive. "Throw the antidote over," the woman in black said again, enduring the itch. Han Yunqi snorted. I'm just joking with you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Let me tell you, if you dare to take another step forward, I guarantee that your entire shoulder will rot. Rot? The old woman in black laughed out loud. Smelly girl, this old lady can't cure this poison, but I still know the toxicity. It's just an itch. Who are you trying to scare? Han Yunqi resentfully retreated step by step silently. There was a limit to the amount of poison that could be dipped in jewelry. Not every kind of poison could be dipped in jewelry for a long time without being detected. Those that could be used were all non-fatal poisons. As a fellow poison master, Han Yunqi was very clear that a poison master's tolerance for poison was much higher than the average person. This poison was something that the other party could endure. However, even so, Han Yunqi continued to bluff. She crooked her finger, and with a provocative look, she said, "Come here, I'll let you try the real one that will rot your shoulder." The old woman in black was indeed afraid and did not dare to approach. Han Yunqi was secretly delighted when he knew that the old woman would slowly raise her hand behind her back. In her hand was an ebony crossbow. "You're indeed from the Chu family," Han Yunqi said angrily. "This old lady has been waiting for you here for a long time," the old woman in black said, and instantly shot out an arrow. Han Yunqi instinctively dodged and was really able to avoid it. She fell to the side, trembling with fear. Having the experience of escaping from a rain of crossbow arrows, she was very clear about the power of the crossbow arrows. What should she do? The old woman in black's crossbow was already aimed at her, and the second arrow was about to be shot. "Wait a minute," Han Yunqi anxiously said. The old woman in black disdainfully snorted and pulled the trigger, not intending to give her any chance. "Who asked you to kill me? At least let me die in peace," Han Yunqi questioned. Even at this time, she still tried her best to stall for time, hoping that Long Fei could arrive. The old woman in black laughed loudly. "That person wants you to die in peace. What benefits did he give you? I can give you double," Han Yunqi said seriously. The old woman in black looked at Han Yunqi with eyes full of sympathy. She did not reply for a long time, clearly not giving her any time to talk nonsense. The crossbow arrow was already on the string and was about to fly out. At this moment, Han Yunqi was really afraid. Her mind was blank. Although she had experienced a few life and death situations, she never thought that death would come so suddenly. There was only one person left in her mind, Long Fei. Today, if she died under this crossbow arrow, what would Long Fei do? Go to hell. The old woman in black's voice fell and immediately released the arrow. The arrow's sound was sharp, and Han Yunqi instinctively closed her eyes. However, she waited for a long time, but death did not come. What was going on? Just as she opened her eyes, she saw that her surroundings were densely packed with spider webs. The webs were full of black spiders. Not far in front of her, a short crossbow arrow was bound by the spider's webs, suspended in midair and unable to move. That old woman in black was also bound by the spider's webs and was struggling violently. Han Yunqi touched the little thing in her sleeve. This little fellow was still unconscious. Could it be that the black spiders in the secret passage saved her for the sake of the little thing? Since this old woman in black dared to enter this secret passage, she was not afraid of the black spiders. Very quickly, not knowing what poison she used, the spiders' webs binding her were all broken. Han Yunqi made a prompt decision to climb up and continue running into the secret passage. She only hoped that this group of black spiders could stop this old woman for a while. The deeper she went into the secret passage, the higher the terrain became. In the end, Han Yunqi was simply climbing a mountain. When she climbed to the top, she actually saw an exit in front of her. Turning back to see that the old woman in black had not chased after her, Han Yunqi was overjoyed. She did not have time to catch her breath and immediately ran out. However, she was immediately depressed. because, like the first secret passage, the exit was actually a cliff. Just as Han Yunqi was in despair, she suddenly saw a cliff protruding from the right side of the mountain not far away. On the cliff, there was a faint trace of demonic red. Goo! Han Yunqi was shocked, thinking about the distribution of the 5 secret passages in the underground palace. She was very sure that what she saw was the cliff at the end of the first secret passage. If it was not for the high terrain, she might not be able to see it. The distance was still a bit far. Han Yunqi was not able to see what Gu was doing, but she was very sure that the demonic red was him. Presumably, this fellow did not notice that there was a cliff above his head. Gu, Gu, I'm here, Han Yunqi shouted at the top of her lungs. Unfortunately, her voice was not loud and the cliff wind was very strong. Gu could not hear her at all. She picked up a stone and threw it over. Unfortunately, the stone was blown to the side by the strong wind. She used the pear blossom teardrop rain to shoot out several golden needles. Unfortunately, the golden needles were lighter than the stone. Although she shot them with a lot of strength, they were still blown away by the strong wind in the abyss. Han Yunqi was very anxious. She wished she could just jump down and be done with it. At this time, a crossbow arrow flew out from the secret passage and passed in front of Han Yunqi. It almost hit her. That black-clothed old woman had arrived. Taking 3 steps back was the abyss. Han Yunqi had no way to retreat. The black-clothed old woman did not shoot another arrow. Instead, she walked out of the secret passage, step by step. The crossbow in her hand was aimed at Han Yunqi. "Stinky girl, these poisonous spiders are actually protecting you? Where did you come from?" The old woman was very puzzled. She had guarded the underground palace for over a year before she finally understood all the poisonous creatures here. However, she was still unable to control them. Why were these poisonous spiders protecting this girl? Could it be that this girl was related to the poison sect? Guess. Han Yunqi's entire back was soaked with sweat, but her expression was calm. Even if there was only the slightest chance, she had to seize it and stall for time. "Long Fei Yi, if you don't come to pick me up now, you really won't be able to. You want to stall for time?" The black-clothed old woman was very smart. She smiled and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Han Yunqi knew that she was doomed this time. She didn't close her eyes, but opened them wide to watch. If she was destined to leave, then it would be good to take one more look at this world. However, she saw him. She saw that he was in this world, like an illusion. He suddenly appeared behind the black-clothed old woman. That handsome face she was most familiar with was as cold as ice. Those eyes she loved the most were frighteningly deep. He suddenly raised his sword. Only then did the black-clothed old woman notice. She was about to turn around, but it was too late. His long sword fell, the light of the blade flashing. The old woman's arm holding the crossbow also fell to the ground, splashing blood everywhere. The old woman even forgot to cry out in pain as she gaped at him. His gaze turned even colder. He pulled back his long sword and suddenly shot it up. The sharp tip of the blade pierced the old woman's foot and stabbed into the ground. "Ah!" The old woman screamed, forgetting that she could use poison. Han Yunqi took deep breaths. She was shocked, delighted, and scared. She looked at this all too familiar fellow and was about to cry. "Long Fei Yi, you're finally here." Long Fei Yi finally looked at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi was about to speak when he suddenly roared, "Han Yunqi, can you be any more stupid? Don't you know you have to run outside?" He killed all the crossbow archers outside and immediately came to find her, but he didn't see her. Instead, he saw a ground full of poisonous spider corpses. He came all the way here and saw the scene just now. This woman almost lost her life under the crossbow arrows. He didn't know if he was more afraid or angry. In short, under his rage, the hand behind his back kept trembling. Han Yunqi was frightened by Long Fei Ye's shout. She stared blankly and didn't move. Still not coming over. Long Fei Yi shouted at her again. He was clearly shouting at her, but he walked over to her. Who knew that at this time, the black-clothed old woman behind him would suddenly... Chapter 551. Just as Long Fei Yi was walking towards Han Yunqi, the old woman in black suddenly raised her hand. "Be careful, it's poisoned." Han Yunqi immediately pounced over. Her movements were so fast that even Long Fei Yi was shocked. While standing behind Long Fei Yi, she also pushed Long Fei Yi aside. Her strength was so great that it gave Long Fei Yi another shock. In reality, with this woman around, Long Fei Yi had never been afraid of being poisoned. When he saw Han Yunqi's nimble movements, he began to consider another problem. It shouldn't be difficult to teach this woman martial arts. Previously, when Han Yunqi wanted to learn martial arts, he had rejected her with the excuse that she was born trash. Ever since then, this woman had always believed herself to be trash. If she knew the truth, would she... While Long Fei Yi was lost in thought, Han Yunqi suddenly coughed violently. Before he could ask, Han Yunqi took out an antidote from her medical pouch. After taking the medicine, she stopped coughing. When it came to poisons, Long Fei Yi really didn't need to worry about anything. The old woman in black looked at Han Yunqi in disbelief. You have an antidote?" She had given Han Yunqi 7-7 boiling powder, a powder made from 49 different poisons. If she accidentally inhaled it, it would be impossible to save her if she didn't have an antidote within half a day. How could Han Yunqi have an antidote? What a coincidence! Han Yunqi was about to answer, but Long Fei Yi said coldly, "Han Yunqi, you still haven't answered this prince's question." The old woman in black jumped in fright when she heard this. Wasn't His Highness Duke of Qin worried at all that she would poison her again? He was actually ignoring her so thoroughly, for better or for worse. She was one of the top poisons masters in the Chu clan. Han Yunqi didn't dare to look at Long Fei Yi. She lowered her head. If she knew that the old woman in black had a crossbow, she wouldn't have run into the secret passage. She originally planned to let the old woman in black catch her if she couldn't run away. Once she got close, she would be able to poison her. Who knew that the old woman in black had a crossbow that could kill people from a distance? Answer this prince's question. Long Fei Yi was furious. How should Han Yunqi answer? Since it had already happened, there was no point in explaining. Just as she was about to answer, the old woman in black used poison again. Poison powder again. Han Yunqi raises her hand and directly takes out the antidote to break the poison in the air, which makes the old woman in black stunned. Long Fei Yi didn't even look at her. His attention was completely focused on Han Yunqi. If it weren't for Long Fei Yi's protection, Han Yunqi wouldn't be able to use her poison to its fullest extent. If it weren't for Han Yunqi's assistance, Long Fei Yi's martial arts would be restricted by a poison expert, no matter how strong he was. They were simply a perfect match. The old woman in black wasn't willing to give up and used 5 different poisons at once. This time, Han Yunqi was furious. She suddenly turned around to face the poisons. She didn't even bother to take the antidote and directly used the detoxification system to detoxify her. Coldly, she said, "You have a total of 32 poisons on you. 15 of them are fatal. The remaining ones aren't weak either. They're all highly toxic." As she spoke, she sternly warned, "If you try to poison me again, I promise I'll let you swallow all the poison in your body in one gulp." Daring to poison Long Fei Yi in front of her, she was simply tired of living. She was a bit of a dregs, but in the field of poison, no one could compete with her. The old woman in black was stunned. Seeing that Han Yunqi didn't even detoxify the poison and was completely fine, she finally didn't dare to make any more moves. Taking all 32 poisons at once would result in a very miserable death. It was better for her to be ignored. Han Yunqi spat out a mouthful of turbid air before turning around to face Long Fei Yi. Just a moment ago, she was still mighty and domineering, but now, in front of Long Fei Yi, She immediately wilted. Long Fei Ye's hands behind his back were still trembling. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if he had come a step later. "Speak," Long Fei Ye coldly said. Han Yunqi was startled for a moment, but she truthfully replied, "I was afraid that running outside would cause me to die faster." "You," Long Fei Yi was furious. "You underestimate this prince that much." Actually, she was more afraid of dragging him back, distracting him and injuring him. Han Yunqi was about to explain, but Long Fei Yi angrily roared, "Han Yunqi, this prince will never forgive you." Han Yunqi finally felt the fear hidden in his monstrous anger. It was this sentence again. This was the second time he said that he would never forgive her. Would there really be a day when he wouldn't forgive her? Her heart ached for no reason as she stepped forward to hug him. After a long time he didn't move, so she said in a low voice, "Long Fei Yi, don't be angry. I know I was wrong." Long Fei Yi wished he could strangle this stupid woman to death, but all his anger turned into a silent sigh. He also hugged her tightly. There won't be a next time. He secretly decided not to teach her martial arts. She was already so bold without knowing martial arts. Once she learned martial arts, wouldn't she run in the opposite direction from him? There won't be a next time. These words were not for her to hear, but for himself to hear. The old woman in black looked at Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi, tightly hugging each other. Although she wanted to take this opportunity to attack, she hesitated again and didn't dare. One of her hands was crippled and she was bleeding profusely. Her leg had also been nailed to the ground by Long Fei Ye's sword. In this situation, her only way out was to beg for mercy. She could only silently wait for Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi to finish hugging each other. In the end, Long Fei Yi let go of Han Yunqi first. Han Yunqi was actually more afraid than Long Fei Yi, but she was afraid in her heart. She wanted to learn martial arts more and more. She didn't know if there was any way to make up for a natural trash like her. When they went to Tianshan next year and met the Wulin Supreme Elder, Kenzo, perhaps she could ask him. Long Fei Yi began to interrogate the old woman. "You're from the Chu clan. As long as your Highness Duke of Qin agrees to let me live, I'll tell you everything." The old woman laid down her terms. Long Fei Yi asked, "Before you say anything, how can this prince judge your worth?" "I'm sure your Highness is very curious as to why the Chu clan has come to the poison sect's forbidden grounds," the old woman said seriously. "All right, your lordship can spare your life." Long Fei agreed easily. The old woman was delighted and immediately confessed everything. "I'm a poison master raised by the Chu clan. I was ordered to guard this place a year ago and lay a trap for you." "How did Chu Tianyin know we'd come again?" Han Yunqi was curious. "Because of the earth of 10,000 poisons. A year ago, young Master Yin led a group of poison masters and found the earth of 10,000 poisons at the end of the secret passage. He discovered that you'd left behind some rocks to block the path, but didn't take the earth of 10,000 poisons away. That's why he guessed you'd come again," the old woman explained. Actually, this was all a misunderstanding. Han Yunqi and the rest had no idea it was the earth of 10,000 poisons. If they did, they would have taken it long ago and never come again. Han Yunqi didn't explain, but asked doubtfully, "Does Chu Tianyin know about the earth of 10,000 poisons?" If not for Gu's words, Han Yunqi wouldn't even know about its existence. She'd never seen such a thing in any of the poison scriptures she'd read before. Perhaps it was something unique to Cloud Realm Continent. The old woman shook her head. She'd only heard about it before. "I'm not sure. Which aunt probably told him." "Which aunt? Who's that?" Long Fei Yi asked. "Young Master Yin's most powerful poison master," the old woman replied honestly. Han Yunqi vaguely remembered reading about the witch aunt in Cloud Realm Continent's poison records. She never expected Chu Tianyin to interfere with Tianning's internal affairs and get involved in the poison world as well. His ambitions weren't small. And his background wasn't simple either. Why did you set the fire? Long Fei Yi asked again. This was the only thing he couldn't figure out. There was no need to set the place on fire for such an ambush. The old woman fell silent. Are you going to tell me or not? Long Fei Yi wasn't so patient. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, I'll tell you everything. You can't go back on your word. The old woman was still afraid in the end. Your lordship won't go back on his word. Long Fei Yi replied. Only then did the old woman relax. Young Master Yin was the one who set the fire. When Gu went in, young Master Yin just happened to be there. He set the fire to cut off Gu's escape route and lure you all here. Long Fei Yi suddenly narrowed his eyes. Chu Tiannin's still hiding in the underground palace. He'd just killed all of the archers in the underground palace, but Chu Tiannin was nowhere to be seen. He never expected the man to have another ambush. This place is most suitable for a fire attack. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, please be careful. In order to save her own life, the old woman was quite desperate. She actually warned Long Fei Yi to be careful. When she saw Long Fei Yi's icy expression, her fear deepened. She hurriedly added, There's also a third reason. The third reason is to destroy the earth of 10,000 poisons, which Aunt said that the earth of 10,000 poisons toxicity will gradually dissipate if the temperature of the rocks and soil continues to rise. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, a fire dragon suddenly shot out from the secret passage. Someone had set the place on fire. Long Fei Yi was alarmed. He stopped Han Yunqi and was about to leave, but the people outside had used a special kind of fuel. The fire immediately grew stronger, and the secret passage was too small to escape. In the end, even Long Fei had miscalculated. Presumably, when he'd entered to save Han Yunqi, Chu Tiannin had already killed the elite soldiers outside. Now he was setting the place on fire to cut off their escape route. The old woman was also shocked. Once the fire reached her, she wouldn't be able to escape. Suddenly, Long Fei Yi pulled out the sword stuck in her foot and fiercely slashed it, taking her life. Long Fei Yi wouldn't let go of anyone who endangered his woman's life, let alone being insincere, even if he had to resort to underhanded means. Long Fei Yi watched as the fire grew stronger and stronger. Just as he was hesitating over whether or not to rush out, Han Yunqi suddenly shouted, Gu's about to jump! When Long Fei Yi had suddenly arrived, she'd forgotten about Gu for a moment. When the old woman mentioned the earth of 10,000 poisons, she immediately thought of him. Long Fei Yi, Gu's there. The earth of 10,000 poisons is also there. Quick, stop him. Han Yunqi tugged on Long Fei Yi's arm, indicating that he should look down. Long Fei Yi discovered that the end of these secret passageways all led to the same abyss. Although they couldn't see it clearly from afar, they could clearly see that the smear of red was at the edge of the cliff. It looked like it was about to fall. Was this guy trying to protect the earth of 10,000 poisons? This thought flashed through Long Fei Yi's mind. He shouted, Gu! However, the wind was too strong. His voice was quickly drowned out by the howling wind. At this moment, Gu was about to jump off the cliff. Even though the earth of 10,000 poisons was hidden in his mouth, it was still affected by the heat. He had to jump down. Otherwise, there would be no more earth of 10,000 poisons in this world. Gu, we're here. Here. Han Yunqi was so anxious that she was about to cry. Helpless, Long Fei Yi could only. Chapter 552. Han Yunqi was already on the verge of jumping off the cliff. So what could Long Fei Yi do? Helpless, he could only grab Han Yunqi and use the cliff as leverage to fly towards Gu. The closer they got to the cliff, the more unbearable the heat wave became. This place had been burning for so long that even the air was hot. But both of them had overlooked the fact that Han Yunqi had shot out multiple poison needles in succession. As they drew closer, Gu Qishao quickly sensed the movements in the air. As soon as he saw Long Fei and Han Yunqi, his solemn, beautiful face blossomed into a dazzling smile. It could even be described as a devastatingly beautiful woman capable of causing the downfall of nations. So beautiful, Han Yunqi couldn't help but sigh. She was clearly nervous, but seeing that smile, her mood suddenly improved. Of course, even though she was in a good mood, she didn't forget about the important matter. Before she even landed, she activated her poison storage space, wanting to collect the earth of 10,000 poisons. If she hadn't been so far away, she would have already collected the soil into her poison storage space. Unexpectedly, the poison storage space rejected her command. At the same time, the detoxification system issued a warning. The toxicity of the soil was very weak and was still decreasing. It was already below the minimum threshold. In other words, the toxicity of the soil was negligible. Han Yunqi exclaimed, "Long Fei Yi, this is bad." Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements' poisons were unique. If they were destroyed, they would all be gone. If none of them were destroyed, it meant that the perplexing butterfly illusion would never be broken. But he'd hardly spoken when Gu Qixiao abruptly kicked off the ground to soar into the air and head for the cliff above. What's wrong with this guy? Long Fei Yi didn't land on the cliff, but instead used the side of the cliff as leverage to catch up with Han Yunqi. The cliff was very high, and the wind in the abyss was very strong. It was easy to fall down, but not so easy to climb back up. Although Long Fei Yi was carrying Han Yunqi and was a step late, he still returned to the cliff before Gu, and it was quite difficult for Gu to fly up. Han Yunqi noticed the great disparity between the two men's martial arts. She discovered that ever since Long Fei Ye's internal injury, his martial arts seemed to have improved a lot. "Gu Yu," Han Yunqi was about to ask, but Gu immediately spat out the small glass bottle hidden in his mouth, which contained the earth of 10,000 poisons. Han Yunqi, quick, take out the perplexing butterfly illusion. He was extremely anxious. He had never been so anxious in his entire life. Han Yunqi didn't need the detoxification system to check. At such a close distance, she could tell at a glance that the earth of 10,000 poisons was more toxic than the ones below the cliff. She couldn't be bothered to ask any more questions. She immediately took out the perplexing butterfly illusion and placed a few drops into the glass bottle. For a moment, the 3 of them were silent. They stared nervously at the glass bottle, waiting for the results. However, after waiting for a long time, the soil in the bottle didn't react at all. Gu's hands were trembling. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi didn't say anything. He muttered, let's wait and see." Helpless, after a while, the earth of 10,000 poisons still didn't react. Gu had endured the heat waves for several days. His face was red, but now it was completely white. He looked at Han Yunqi's furrowed brows. He wanted to explain, but he couldn't. He just looked at her. Han Yunqi wouldn't blame Gu for his thoughts. She nervously and seriously examined the changes in the earth of 10,000 poisons' toxicity. The detoxification system could detect changes in toxicity. This meant that the soil wasn't completely unresponsive. It was just that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. After pondering for a moment, she took out the perplexing butterfly illusion and added twice the dosage. This time, the earth of 10,000 poisons immediately emitted a sizzling sound, as if it was being corroded. In the blink of an eye, the originally granular soil turned into powder. The powder gradually condensed into a small teardrop. Long Fei Yi secretly sighed in relief. Gu was overjoyed. He raised his head to look at Han Yunqi. "Poison girl, it's done." 10 days of torment was the true torment of the heat waves. At least it wasn't in vain. At least he didn't disappoint this girl. And at least he didn't go back on his promise with Long Fei Yi. "It's all thanks to you. You actually put it in your mouth. I can't believe you thought of something like that." Han Yunqi was overjoyed. She carefully put away the 4th poisonous teardrop. Then she asked curiously, "Did you want to jump off the cliff just now? If you guys hadn't come, I really would have jumped. If I hadn't jumped, I wouldn't have been able to keep this thing. Gu chuckled. Han Yunqi rolled her eyes at him. You're courting death. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. He knew that Gu was serious. He wasn't courting death. Just as they were talking, the ground suddenly shook. The entire mountain seemed to tremble. What was going on? Look, it's on fire! Han Yunqi cried out in alarm. They saw that the earth of 10,000 poisons and the poison orchids on the cliff below had spontaneously combusted. The entire cliff had turned into a raging inferno. The earth of 10,000 poisons toxicity was probably all gone. This thing was very common, so it was very difficult to explain why it spontaneously combusted. Han Yunqi and the other two watched, who knew that the mountain would suddenly tremble again. This time it wasn't just a single tremor, but a continuous, intense tremor like an earthquake. Soon they saw the cliff below collapse like a huge fireball, falling into the abyss. The three of them seemed to realize something at the same time and looked at each other in dismay. Suddenly the ground under their feet shook. The cliff was also in danger of falling. Long Fei Ye's reaction was the fastest. He tightly held Han Yunqi with one hand and fiercely stabbed the cliff with the sword in his other hand. Almost at the same time, the entire cliff collapsed. The three of them stepped on nothing. Gu's movements were half a beat slower than Long Fei Yi, but he pulled out his dagger in time and stabbed it into the wall, hanging next to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. So close, so close. The two cliffs had collapsed. The secret passage was full of fire. There was no place to stand. Even if he and Long Fei Ye's martial arts were good, there was nothing they could do in the abyss where there was no place to stand. They could only hang on like this. It seems like the underground palace is going to collapse. Gu said, Crow's beak. Han Yunqi glared at him. Actually, she was thinking the same thing. Long Fei Yi suddenly blew a cold whistle, summoning a messenger hawk that landed on his arm. The hawk tore at his sleeve and immediately flew away. Tang Li and Chu Shifeng should be arriving soon. Long Fei Yi only hoped that they could hold on until Tang Li and Chu Shifeng arrived. But as soon as the hawk flew away, Gu's dagger slid down with a crack. Gu grew alarmed. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi looked over at the same time and saw Gu's dagger cracking in the sandstone. A dagger wasn't as long as a sword, so it couldn't bear Gu's weight if it didn't go deep enough. Gu, hold on tight. Han Yunqi reached out without hesitation. Gu was still hesitating when the dagger slid down again. Just as it was about to slip out, Han Yunqi grabbed his wrist and wouldn't let go. Very soon, Gu's dagger slid out of the cliff, but he quickly stabbed it to the side. Unexpectedly, the stone began to crack as soon as it touched the ground. He couldn't hold on. The entire mountain trembled as pebbles of all sizes slid down. Even the places where Long Fei's sword had stabbed into the ground were filled with pebbles. Fortunately, his sword was long enough, or else the consequences would have been unimaginable. Gu couldn't find a place to support himself, nor could he fly with his martial arts skills. If not for Han Yunqi holding on to him, he would have fallen long ago. Han Yunqi always felt that she was very strong, stronger than many men. But this time, she realized that her strength was pitifully weak. She couldn't support Gu's weight with just one arm. She didn't want to let go, but her hand slid down uncontrollably. Gu, quickly hold on to me, quickly, she urged anxiously, but Gu was still looking for a place to support himself. Gu, did you hear me? Hold on to me, quickly, I can't hold on any longer. Han Yunqi was both angry and anxious. Was this fellow's brain damaged? The surface layer of the cliff kept peeling off, and his short dagger couldn't penetrate too deep. He was very strong, and it was much easier for him to hold on to her hand than she held on to him. Gu Qixiao, hurry up. Did you hear me? You're courting death. Han Yunqi was so anxious that she went crazy. She stretched out her other hand to hold on to him, holding on with all her might. Long Fei Yi saw all of this. It must be known that every bit of strength that Han Yunshi gave to Gu was supported by him. That was equivalent to him supporting both Han Yunshi and Gu's weight. He held on to his sword tightly with one hand and held on to Han Yunshi's waist with the other. Actually, he was also holding on with all his might. But he didn't say a word and just looked at the woman in his arms who was risking her life to save someone else. Finally, Gu gave up. He threw away the dagger and raised his head to look at Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi was overjoyed. "Hold on to my hand. Quickly, I can't hold on any longer." But Gu Qixiao only said, "Let go." He was very, very serious and didn't seem like he was joking at all. "Poison girl, why are you getting more and more stupid? If you don't let go, all three of us will die." Long Fei Ye's long sword could at most support the weight of two people. If he were to join in, the long sword would probably break before it even slid off the cliff. Han Yunshi obviously knew this. She roared, "You're the stupid one. If you die, who will help us break through the perplexing butterfly illusion? Hold on tight. Don't pretend to be great here. I won't let you die." Long Fei Yi lowered his dim eyes and still didn't say a word. Gu smiled helplessly and advised, "Poison girl, don't say such angry words. Let go." How could Han Yunshi let go? She held on even tighter and asked angrily, "Gu, what kind of people do you think Long Fei Yi and I are?" Since they had chosen to travel together, they wouldn't leave each other. "Let me tell you, even if you die right now, I won't let go and let you die without a corpse." As soon as she said this, Long Fei Yi finally looked up. He understood Han Yunshi's intentions. Gu was stunned. Wouldn't leave each other. He had no mother since he was young. He was abandoned by his biological father when he was not even 10 years old. He was expelled from the medical school before he even reached adulthood. He had lived for more than 20 years, and this was the first time someone had said so firmly that they wouldn't leave each other. "Han Yunshi, to be able to hear these words from you. This life is worth it." Gu smiled like a child, bright and clean. He said, "Poison girl, just let go. Actually, Chapter 553. Before Gu could finish, Long Fei Yi cut him off cold. "Gu, you still haven't come with your lordship to take care of those old fellows from Medical City. Why are you in such a rush to die?" As soon as he finished speaking, he unsheathed his sword and used the momentum to carry Han Yunshi and drag Gu and Long Fei Yi upwards. Once again, he stabbed his sword into a flat cliff face. This flat wall was made of solid stone instead of mud and stone, so it was very sturdy with a single stab. Seeing this, Gu Qixiao rejoiced and stabbed his dagger in as well. This time, he'd found a solid point to support himself. Han Yunshi exhaled in relief and let go of him. She looked back at Long Fei Yi and murmured, "You've worked hard." Long Fei Ye's expression was cold. He didn't reply, but lowered his head until his chin was pressed against her forehead. What kind of response was this? Perhaps only Long Fei Yi understood. In any case, Han Yunshi was surrounded by his unique scent and felt her heart warm. The entire mountain was still shaking as if the mountain gods were angry. Rocks and gravel tumbled down from above into the bottomless abyss. Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi were only safe for now. As the collapse intensified, it was very likely that the rock that held their lives together would fall to the ground as well. Their only way out was through the raging flames, so they could only wait for help. But no one knew whether Chu Shifeng and Tang Li would arrive first, or if the rock would fall first. Gu stared thoughtfully at the flames at the end of the tunnel. Han Yunshi leaned against Long Fei Ye's chest. She should have been nervous and afraid, but her heart was strangely calm. She remembered a saying, "When you're with the person you like, you don't fear life or death." Perhaps this was the feeling. As for Long Fei Yi, he was staring off into the distance, his eyes unfocused. It was unclear what he was thinking. In short, these three people were walking on the edge of life and death, yet no one was afraid. Suddenly, Gu Qixiao shouted, "Quick, look! The fire is out!" Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi didn't think much of it. They were both in a daze, too lazy to pay it any attention. No matter how fast Chu Shifeng and Tang Li were, there was no way they'd be able to get here and put out the fire in such a short time. Gu must be joking out of boredom. Look, the fire is out, it's out. Gu was so agitated that he reached out to grab Han Yunqi's sleeve. Just now, they had been holding hands for a long Fei Yi, but he didn't say anything. Now that he pulled her hand down, he said coldly, "Let go!" As soon as he said that, Han Yunqi suddenly exclaimed, "The fire is out! It's really gone!" Long Fei Yi looked towards the secret passageway and saw that the raging fire was really gone. "What's going on?" "Gu, go take a look." "I'll go take a look." Long Fei Yi and Gu spoke at the same time. Long Fei Yi stuck out a leg, and Gu jumped up without hesitation to stomp on his foot and fly towards the secret passageway. As soon as he reached the entrance, he saw that the fire had really been extinguished. He shouted at Long Fei Yi, who carried Han Yunqi, and flew over. All three of them landed on the ground, but their hearts didn't calm down. The fire had been extinguished too suddenly. Could it be a trap? But whether or not it was, this was their only path. Standing here was even more painful than hanging in the abyss. The underground palace swayed more and more violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. There was no discussion or conflict. Long Fei Yi protected Han Yunqi at the back, while Gu scouted the way in front. They dodged the falling stones as they quickly passed through. They could see that the secret passageway was covered with gravel and soil. Someone must have used soil and rocks to extinguish the fire. This method of extinguishing the fire was very clever. Not only did it use local materials, but it also didn't use water to extinguish the fire. So once the fire was extinguished, Han Yunqi and the rest could immediately escape without waiting for the smoke to disperse. Han Yunqi felt that the person who extinguished the fire didn't seem to be setting a trap, but more like helping them with good intentions. If it was a trap, there was no need to go through so much trouble. They could have just trapped them in the abyss and be done with it. Of course, in an emergency situation, Han Yunqi didn't have time to think too much. The more they escaped, the more they realized that the underground palace was collapsing. When they were about to reach the exit of the secret passageway, half of the passageway had collapsed. Fortunately, it didn't collapse completely, so they could still get out. However, when they came out of the second secret passageway, they saw that the big stone outside the secret room was sealed. The ground was shaking, and they couldn't even stand steadily in the secret room. Gravel and soil kept falling, and it seemed like the place was going to be flooded. This path seemed to be more of a dead end than the abyss. "Watch her," Long Fei Yi said sternly. Gu hadn't recovered from his shock yet. Seeing Han Yunqi's awkward expression, he finally understood what was going on. Gu deliberately stood behind Han Yunqi and replied very happily, "Don't worry." Long Fei Yi let go of Han Yunqi and found the exit. He circulated his energy with both hands and quickly struck out, smashing the big stone blocking the way into pieces. Seeing this, Han Yunqi and Gu both sucked in a breath of cold air and exchanged glances, as if telling each other not to provoke this fellow in the future. Behind the big stone, there were some small stones piled up together. Long Fei Yi raised his sword and chopped down fiercely. The sword ray and sword blade came down at the same time, opening up a long crack in the pile of stones. Sword chi seemed to have gathered in this crack and didn't dissipate. White light flashed, and in just a moment, the sword chi exploded and the light burst out, shaking off all the stones. Gu was stunned. How deep did one's inner strength have to be to turn into sword chi and gather in such a way? Compared to the time when they dueled, Long Fei Ye's inner strength had improved by quite a bit. He had always thought that Long Fei Ye's Rot Tan technique was the most powerful, but from the looks of it, his swordsmanship was also very terrifying. Was this fellow's swordsmanship or Rot Tan technique the best? Gu was still in a daze. Long Fei Yi pulled Han Yunqi away and dodged the flying stones. He glared fiercely at Gu. That gaze could kill. He had told him to look after Han Yunqi. How could this fellow be in a daze at a time like this? Gu was embarrassed. He obediently endured Long Fei Ye's rolling eyes and didn't dare to utter a word. He decisively ran to the front and continued to speak. After jumping out of the exit and confirming that there were no traps, he let Long Fei Yi and the rest follow. Walking along the corridor, they would be able to reach the exit of the underground palace. It had to be said that the situation of the collapse here was worse than the inside. Along the way, Gu and Long Fei Yi had cleared away quite a few stones that were blocking the way. The strange thing was that they didn't encounter any traps or ambushes along the way. This made them even more cautious of the road ahead. Would the danger be at the last step of the exit? After all, they were going all the way up. It would be too easy to ambush them. At this time, Long Fei Yi shook away a huge stone. Amidst the dust, two figures could be seen in front of them. Careful! Long Fei Yi cried out in alarm. His first reaction was to shield Han Yunqi behind him. At almost the same time, Gu pulled Long Fei Yi to the side and blocked the incoming crossbow arrow. That's right. The two in front were Chu Tianyin and a middle-aged woman in black. After Long Fei Yi killed all the crossbowmen, he went to find Han Yunqi. Chu Tianyin followed behind with the mantis and set fire to cut off Long Fei Ye's escape route. Chu Tianyin was always on guard against Long Fei Yi. He had originally planned to let the fire burn for half a month, trapping Gu and Long Fei Yi to death before leaving. But he never imagined that the underground palace would collapse. He could only run. Unfortunately, he was blocked by a huge stone. He couldn't get out no matter how much effort he put in. He never imagined that Long Fei Yi and the others would be able to escape. The crossbow arrow hit Gu's shoulder. Chu Tianyin didn't show any mercy and immediately fired a second arrow. He personally shot. The power and accuracy of the crossbow arrow was 10 times that of the previous crossbow experts. The second arrow was still aimed at Han Yunqi. He didn't take Gu seriously. His ultimate target was Long Fei Yi. To hurt Long Fei Yi, he naturally had to target his weak spot, Han Yunqi. Long Fei Yi naturally saw through Chu Tianyin's intentions. His eyes were terrifyingly cold. It was good that he ran into Chu Tianyin. He could settle old scores and new grudges together. He narrowed his eyes at the crossbow bolt flying towards Han Yunqi. Just as it was about to reach his eyes, he caught it with unerring accuracy and shot it out with his bare hands. Like a clap of thunder, it shot towards Chu Tianyin. Chu Tianyin hurriedly tilted his head. He had almost been injured. Shock flashed through his eyes. Only now did he see Long Fei Ye's true strength. He threw away the ebony crossbow arrow and took the long arrow from the black-clothed woman. He actually made the action of drawing the bow with his bare hands. His action of drawing the bow seemed slow, but it was full of power. There was no bow, no string. There was only a long arrow in his hand. It gave people a very real feeling of an arrow on a string, a bow ready to shoot. Han Yunqi and Gu were stunned. It was inconceivable. Without a bow, could a long arrow really be shot? It had to be known that Chu Tianyin was holding the tail of the arrow. No matter how much strength he had, he couldn't shoot it far. What kind of move was this? Was it a bluff to fool people? However, Long Fei lowered his voice and said very seriously, "Gu, watch her." This time, Gu didn't dare to be careless. He was standing behind Long Fei, and he also pulled Han Yunqi behind him to protect her. Han Yunqi, cold, looked at the black-clothed woman next to Chu Tianyin. She said in a low voice, "Long Fei, the tip of the arrow is poisonous. Once touched, it will be fatal. You must be careful." If she guessed correctly, this black-clothed woman must be the witch aunt that the black-clothed old woman spoke of. Long Fei nodded and pulled out a long whip from his waist. Driving arrow technique. He had investigated the Chu family for a long time, but he still couldn't confirm it. He didn't expect Chu Tianyin to reveal his true colors here. Drawing the bow with one's bare hands was the secret art of the Serene clan, one of the 7 noble families. It was clearly recorded in the annals of the 7 noble families. Although he didn't have a bow, the explosive power of the arrow couldn't be underestimated. Since Chu Tianyin had used his family's special skill, he must have been prepared to silence them. He wanted to see who would be silenced in the end. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound. The poisonous arrow was like a hot knife through butter, pressing forward with irresistible force. After releasing the arrow, Chu Tianyin didn't stop. He actually shot several arrows in succession. Whoosh! 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 Each arrow was fiercer than the last, and they all came from different directions. It could be said that they were attacking from all directions. Chapter 554. Chu Tianyin was very cunning, attacking from all directions as soon as he made his move. In this narrow space, Long Fei Ye's proficient swordsmanship and whip techniques were all restricted, unable to display their normal level, while Chu Tianyin's bare-handed driving arrow technique had a huge advantage. Several arrows were fired, and Long Fei Ye swept his whip across, sweeping all the arrows down. In this kind of disadvantageous situation, Long Fei Ye had to seize the opportunity to restrict Chu Tianyin's arrows. Chu Tianyin didn't give Long Fei Ye a chance to catch his breath, quickly launching a second round of attacks. Xiao, 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 arrows flew over. Long Fei Ye's whip was restricted, and he could only dodge blindly. If it was in the past, he would definitely not hesitate to use his body as a shield. Even if he was hit by a few arrows, he would still get close to Chu Tianyin and directly take his life. However, Han Yunqi had just said that Chu Tianyin's arrows were highly toxic, fatal upon contact. A poison that could make Han Yunqi give such a warning was definitely not simple. Even if Han Yunqi could detoxify the poison in time, it would still take time. Being suppressed like this, Long Fei Ye was very sullen. Long Fei Ye dodged the arrows while thinking of a countermeasure. However, it was very regrettable that their luck was really bad this time. If he continued to block like this, Chu Tianyin would definitely be able to see through his whip pattern and easily find a loophole. Long Fei Ye was too used to fighting alone, ignoring Gu's existence. Even if this guy was injured, he was still a general. Gu, who had been shot in the shoulder, was protecting Han Yunqi while squinting his long and narrow eyes to look around that black-clothed woman. He was holding a seed in his hand, looking for suitable soil. Han Yunqi wasn't idle either. She was staring at Chu Tianyin, and the pear-blossom teardrop rain in her sleeve was always in an active state. Although she couldn't kill Chu Tianyin, a few poisonous needles could still interfere with him. Before Gu could find a suitable soil, Han Yunqi made her move. She suddenly shot out several poisonous needles, all aimed at Chu Tianyin's legs. Unexpectedly, Chu Tianyin dodged all of them. As he dodged, the arrows in his hands didn't stop. Instead, he sent quite a few of them towards Han Yunqi. Not only was this guy good at archery, but his martial arts were also top-notch, far beyond their imagination. Faced with this situation, Long Fei Ye wanted to go all out and fight, but the tunnel was too small. Neither the long whip nor the long sword could be used to their fullest potential. Does Your Highness Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei wish to fight 2 against 1? Chu Tianyin mocked. Previously, when they met by chance in the underground palace, he was still very polite. But this time he would not be so polite. Wrong. 3 against 1. Gu replied arrogantly. He casually tossed a tiny seed at Chu Tianyin. Since he couldn't find a suitable soil, then he would use Chu Tianyin's flesh as the soil. But Chu Tianyin dodged again, but the arrows in his hands didn't stop. Swish, swish, swish. Long Fei Ye struck all of the arrows to the ground with his whip. I didn't expect the Chu clan's first young master to be so secretive. I didn't expect Elder Kenzo's proudest disciple to be so skilled in the whip. Although Chu Tianyin retorted, he was still impressed. Long Fei Ye was the first person in history to be able to block his driving arrow technique for so long. The situation between the two didn't change just because Han Yunqi and Gu joined the fight. In a sense, Chu Tianyin really did have the ability to fight 1 against 3 in this tunnel. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed the Chu clan's secret art, the driving arrow technique. Han Yunqi and Gu didn't give up. They turned to attack the black-robed woman. One shot out a hidden needle, the other a seed. But to their surprise, the black-robed woman easily dodged their attacks as well. Han Yunqi grew alarmed. Gu, are you a piece of trash like me, or is she just too strong? Even if her weapons couldn't hit him, Gu Qishao had to at least hit him. Gu narrowed his eyes dangerously. This woman is even stronger than Chu Tianyin. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly pulled Han Yunqi aside. A sharp arrow pierced through Long Fei Ye's defenses and flew past Han Yunqi's face. So close! Long Fei Yi was alarmed as well. He finally realized that the true expert was this black-robed woman. I wanted to take a closer look at the man Chinga has set her eyes on, but now it looks like the black-robed woman's lips curved into a cold smile. She didn't finish her sentence, but drew her bow with her bare hands and waited for an arrow to shoot. Her cold demeanor was so similar to Chu Chinga's. Who was this woman to the Chu clan? Long Fei Yi had no time to guess, so he retreated to Han Yunqi's side. Withdraw! Chu Tianyin and the black-robed woman both laughed. Since they'd revealed the driving arrow technique, they had to see them die with their own eyes. Without hesitation, the two of them fired arrows at the same time. Long Fei Yi had no time to retreat, so he could only block again. This time he was facing double the power of the previous attack. The first time he blocked it. The second time, 2 arrows flew past him and headed for Han Yunqi. Fortunately, Gu blocked them. The third time, the arrows brushed past Long Fei Ye's face. Although they didn't hit him, they were grazed by the sharp air. It had to be said that this was the most sullen Long Fei had ever felt in his life. You guys leave first, he said sternly. Impossible. You're thinking too much. Han Yunqi and Gu were both dissatisfied. At this moment, there was a sudden rumble behind Chu Tianyin and the black-robed woman's backs. The boulders in their way crumbled apart, filling the air with dust as Tang Li and Chu Shifeng's figures grew clearer and clearer. Reinforcements had arrived. Tang Li and Chu Shifeng had rushed here as soon as they received the letter. Tang Li had used all sorts of explosive weapons to break apart the boulders, but he never expected to run into such a scene. Everyone was stunned, but only for a second. Long Fei Yi was the first to strike with his whip, giving Chu Tianyin and the black-robed woman no time to react. Their first reaction was to dodge, while Tang Li and Chu Shifeng joined in as well. But something unexpected happened once again. The tunnel that had been swaying up and down suddenly began to sway left and right. In a flash, a fissure as deep as an abyss opened up beneath their feet. No one expected this to happen, so everyone began to fall. Long Fei Yi subconsciously looked back at Han Yunqi, but there was nothing but darkness before his eyes. Han Yunqi, he shouted, but there was no reply. The abyss of the fissure was pitch black as the entire world swayed. Everyone was falling down, and it was a long time before everything returned to normal. Han Yunqi didn't know how much time had passed before she opened her eyes from her dizziness. She discovered that she was in a dense, dusky forest. Every tree and blade of grass here could be used to create poisons. She heard Long Fei Ye's shouts as she fell, but the sudden weightlessness made her feel like blood was rushing to her head. She wanted to call back to Long Fei Yi, but she couldn't. After that, she lost consciousness. What was this place? She didn't fall to her death? Han Yunqi scrambled to her feet to check herself, but found that she wasn't injured at all. She should have rejoiced, but now her heart was filled with fear. What had happened? Who had saved her? Who had put out the fire in the secret passage? Where were Long Fei Yi and the others? Han Yunqi couldn't help but shiver when she saw that there was no one around. She quickly walked in the direction of the light. She didn't notice that a white figure was following her from behind. Soon, Han Yunqi saw a large circular altar surrounded by a dense forest. Green vines crawled all over the stone stele, solemn and mysterious. Could this be the poison sect's old altar? The poison sect and the medical academy both had a long history. During the Great Qin Empire's era, their power had been average. Following the fall of the Great Qin Empire, many factions in the world slowly rose to prominence. Only then did the poison sect and the medical academy flourish. Just as Han Yunqi was feeling puzzled, an extremely familiar sound came from behind her. Whoosh! It was the sound of an arrow piercing through the air. Alarmed, Han Yunqi turned back just in time to see a whip lashing out to knock the arrow aside. Long Fei Yi flew over from the side and pulled Han Yunqi behind him to protect her. At the same time, Gu, Chu Shifeng, and Tang Li all flew out of the forest to land by their side. They'd fallen through the darkness and arrived in this forest without anyone noticing. They were all together, but Han Yunqi was nowhere to be seen. If they hadn't happened to be nearby and heard the arrow, heaven knows what would have happened. Long Fei Ye's expression was unsightly, but he remained calm. "Who saved you?" he asked in a low voice. They'd all used lightness techniques to land on the ground, but Han Yunqi didn't know any martial arts. If she hadn't fallen to her death, then someone must have saved her. "I don't know either. I was unconscious," Han Yunqi replied honestly. "Was it the guy who put out the fire?" Gu asked doubtfully. While they were talking, several sharp arrows shot out from the dense forest. They were aggressive and overbearing. "You're seeking death." Long Fei Yi put away his whip and unsheathed his sword before leaping out. After being suppressed in the tunnels for so long, he could finally fight to his heart's content. The Nether Clan's Chu clan. Old grudges and new enmities, national enmity and personal grudges. I'll settle them all today. His figure was like an arrow released from a bow as he met the arrows head-on. His sword swept out with clang, 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 knocking the arrows to the ground as he pressed closer and closer to the forest. Finally, Chu Tianyin couldn't take it anymore and flew out of the forest. Long Fei Yi immediately went after him. Chu Tianyin's eyes flashed with astonishment before he took out a bunch of arrows and shot them all at once. The arrows whistled through the air like an umbrella. Long Fei Yi finally stopped and swept them away with all his might. Chu Tianyin used all his strength to take out another bunch of arrows. The two of them fought in midair, but unlike in the tunnels, Long Fei Yi clearly had the upper hand this time. He met the arrows head-on and rapidly closed in on Chu Tianyin. At first, Chu Tianyin was slowly backing away, but Long Fei Yi forced him into a corner and forced him to retreat. Amidst the rain of arrows and the clanging of metal, Long Fei Yi was clearly faster than Chu Tianyin. As soon as the two of them drew closer, Chu Tianyin's arrows would lose their advantage, while Long Fei Ye's sword would gain the upper hand. Han Yunqi and the rest watched on with trepidation as they cheered Long Fei Yi in their hearts. Suddenly, a black shadow flew out from the forest behind Chu Tianyin. It was none other than the black-robed woman. As soon as she appeared, she started shooting arrows at Long Fei Yi. Seeing this, Tang Li and Chu Shifeng both flew out to help. Gu's lips curved up into a cold smile as he silently shot out a seed. Tang Li and Chu Shifeng teamed up to deal with the black-robed woman. Chu Shifeng's sword skills and Tang Li's hidden weapons soon made it impossible for the woman to deal with Chu Tianyin. She could only focus on the two of them. "You're all men, but you're bullying me with numbers and even using hidden weapons. Despicable," the black-robed woman cursed. Chapter 555. The black-robed woman didn't think much of Chu Shifeng, but Tang Li's weapons gave her a headache. It was impossible to defend against Tang Li's weapons, or else she would have gone to help Chu Tianyin long ago. "So what if I bully an old woman like you?" Tang Li had never been gentlemanly when he spoke. As he spoke, he threw out two more strange weapons. The black-robed woman dodged one, but not the other. Her shoulder was hit by a dart. Still, she withstood it and backed away. Then, like Chu Tianyin, she grabbed a handful of arrows and shot them at the same time. Her arrows were twice as powerful as Chu Tianyin's. Neither Chu Shifeng nor Tang Li could block them, so the two of them had no choice but to dodge. By now, Long Fei Yi had completely suppressed Chu Tianyin. He was about to hack down with his sword when the black-robed woman shot an arrow from the side. Long Fei Yi dodged to the side, but his sword didn't stop moving. Instead, it swerved slightly and only managed to cut off a few strands of Chu Tianyin's hair. Long Fei Yi followed up with another stab, forcing Chu Tianyin to dodge. The black-clothed woman was about to shoot another arrow when a thorny vine suddenly shot out from the dense forest. It immediately bound the black-clothed woman's hands and wrapped around the arrow she was about to shoot. "What's that? Thorny vines?" Chu Shifeng and Tang Li were both alarmed. Han Yunqi was surprised as well, while Gu's lips curved up into a wicked grin. He didn't speak. He'd finally found the right soil. He couldn't hide his true skills at a time like this, could he? Which aunt? Chu Tianyin was alarmed. This black-robed woman really was the witch aunt that the old woman spoke of. Witch aunt was very calm. She said angrily, "Hold your arrows tight. Little tricks like these won't stump your witch aunt." As soon as she finished speaking, the vines binding her hands withered away. So did the ones that bound her arrows. The vines fell to the ground as Witch Aunt held a large bunch of arrows in her hands. She drew her bow to the fullest and prepared to shoot at Long Fei Yi. "How dare you poison my vines?" Gu was infuriated. He threw out another seed, and another vines darted out from the jungle and tied Witch Aunt up before she could shoot her arrow. Unfortunately, the Witch Aunt's poison technique was quite powerful, and the speed of her poison was almost the same as the speed of the vines. Moreover, her poison was invisible. The thorny vines withered the moment they touched her. Gu didn't believe it, so he tossed out a few more seeds, and a few more thorny vines grew. However, all of them were poisoned to death before they could even bind Witch Aunt. Gu's heart ached for his seed. Witch Aunt had already noticed Gu's trick. She glared at him coldly and said, "Petty tricks! What a joke!" Gu was so angry that his teeth itched. Just as he was at a loss of what to do, Han Yunqi said in a low voice, "Old man, continue. I only have 3 seeds left." Gu had no choice but to answer honestly. The thorny seed was very useful, but it was not easy to grow one. "One is enough. Let me play with it first." Han Yunqi sneered. Gu was puzzled, but Han Yunqi's hand was already in front of him. "Give it to me. What are you waiting for?" This woman didn't need to reach out her hand, and he was willing to give her anything. Gu didn't ask, and happily gave Han Yunqi a seed. Han Yunqi played with it in her hand for a while, then immediately returned it to him. "Shoot it out." Gu obeyed and threw out the seed. Soon, the thorny vines flew out again and pounced on Witch Aunt. Witch Aunt completely ignored them. She dodged Tang Li's hidden weapons, while drawing her bow and aiming at Long Fei Yi, who was closing in on Chu Tianyin. Unexpectedly, the thorny vines didn't die from the poison. Instead, they suddenly climbed up her back. Witch Aunt was shocked and subconsciously looked back. As soon as the thorny vines climbed up her back, she was completely bound by them. She had clearly used a lethal poison, one that was several times more potent than the poison she had used before. How could this be? Witch Aunt couldn't believe it. She tried again, but the thorny vines didn't die. Instead, they bound her even tighter. Finally, Witch Aunt looked at Han Yunqi. Only Han Yunqi had the ability to cure her poison. Even though she was bound, she was still arrogant. She questioned Han Yunqi from above. "How did you cure the poison?" Han Yunqi was below her, but her aura was not inferior to Witch Aunt's. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "What? You still can't see it?" "You." Witch Aunt was angry. She was considered a senior in the poison world, but she had never been humiliated by a junior like this. It seems like you really can't see it. How can you still be in the world with such poor eyesight? Han Yunshi could anger someone to death at any moment. Witch Ant was so angry that her face turned green. However, she still couldn't believe it. How could Han Yunshi create an antidote in the blink of an eye? Moreover, the poison was colorless and odorless. Han Yunshi hadn't even touched the thorny vines before. How could she tell what poison it was? Witch Ant tried again, but the thorny vines didn't react at all. She was scared out of her wits, but she refused to admit it. She actually used 10 different poisons in succession, but the thorny vines didn't budge at all. They firmly bound her, as if they were impervious to all poisons. She was safe and sound. Impossible! She shouted angrily. In a fit of anger, she used all the poisons she had on her. She used countless poisons at once. However, the result made her collapse. She was terrified. The thorny vines didn't react at all. How could outsiders understand a battle between top poison masters, other than herself? Only Han Yunshi knew how many poisons Witch Ant had used in such a short period of time. At this moment, Han Yunshi was laughing so hard that her stomach hurt. Gu couldn't understand. He asked several times, Han Yunshi, how did you do it? Han Yunshi didn't say anything. She had already checked all the poisons on Witch Ant's body. When she took the thorny vines, she had already used the antidote on them. Therefore, no matter how Witch Ant poisoned them, as long as they were on her, there wouldn't be any results. Seeing Witch Ant's angry glare, Han Yunshi reluctantly stopped. If you still have more poisons, you can continue. Witch Ant was stunned. What did Han Yunshi mean by that? Did she know that she had used all the poisons on her body? Witch Ant didn't dare to make a sound. However, she continued to use the poisons. If she didn't use them, she wouldn't be able to win the thorny vines. Auntie, you should save some of your poisons. Those are all highly toxic. It's a pity to waste them. Han Yunshi said with a smile. Witch Ant reacted as if her little secret had been exposed. Her shame turned to anger. Damned girl, if you have the skills, put me down. Let's have a fair competition. I wasn't the one who trapped you. I really don't have the skills to put you down. Han Yunshi replied honestly. Witch Ant was so angry that she almost spat up blood. At this moment, Chu Tianyin suddenly flew over and slammed into Witch Ant before being sent flying. It was obvious that Chu Tianyin had been kicked over. Once Witch Ant was restrained, Chu Tianyin had lost his helper. How could Long Fei Yi not kick him? Chu Tianyin was immediately suppressed and could only dodge and retreat. In the end, Long Fei Yi caught up and sent him flying with a kick. By now, Tang Li and Chu Shifeng had both retreated. Gu didn't move either. They all knew that the Duke of Qin had wanted to teach Chu Tianyin a lesson for a long time, so of course they'd let him enjoy himself to the fullest. Chu Tianyin hovered by Witch Ant's side, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Witch Ant's driving arrow arts were stronger than his, but she couldn't help him even if she wanted to. Her heart ached at the sight of him. Chu Tianyin wasn't the type to admit defeat easily, either. He wiped away the blood at his mouth and took out another volley of arrows, aiming them at Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi didn't stop him, but watched coldly as he waited for him to shoot. His cold, arrogant gaze scorned Chu Tianyin down to his bones. Chu Tianyu wasn't willing to give up. He gritted his teeth and gathered all his strength, causing the volley of arrows in his hands to vibrate and tremble from the force. Long Fei Yi, go die! Chu Tianyin finally let go. Every arrow was filled with power and seemed to have a life of its own as they whizzed towards Long Fei Yi. But Long Fei didn't move. Instead, the sword in his hand moved with clanging sounds. Just as the dozens of arrows were about to reach him, Long Fei suddenly raised his sword. Sword Qi shot out like a rainbow as it sliced down diagonally, cleaving through all of the arrows with a single stroke. At the same time, Long Fei flew forward and viciously kicked Chu Tianyin in the chest, sending him flying once again. Before Chu Tianyin could even hit the ground, Long Fei Ye's figure flashed in front of him again. Chu Tianyin didn't understand. This guy could have kicked him to the ground with a single kick. Long Fei Yi, what's the meaning of this? This meaning, Long Fei Yi said as he kicked Chu Tianyin again. This time, Chu Tianyin spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Only now did he realize that Long Fei Yi was tormenting him on purpose. Unfortunately, it was too late. He was so badly injured that he couldn't even get up. Long Fei Yi was a very straightforward person. Usually, a single kick was enough to make someone unable to get up. Gu, who was present, could attest to this. He kicked Chu Tianyin 3 times in a row, wanting to slowly settle accounts with him. He picked up the arrow on the ground and walked over step by step with an expressionless face. Chu Tianyin stared at Long Fei Yi, unable to speak, which Ant angrily said, "Duke of Qin, the winner takes all. If you want to kill him, do as you please. Be straightforward." Even an idiot could see that Long Fei Yi wasn't going to be straightforward, which Ant's words were nonsense. Long Fei Yi obviously wouldn't pay her any attention, which Ant was stalling for time so she could protect Chu Tianyin. "Long Fei Yi, let us go and the earth of 10,000 poisons is yours." They'd naturally saved some of the earth of 10,000 poisons before setting it on fire. Without it, they wouldn't be able to break through the perplexing butterfly illusion. Long Fei Yi still ignored them. Gu couldn't help but reply, "Auntie, we don't want it. You can keep it for yourself." He'd spent so much effort to protect the earth of 10,000 poisons. He really didn't care about anyone else's. You came to the poison sect's underground palace for the perplexing butterfly illusion as well. "Let us go and I can tell you where it is," which Ant said. Everyone present besides Long Fei Yi laughed, though they were all laughing in their hearts. By now, Long Fei had already walked in front of Chu Tianyin. Suddenly, which Ant's body erupted with a burst of powerful internal energy that shattered the vines. Next, she shot multiple arrows at Long Fei with lightning speed. Long Fei was caught off guard and dodged to the side, giving which Ant the chance to grab Chu Tianyin and flee. In a flash, Gu, Tang Li, and Chu Shifeng all rushed forward to block her path, while Long Fei Yi cut them off from behind. Just as the battle was about to break out, a series of restless noises rose from the forest around them. Soon, a large swarm of bats flew out of the dense forest and surrounded the altar, covering the sky and covering the sun. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events and grew tense. These bats were much larger than normal, so they were no ordinary creatures. Which Ant clutched Chu Tianyin tightly and said coldly, "Long Fei Yi, these are poison vampiric bats. They're very dangerous. If we want to live, we have to work together." But Han Yunqi only snorted disdainfully. "No need." Chapter 556. The mocking smile on Han Yunqi's face was an eyesore to Witch Ant, but she endured it. After all, this was a matter of life and death. She could only treat Han Yunqi as ignorant. More and more vampiric poison bats gathered, filling the sky. Even Witch Ant, who had seen many groups of poisonous creatures before, was scared witless. She did not dare to be careless. "Han Yunqi, these poison bats are clearly poisonous creatures that live in groups. Can't you tell?" Which Ant questioned sternly. How could Han Yunqi not tell? She had experienced the attack of a group of poison bats before. But this time the vampiric poison bats were even more terrifying. Poisonous creatures that lived in groups had a very big characteristic in terms of attack, and that was that they wouldn't attack easily. They would wait until all of their members had gathered before launching a collective attack. Moreover, this kind of attack wasn't scattered but was very organized. The division of labor was quite clear, and it wasn't inferior to human troops in battle. "So what if I can tell?" Han Yunqi asked disdainfully, which Ant frowned as she looked at Han Yunqi. She did not understand what she meant. What did she mean by, "so what if I can tell"? Did she see through it or not? Didn't she know that when dealing with poisonous creatures that lived in groups, she had to find a way to escape before they formed their formation? Once they formed their formation, it would be impossible to escape. Han Yunqi, do you know how powerful these poisonous creatures are? Witch Ant's angry voice was filled with anxiety. Han Yunqi casually glanced at the bats in the sky and replied, "They are still forming their formation." When she said this, Witch Ant sucked in a breath of cold air. So this brat knew everything. Since she knew, why wasn't she worried? Did she want to die? Witch Ant suppressed her rage and said seriously, "Han Yunqi, we have to find their weak points before they get into formation. If we work together, we'll have a chance at survival. Let's put all our grudges aside for now. It won't be too late to settle them after we escape from this damned place. Don't worry, with my abilities, as long as you cooperate a little, it won't be hard to kill our way out." Han Yunqi didn't know if Witch Ant had overestimated herself or underestimated her. Coldly she replied, "This princess will say it one last time. There is no need." As soon as she said this, Long Fei Yi was about to make his move. In the field of poison, he was completely at ease with Han Yunqi. Witch Ant supported Chu Tianyin and retreated, her face filled with disbelief. "Stinky girl, I've long heard of your arrogance and pride, but I never thought that you would be so ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Let me tell you, the vampiric poison bats here are far more powerful than anything you've ever encountered before. They're far beyond your expectations. If you don't want to die, then cooperate with me obediently. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." Had Han Yunqi encountered any powerful poisonous creatures? Does this little thing count as one? Long Fei Ye's lips quirked up into a mocking smile. Chu Shifeng and Tang Li were both grinning, while Gu patted his chest with an exaggerated expression. "This young gentleman is so scared. Poison lass, you better cooperate with her obediently. I really want to know how we're going to die. You all." Witch Ant was so angry that her face turned red. When she saw that the bats were almost ready to attack, she raged, "You'll all regret this." Han Yunqi looked at her cold eyes without a word. Long Fei Yi suddenly brandished his sword, forcing Witch Ant to retreat. She had no choice but to lay her cards on the table with Han Yunqi. "Han Yunqi, now isn't the time to be angry. I'll tell you the truth. It's impossible for me to deal with these bats with my skills, much less you. We have to work together, or it'll be too late. Think it over." As she spoke, Long Fei Ye's sword pressed against her neck. Witch Ant's martial arts skills were good, but she was no match for Long Fei Yi with the unconscious Chu Tianyin in tow. Gu rushed forward to grab Witch Ant while Chu Shifeng took Chu Tianyin. Meanwhile, the sky above the sacrificial altar seemed to be covered by a black cloth. The vampiric poison bats had already formed up and were about to attack. Witch Ant's face turned ashen at the sight. She was so anxious that she almost shouted, "Han Yunqi, that's enough! Your arrogance and conceit will only bring harm to everyone. Let me go right now, I still have a way. Hurry up, do you hear me?" Han Yunqi stared at her without moving, her eyes filled with sympathy. At this very moment, all the bats in the sky became restless and began to boil. Witch Ant grew more and more terrified until she was about to lose her mind. "Han Yunqi, they're about to attack. Do you want to die? Just take it that I'm begging you. Let's work together. You just need to cover me. I'll definitely find the Bat King." Han Yunqi stood in front of her, unmoving. At this moment, the bats above them were the first to attack. Dozens of them formed into an arrow-shaped formation before swooping down from all directions. "It's too late, it's too late!" Witch Ant was stunned. She didn't want to die, much less die a miserable death. She struggled violently, but who knew that Gu would let go of her in an instant. She didn't have time to think and immediately drew her bow. But just as she was about to release the arrow, the originally aggressive and highly organized vampiric poison bats seemed to have been frightened by something and suddenly dispersed. Each and every one of them fled in all directions in a panic, and in just a short while they had all disappeared without a trace. Which Aunt was stunned as she stared in disbelief for a long time, unable to believe her own eyes. What's going on? She seemed to have thought of something as she suddenly turned her head to look at Han Yunchi. You! She wanted to ask Han Yunchi what she had done, but she couldn't bring herself to ask. She couldn't believe that it was Han Yunchi who had dispersed the vampiric poison bats. But other than Han Yunchi, who else could it be? Once the vampiric poison bats had identified their target, there was no way that they would disperse, not to mention escape. Han Yunchi hadn't done anything other than cradling the unconscious little thing in her arms and gently stroking it, which Aunt naturally saw the little squirrel in Han Yunchi's hands, but she didn't take it to heart. She would never have guessed that this little plaything was the poison sect's most precious poison beast. She stared blankly for a long time before muttering, "Han Yunchi, is it really you?" Han Yunchi didn't answer or explain, only arching a brow at her with a faint smile, which Aunt recalled what she had just said and how Gu and the others had mocked her. She couldn't help but blush. This was the first time in her life that she'd been humiliated to the point of blushing. For the first time, she realized that she was the one who was truly ignorant and conceited. She had been on guard against the poison creatures, but Han Yunchi had easily dealt with them. She didn't even know how Han Yunchi had done it, which Aunt only felt that her decades of painstaking study of poison had been for nothing. She had actually lost to a damned brat like Han Yunchi. How humiliating! Although she was too embarrassed to ask, which Aunt still wanted to know. Han Yunchi, how did you disperse the bats? And how did you deal with the poison in the vines just then? Tell me. Gu wanted to know as well, so he immediately pricked up his ears. She really did speak. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. You're Chu Chinga's relative, right? No wonder you're as ignorant and conceited as her. You. Which Aunt was both embarrassed and angry. Her fingernails dug into her palms as she raised a hand to slap her. But she didn't get a chance, because Long Fei Yi had already grabbed her hand and twisted it viciously, breaking it in two. His voice was cold. Your lordship isn't planning to kill you yet. If you're seeking death, your lordship will make you wish you were dead. Which Aunt was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. Her hand hung by her side, but she didn't dare to move her other hand. Even if she still had the strength to use poisons, she didn't have the heart to do so. She had already used all of her poisons on the vines, so using them again would only make her a laughingstock. Han Yunchi, that damn brat, she's so scary. In the end, she hung her head and admitted defeat. Which Aunt, I'll have to trouble you to go back and tell Chu Chinga that with that brain of hers, she's not worthy of liking my husband. Han Yunchi suddenly said coldly. Her tone was domineering, her eyes cold and arrogant like a queen. Chu Shifeng and Tang Li were both stunned, while Gu felt both sad and helpless. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh at her antics. She was the only woman in all of Cloud Realm Continent who could say such things. He liked it very much. As for Long Fei Yi, he looked expressionless, but the twitching of his lips betrayed his inner feelings. He was used to being domineering, so he suddenly found it hard to get used to this woman's domineering ways. An old woman like which Aunt was once again stunned by Han Yunchi. She finally understood why her niece had lost so miserably. She herself had lost, hadn't she? After subduing Chu Tianyin and Witch Aunt and obtaining the fourth poison teardrop, Han Yunchi's group's trip to the poison sect was quite complete. Although they didn't know how they'd ended up in this forest, they were certain that they'd left the underground palace. This should be one of the forests of the poison grounds, so it should be easy to leave. They had to leave as soon as possible. After all, the collapse of the underground palace had caused quite a commotion. It'd be troublesome if the medical academy sent people over. After capturing Chu Tianyin and Witch Aunt, they were about to leave when Han Yunchi gave a start and stopped in her tracks. Just then, she'd felt her very soul tremble. After a momentary daze, She slowly turned around to look at the wordless stele in the center of the poisoned sex sacrificial altar. The stele was simple and mysterious. Half of it was black, while the other half was covered in moss. One side was lifeless, while the other was full of life. It was like a mixture of light and darkness, life and death. Han Yunqi seemed to be drawn in by a mysterious, invisible force. Her mind was completely blank, and all she could see was the stele. She looked like her soul had left her body. Long Fei Yi held her hand and could clearly feel the coldness of her fingers. He didn't know what was going on, but he still felt a little flustered. Han Yunqi, what are you looking at? He asked anxiously. Han Yunqi recovered her wits. She had no idea what had happened to her either. Nothing. I was just looking. Let's go. Long Fei Yi tightened his grip on her hand and glanced at the stele again. He felt uneasy and didn't want to linger for even a moment longer. After searching for a while, they finally discovered that they were in the abyss between two mountains covered in poison grass. They spent a lot of effort and avoided the patrolling guards from the medical academy. It was only when night fell that they finally returned to Medical City. They naturally wouldn't stay in Medical City for long, so they left after a short rest. Once they were out of the city, Long Fei Yi released Witch Ant. He said, "Go back and tell the Nether Clan head that his son is in this prince's hands." Nether Clan? Han Yunqi was curious. Chapter 5:57. The Nether Clan. Han Yunqi knew that they were one of the 7 noble families of the Great Qin Empire. From what she understood, the Nether Clan used to support Western Qin's imperial clan, but suddenly changed sides during the Great War and killed off the last imperial son of Western Qin. Ever since the white-robed man from the Shadow Clan appeared last time, Han Yunqi began to suspect that she had something to do with Western Qin's imperial clan. Thus, she'd been collecting information about the Great Qin Empire, the 2 imperial clans, and the 7 noble families. Unfortunately, all of the historical records of the Great Qin Empire had been destroyed. Even the unofficial records were few and far between. Most of the information Han Yunqi received was from folk legends. As for whether they were true or false, she couldn't tell. Ever since she found out about her father's identity from Lady Lianqin, Han Yunqi stopped caring about Western Qin's imperial clan. She figured that the white-robed man from the Shadow Clan must have come for Lilthing. If she was the orphan of Western Qin's imperial clan, the white-robed man would have told her everything long ago. There was no need for him to play dumb with her, was there? Han Yunqi was stunned. Western Zhou's Chu clan was actually a descendant of the Nether Clan? How did Long Fei Yi know? Was it because of the driving arrow arts? With Chu Tianyin in their hands and Long Fei Yi in on the secret, Western Zhou's Chu clan was probably in big trouble. Although the Great Qin Empire had been destroyed ages ago and both the Eastern and Western Qin imperial clans were gone, the descendants of the 7 noble families were still alive. Most of Cloud Realm Continent's powers feared the 7 noble families more than they admired them. The 7 noble families had noble bloodlines and high standing in the hearts of the people. Their deep foundations, strong power, and wild ambitions were all things that the current rulers of the country were wary of. Without enough boldness and confidence, they wouldn't dare to rope in the 7 noble families for their own use. Instead, they'd just get rid of them quickly. Han Yunqi believed that Western Zhou's emperor didn't have the breadth of mind, bearing, or confidence to tolerate the Nether Clan. It looked like there'd be a good show to watch in Western Zhou very soon. Perhaps the Chu clan would lose its backing before Chu Chinga's child was born. Han Yunqi hadn't thought much of Chu Chinga before, but now her heart was filled with anticipation. How could a woman not pay special attention to a woman who liked her husband? Long Fei Yi, you recognize the driving arrow art. Witch Ant was even more shocked than Han Yunqi. When she and Chu Tianyin used the driving arrow technique, they had the intention of silencing the witnesses. However, they didn't want the driving arrow technique to be spread, and people with ulterior motives would learn of the Chu clan's secret. She had never thought that Long Fei would actually be such a scheming person. He knew, among the 7 noble families, only the Shadow Clan's shadow technique was known to all. As for the Shadow Clan, other than the shadow technique, which was made public, no one knew anything else about it. The other 6 noble clans all had their own secret techniques. No one knew about them back then, let alone now. Everyone knew that the Fiend clan was good at archery, but that was just common archery. The driving arrow technique had never been made public. How did Long Fei know? If you don't want to go back, your lordship doesn't mind keeping you here, Long Fei said. Telling which and to go back was Long Fei's way of showing off his power to the Chu clan. With Chu Tianyin in his hands, it was enough for him to find out what he wanted to know. It was also enough to stir up the peaceful waters of Western Zhou. He never planned to let the Chu clan off so easily. Moreover, now that he'd confirmed that the Chu clan was from the Nether clan, he couldn't let them off so easily. In the past, the Nether and Shadow clans had worked together to protect the orphan of Western Qin's imperial clan. Only 3 generations had passed since then, so the Nether clan must be well aware of the Shadow clan's situation. Whether it was to protect the news of the orphan of Western Qin's imperial clan, or to avenge the destruction of East Qin, he wouldn't leave the Nether and Shadow clans alive. Naturally, which Aunt didn't dare to linger, but she still left behind some harsh words. Long Fei, since you know that my Chu clan is part of the Nether clan, then you should know that my Nether clan's prestige isn't something a trifling, Tianing, imperial clan like you can challenge. If you dare to harm Tianyi's life, my Nether clan won't let you off. So speaking, she stalked off. Long Fei's lips curved into a cold-blooded, scornful smile. The Nether clan's prestige couldn't be provoked? Then what about his East Qin imperial clan? Before he killed the Nether clan head, he'd make him prostrate on his knees and prostrate himself before him. Chu Shifeng, send a letter to Western Zhou's emperor. Just say that Tianning's Duke of Qin is paying a visit on the 15th of next month, Long Fei said. Chu Shifeng immediately obeyed and left. That night, Long Fei and the rest settled down at an estate outside of Medical City. The unconscious Chu Shifeng was locked up in a secret cell. They were supposed to be resting, but none of them could sleep. Tang Li prepared a table of food and wine in the courtyard, joking that he wanted to calm everyone's nerves. However, Han Yunqi and the rest still didn't show up. Han Yunqi was currently treating the wound on Long Fei's arm. Long Fei himself had forgotten about the arrow wound, but Han Yunqi kept thinking about it. Actually, she could deal with such minor injuries very quickly, but Long Fei was her target, so she was extra meticulous. You were at the sacrificial altar. What happened? Long Fei asked. Nothing. Maybe I was too tired and spaced out, Han Yunqi said mildly. How was she supposed to explain things to Long Fei when she herself didn't know? How did you know that the driving arrow arts were the Nether clan's secret arts? Han Yunqi asked. I saw it in a book by chance. I suspected it when they used crossbows before. Long Fei, you wasn't lying. I heard that the Nether clan was the main culprit behind the East Qin imperial clan's destruction, Han Yunqi intoned. Long Fei, ye fell silent for a moment, then changed the subject. Who put out the fire? Could it be someone else from the poison sect? Either that, or someone very familiar with the poison sect. No matter who it was, at least we don't have any ill intentions, Han Yunqi said seriously. If that person had any ill intentions, they would have died in the underground palace long ago. Long Fei agreed with this point and nodded. He wanted to ask about the sacrificial altar again, but Gu suddenly rushed over. What are you two dawdling about for? Come out and drink. Gu was clearly doing this on purpose. So what if he was rushing them? Why was he pounding on the door so hard that they had no choice but to open it? Han Yunqi opened the door and saw that Gu's shoulder was wrapped in gauze. She asked suspiciously, Didn't we call for a doctor to treat your wound? I'm not used to it. Gu said resentfully. Han Yunchi glanced at him. Although the arrow wound wasn't well bandaged, he'd used the right medicine. She wasn't worried anymore. After all, no one in the world was better at using medicine than Gu. Gu glanced at Long Fei Ye's hand, the gloominess in his eyes growing. When they reached the courtyard, Gu asked who had put out the fire. Unfortunately, they couldn't come to a conclusion even after a long discussion. It had to be said that this matter had become a mystery. Long Fei Yi didn't allow Han Yunchi to drink, but Gu kept trying to get Han Yunchi to drink. I'm happy, so I should drink a little. Gu looked like he was smiling, but his eyes were filled with stubbornness. Long Fei Yi didn't say a word, but his eyes told Han Yunchi that she couldn't drink. Actually, she didn't want to drink either. As if in a fit of pique, Gu Qishao shoved the wine cup in front of Han Yunchi. Poison lass, this is the first time I've drunk with you. You don't even give me the honor of drinking a cup. Are you still a friend? Poison lass, Han Yunchi refused at first, but after going back and forth a few times, she couldn't resist and wanted to take it. However, Long Fei Yi finally took it and drank it in one gulp. Gu was happy. How could he bear to force Han Yunchi to drink? His goal was to force Long Fei Yi to drink. Long Fei Yi, you're drinking for her, right? If you do, you'll have to drink twice. Come, drink 2 cups. Gu said with a smile, suddenly in a good mood. Long Fei Yi still didn't speak, and the 2 cups of wine quickly went down his stomach. Han Yunchi rolled her eyes at Gu, but Gu pretended not to see it. Tonight, he wanted to test Long Fei Yi's alcohol tolerance. Soon, he had another reason to toast Long Fei Yi. He was obviously a big man, but when he was stubborn, he was like a big boy. Tang Li watched from the side and didn't dare to interrupt. He silently poured wine and drank by himself. He was depressed. How was this calming down? This was the rhythm of a drinking competition. Fortunately, his brother was in a good mood tonight. If it was in the past, he would have kicked Gu, this guy who didn't know what was good for him. Han Yunchi watched from the side and couldn't help yawning. She was tired. After sitting for a while, she went to sleep first. Not long after she left, Long Fei Yi got up and wanted to leave without saying goodbye. Gu didn't persuade him to drink and silently followed. Tang Li was like an abandoned child, sitting in a daze. He kept feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He could only continue to pour wine and drink by himself. It was their first time drinking together. Couldn't they drink properly? Long Fei Yi didn't go back to the house. He lightly jumped onto Han Yunchi's roof. Gu quickly caught up and sat beside him. Long Fei Yi didn't look at him. His eyes were a little heavy. It looked like he didn't plan to sleep. Gu Qishao yawned a few times before he said, "Thanks." He had made a special trip to say this. In the abyss, he almost told Han Yunchi the secret of his immortality. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. Gu sat for a while and got up to leave. At this time, Long Fei Yi said, "Why did you want to tell her the secret that you've kept for so long?" "I was afraid that she would cry," Gu answered without hesitation. "Would she?" Long Fei Yi asked. "Yes, she definitely would." Gu wasn't sure about other things, but he knew this in his heart. Long Fei Yi fell silent again, but very quickly he spoke again. "Gu, immortality, isn't it good?" Gu immediately laughed out loud. "Is it good?" "What's not good about it?" Long Fei Yi asked back. "Haha, Long Fei Yi, do you think I'm human?" Gu asked self-deprecatingly. Seeing that Long Fei Yi didn't answer, he asked again. "Long Fei Yi, once the news of immortality gets out, how many people in the world will want my life? Not to mention others. If the bunch of old things in the medical school knew about this secret, they would definitely do everything possible to capture him. Even if they had to cut him open and dismember him, they would still study him thoroughly. Who in the world didn't want to be immortal? Who didn't want to know the reason for immortality? Long Fei Yi, one day, if the girl I like grows old and dies, what will I do?" Gu asked again. Liking someone wasn't an easy thing. Finally, liking someone, but not having the right to accompany her until she grows old was an especially painful thing. But to him, there was something even more painful. He didn't even have the right to accompany her until she dies. He was destined to bear the pain of watching her leave. Long Fei Yi fell silent. Gu didn't say anything else. Actually, these weren't the most painful. The most painful were the days when he turned from a carefree child into an immortal monster. Even though he had grown up, sometimes when he dreamed in the middle of the night, he would still break out in cold sweat. Chapter 558. Faced with Gu Qixiao's question, Long Fei remained silent, a complicated look in his eyes. Gu Qixiao silently flew away from the roof, his blood-red figure drifting into the darkness. It was a desolate and sorrowful feeling that stemmed from a kind of loneliness that would last for eternity. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Gu curled up in the branches of an ancient tree in the backyard, dreaming of his childhood behind the medical academy. There were tall mountains and lush greenery. That night, a clear cry broke the decades of silence in the poison sect's forbidden grounds. In a small thatched hut in the valley closest to the medical academy, a baby boy was born. There was no midwife inside, so the boy's father had personally delivered him. The mother was already unconscious and was quickly sent out without so much as a glance at the child. The newborn couldn't find his mother, so he cried incessantly in search of comfort. He cradled the infant in his arms and gently rocked him, smoothing him out as he coaxed. "Baby, be good, be good! Don't cry. Baby, be good." He was born into a prestigious family in Medical City and was the most talented disciple in the Medical Academy's history. He was the Academy head's appointed successor and the youngest vice head of Medical City, so people called him Vice Head Gu. At the age of 30, he was still unmarried. Only he knew how this son came about, and only he knew why he wanted this son. The baby's cries grew louder and louder, sounding especially desolate in the deathly stillness of the forest. A man in blue soon arrived and took the child from his hands. After examining him for a while, he exclaimed, "He's actually safe and sound." When the child was still in his mother's womb, they'd worked together to perform all kinds of experiments on him. They'd used special acupuncture techniques to cause him to fall ill, then observed his condition before treating him and tracking his prognosis. During the 10 months of pregnancy, they'd experimented once a month and successfully solved an extremely troublesome illness during pregnancy. They'd also developed the most effective treatment and medicine. Although there was only one cure, it was enough to shake the medical world. Because of this, one of them had jumped 2 levels to become a medical sage, while the other had jumped 1 level to become a medical ancestor. Of course, after the child's mother was disposed of, no one but the 2 of them knew of their cruelty. It's already been cured, so of course it's safe and sound. He was very confident. Vice Academy Head Gu, is the child hungry? Should I feed her or... The man hadn't even finished speaking when Vice Academy Head Gu decisively replied, "Give him some medicine." "Still too young, I'm afraid." The man's words were interrupted once more. Department Head Gu said, "She was fed medicine every day in her mother's womb, but didn't she survive? What's there to be afraid of?" His obsession with medical skills could be described as fanatical. He was most obsessed with the study of human diseases. He had wanted to do research for a long time. Starting from the study of embryos, he wanted to figure out the characteristics of the human body at every stage, the process of disease, disease resistance factors, treatment essentials, and so on. The man was absolutely obedient to Vice Academy Head Gu and immediately brought over the medicinal decoction he'd prepared earlier. One of them carried the other and fed the child with a small spoon. The 2 of them treated the child like a patient. They were meticulous, careful, and serious. This was the child's first bite of food. It was bitter. Without the contrast of sweetness, the child did not know that this taste was called bitter. He did not know that this was one of the worst tastes in the world. He ate with relish. His little mouth instinctively sucked and swallowed the medicinal soup that was fed into his mouth. After a while, He was satisfied and stopped crying. His mouth, stained with medicine, would occasionally curve into a sweet smile, making others unconsciously smile along with him. His smile had been very beautiful since he was young. Vice Academy head Gu, why don't you give the child a name? The man said with a smile. Today is the 7th of the 7th month. Let's call him Shao Qi. Vice Academy head Gu only gave Shao Qi a nickname. The child didn't need a proper name because he would only exist as a secret. Just like that, Shao Qi ate medicine for 3 days without any problems. However, something happened on the 4th day. He cried and cried, vomiting up all the medicine and water he'd been fed. He was like a child who couldn't find his mother and refused all consolation. Vice Academy head Gu and the man tormented each other for an entire day. Even their hearts of stone had been broken by Shao Qi's crying. Of course, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to protect this special child, the child they'd spent so much effort to obtain. Helpless, they could only stop feeding him medicine and call for a wet nurse. The wet nurse immediately comforted Shao Qi. Soon, the man discovered that Shao Qi's pulse was abnormal. Vice Academy head Gu, we must stop all experiments and raise the child first. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Vice Academy head Gu gently stroked Shao Qi's cheek. He looked completely like a loving father, his eyes full of tenderness and love. Shao Qi was his treasure, his most infatuated treasure. Of course, he would love him wholeheartedly. He said, "Let's try again." And so, for the next 3 days, they alternated feeding and feeding medicine. Shao Qi's pulse became worse and worse. Finally, Vice Academy head Gu was afraid and immediately stopped the experiments and began the normal treatment. He didn't dare to sleep at all. He held Shao Qi and watched Shao Qi sleep. Watch Shao Qi wake up. Watch Shao Qi smile. Watch Shao Qi cry. 10 days later, Shao Qi's pulse finally returned to normal. However, he had developed a bad habit of having trouble sleeping. He had to be coaxed half the day before he could fall asleep. Vice Academy head Gu personally held him every day. Cheer, be good. Cheer, be good. Cheer, be good, and sleep. Cheer, be good, and sleep. His voice was so gentle and kind that Shao Qi gradually fell asleep. He would grin from time to time in his dreams, still as sweet as ever. A baby's memory was very short. He didn't know how to hate, so he easily forgot the pain from a few days ago. Vice Academy head Gu and the man discussed and analyzed the situation. They decided to raise Shao Qi until he was 6 years old first before beginning their sacred experiments. Just like that, Shao Qi survived in the forest of the poison sect's forbidden grounds. When he was 4 months old, his wet nurse disappeared. For as long as he could remember, the only people who had accompanied him besides his father was the man surnamed Ling. Shao Qi called him Uncle Ling. As he grew up, he began to have clear preferences and dislikes. He began to boldly explore the mysterious world of the poison sect's forbidden grounds, filled with curiosity and pleasant surprise. When he found a tree he liked, he would wait for his father to come back at night and say, "Father, Chi-er wants to be a tree and have flowers bloom all over my body." When he found a bird flying high in the sky, he would wait for his father to come back at night and say, "Father, Chi-er wants to be a bird and fly to the other side of the mountain." He found that all the plants in the mountains had withered and died. When his father came back, he would say sadly, "Father, will Chi-er wither and die one day?" Withered and dead. Once winter passes and spring comes, you'll come back to life, his father replied. Shao Qi was so happy that he grew impatient. "Father, Shao Qi doesn't like to wither. I don't like to die." His father's eyes were always filled with love when he looked at him. His father would patiently answer his every question. His father was Shao Qi's everything in his life. Shao Qi had many, many questions, but he never asked his father where his mother was, because in Shao Qi's isolated world, no one had ever told him about the existence of a mother. Shao Qi's world consisted of his father, Uncle Ling, and all the flowers, plants, birds, and beasts in the mountains. Shao-Chi was very smart and learned everything he saw once he was taught. He had a photographic memory and remembered every single poisonous plant his father mentioned. Before he was 6 years old, he had already recognized every single one of the poisonous plants in the mountains. Life in the mountains was the most unrestrained. Little Seven was like a wild child. Every day, with a dirty little face, she ran all over the mountains and plains. She behaved atrociously without a care in the world. However, no matter how carefree he was, Shao-Chi still needed someone to accompany him every night. He needed his father to coax him to sleep. "Chi are be good. Chi are be good. Chi are be good." These words had accompanied Shao-Chi for 6 whole years. That day, his father came back at noon. Shao-Chi was still running around the mountains when his father played the melodious flute. Shao-Chi was overjoyed and ran back excitedly. "Father, hey!" His father picked him up and lifted him up high. His father tickled his armpits until he giggled. His father was affectionate with him for a while before putting him down. Shao-Chi saw a table full of dishes the moment he entered the house. They were all his favorite dishes. He didn't understand and turned to look at his father. His father was smiling when his expression suddenly became serious. "Shao-Chi, after this meal, you can only take medicine every day from tonight onwards." The 6-year-old Shao-Chi didn't understand. His attention was on the delicious food on the table. He asked in surprise, "These are all for Shao-Chi to eat?" "Shao-Chi, I'll bring you to the medical school tomorrow. Don't call me father anymore, okay?" Shao-Chi didn't say anything. He ate with relish. His father said seriously, "Shao-Chi, you have an evil disease. I can't cure you. Only Uncle Ling can. From now on, you'll follow Uncle Ling and call him father. You have to listen to Uncle Ling and take your medicine every day, okay?" Shao-Chi still didn't answer. He licked his lips and narrowed his eyes to look for the food he wanted to eat. "Shao-Chi, you're not allowed to tell anyone about this. No matter what they ask, you have to shake your head, okay?" His father reminded him seriously again. Shao-Chi continued to talk to himself. When his stomach was round, he turned to look at him. He blinked his innocent eyes and said, "Father, Shao-Chi doesn't want to go." "Father wants Shao-Chi to go," his father said seriously. Shao-Chi hesitated. After a while he asked, "Why?" "You'll understand when you grow up," his father replied. "I really don't want to go." Shao-Chi was in a difficult position. "If you don't go, you'll never see father again." His father suddenly became serious. Shao-Chi was stunned. He muttered, "Shao-Chi isn't sick. Shao-Chi still wants to see father?" Shao-Chi thought for a long time. He understood, but didn't quite understand. In the end, he lowered his head. "Shao-Chi is sick." This year, department head Gu became the head of the medical school and wielded great power. He had 1,000 affairs to attend to every day and couldn't come to the poison sect's forbidden grounds every day. This year, Elder Ling became the head elder of the Council of Elders and had more free time to focus on studying medicine. In the end, the poison sect's forbidden grounds weren't a place to stay for long. After some discussion, the two men decided to bring Shao-Chi to the medical school and make him a disciple of the medical school under the guise of an adopted son and a herbalist. On the 7th day of the 7th month, head Elder Ling brought Shao-Chi back to the medical school. Chapter 559. The 6-year-old Shao-Chi was brought back to the medical academy by Elder Ling. It was the first time he saw so many people, the first time he realized how noisy the world could be. It was also the first time he didn't smile for an entire day. He lived with Elder Ling. On the first night, he only drank a bowl of medicine and was starving before he even slept. He sneakily knocked on Elder Ling's door. "Elder Ling, Shao-Chi is hungry. You have to call me Daddy." Elder Ling didn't open the door and corrected him loudly. Shao-Chi didn't want to call him that, but he didn't contradict him either. He directly omitted the form of address. "I'm hungry, so hungry." Elderling seemed dissatisfied with the lack of greeting and didn't reply for a long time. Shao Qi knocked on the door with all his might. I'm hungry. Shao Qi, be good. Go to sleep and you won't be hungry. Elderling didn't get angry. He was just being perfunctory. I'm so hungry I can't sleep. Shao Qi said pitifully. Then go drink some water. Your father said that you can't eat anything, Elderling replied. Shao Qi didn't say anything. He looked at the bright lights of the medical academy and suddenly missed his dark little thatched cottage. Just as he was about to leave, Elderling said faintly from the other side of the door, If you dare to eat secretly, you'll never see your daddy again. I won't, Shao Qi said fiercely as he huffed. Unfortunately, there was no response from the other side of the door. Shao Qi stood there stubbornly for a long time. When he saw that there wasn't any movement, he hurriedly knocked on the door. When is my daddy coming? Your daddy is in seclusion. He'll only be here in a month, Elderling replied honestly. Shao Qi didn't like Elderling, but he didn't leave. He sat outside the door for an entire night. Without his daddy's coaxing, he couldn't fall asleep. In the end, he didn't even know how he fell asleep. He had a dream. In the dream, his daddy's gentle voice echoed in his ears. Chi, be good. Chi, be good. The next day, he had medicine for all 3 meals. There was only 1 bowl of medicine for each meal. If he didn't drink it, he wouldn't see his daddy. If he ate secretly, he wouldn't see his daddy. No matter how smart and mature a 6-year-old child was, he couldn't be scared, but he couldn't be starved either. Shao Qi, on the other hand, gritted his teeth and foolishly held on for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, on the 4th day, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted in front of Elderling's room. Elderling had actually been paying close attention to his movements the entire time. Knowing that he had fainted, he immediately came out to check his pulse. The result was to his delight. His pulse was exactly as he and Academy Headgu had predicted. If he could endure it for another 3 days and 3 nights, the child would really have to take medicine for the next few years. Elderling fed Shao Qi both medicine and sugar water on time. 1 day later, Shao Qi woke up in a daze. He almost recognized Elderling as his father. The word father was on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed it. He muttered, Chi, I will be good. Chi, I will be good. He quickly fell into a coma again. The moment he lost consciousness, Dingu walked out from the side and personally took his pulse. Very well, Dingu said in a low voice. Elderling was overjoyed. Don't worry, Dean. He won't be able to escape from me. He won't run away. Dingu was very certain. He had been with this child for 6 years and knew how much this child relied on him. A single sentence of, I'll never see father again, was enough to threaten him. 2 days later, Shao Qi suddenly woke up. He felt that something was wrong with his stomach, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He sat on the bed in a daze and rubbed his stomach, muttering, I'm so hungry. Just then, Elderling brought in a table full of food. The fragrance of the food quickly filled the room. Shao Qi was already hungry, and the smell of the food made him even more hungry. He looked at it from afar and couldn't stop swallowing his saliva. However, he didn't ask, nor did he beg. He knew that he couldn't eat. Shao Qi, it's time to eat. Come over. Elderling finally spoke. The famished Shao Qi didn't rush over. Instead, he asked cautiously, If I eat, can I still see father? Yes. Elderling chuckled. Shao Qi was overjoyed. He didn't dare ask any more questions, afraid that Elderling would go back on his word. He rushed over and wolfed down the food. Even an adult stomach wouldn't be able to take it if they suddenly overeat after starving for so long, much less a 6-year-old child. Shao Qi hadn't eaten much yet, but his stomach was already hurting. However, he endured it and wolfed down the food. He didn't know when his next meal would come. He thought that if he ate more and hid it in his stomach, he wouldn't be hungry so quickly. However, his stomach gradually became more and more uncomfortable. It felt like it was bloating and cramping. His chest felt stifled. He wanted to vomit, but he couldn't. Even breathing was difficult. Finally, he put down his chopsticks and looked at Elderling for help. He felt terrible. Coldly, Elderling looked at him and waited, unmoved. Shao Qi retched a few times but didn't manage to vomit. Suddenly he was afraid. He pounded his chest and stomach, crying out in pain, "Father! I want father! I want father!" Sob, sob. Breathing was already difficult, and this crying made it even more difficult. His little face turned red, and he kept vomiting in fear. It seemed that vomiting would make him feel better. However, he just couldn't vomit. At first he was standing. Then he lay on his stomach. Finally he rolled on the ground and cried his heart out. His delicate features were all distorted. Finally he rolled to Elderling's feet and begged, "Uncle Ling, save Shao Qi!" "Uncle Ling, Shao Qi is in pain, sob, sob." Elderling stepped back, and Shao Qi lay on his stomach again. Elderling stepped back again, and Shao Qi struggled to roll over. He hugged Elderling's shoe as if he was hugging his last straw. Sob, 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 sob. However, Elderling kicked him away. Shao Qi rolled to the side and lost his last bit of strength. He lay on the ground, dying. His breathing was weak. He couldn't even cry. He whimpered and instinctively said, "Mom, Mom, what's that?" He didn't understand. He was just like when he was born. He didn't know anything. He instinctively needed a mother's embrace and protection. He mumbled, and unknowingly he fell asleep. Perhaps he would wake up, or perhaps he would sleep forever. 3 days later, Shao Qi woke up. However, from then on, Shao Qi didn't eat anymore. At first, he vomited whenever he saw food. He couldn't eat anymore. Later, when he was hungry, he wanted to eat. However, no matter what he ate, he would vomit it out immediately. Even he couldn't control it. He didn't know why. Elderling had said that this was the demonic disease he had contracted. Shao Qi didn't believe it, but his father also said that this was his illness. Shao Qi believed him. Shao Qi could only drink medicine. He no longer ate it 3 times a day. He drank it whenever he was hungry. No matter how bitter the medicine was, he drank it with relish. He never vomited. Gradually, Shao Qi learned how to drink medicine. Without a teacher, he could identify the medicinal properties of dozens of herbs. Thus, he began to study medicine. Without a teacher to teach him, he compared the medicine to the books and tested it himself. He easily grasped the properties of various herbs. He even began to experiment with making and growing medicine. Gradually, he grew up and no longer stubbornly wanted to see his father. He understood the significance of the 2 titles, the head of the medical academy and the head of the council of elders. He understood the influence his status had on his father's future and the contributions he made to the medical community. He saw his father a few times. When no one was around, he would secretly call him Dad. When outsiders were around, he would remain silent. He no longer wanted to see his father. Instead, he wanted to help his father and the medical academy save more people. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. In these 6 years, he had cultivated nearly 100 new herbs, far more than any other clan in Medicine City. These new herbs had saved countless people from the torment of illness and even death. He was 12 years old. It was the 7th of the 7th month. On this day, Elderling took him into seclusion to study medicine. However, as soon as they entered the secret room, Elderling ordered people to tie him up. "Elderling, what is the meaning of this?" 12-year-old Shao Qi's voice was still tender, but it was sharp. "Shao Qi, don't be rude." A familiar voice rang out. Little Seven turned around and saw that it was his father, Dingu. He shook his head in shock, his mind blank. "Dad!" Academy head Gu ignored him and walked over to a long table with a bowl of black soup. Shao Qi immediately knew that it was poison, but he didn't know what kind of poison it was. "Dad, what are you doing?" Academy head Gu carefully sniffed the bowl of poison. After confirming that there was no mistake, he handed it over. "Be good, Chier. Drink this." Academy head Gu probably still thought that Xiao Qi was a naive child who didn't know anything. Xiao Qi pursed his lips and stared at his father. Tears were about to fall from his eyes. He seemed to understand what was going on, but at the same time he didn't seem to understand at all. Academy head Gu didn't force him, but he handed the bowl of poison to Elderling. Elderling forced his mouth open and stuffed a metal tube into his mouth. Then he forced the poison down his throat and forced him to swallow it. This wasn't a true poison, nor was it medicine. It was called a medicinal poison, something that could make people sick. In less than 2 hours, the medicinal poison took effect. Xiao Qi's entire body was covered in red spots. The itch was unbearable, and his entire body burned as if he had a high fever. This was leprosy poison. Xiao Qi finally understood what his father and Elderling were doing. His eyes filled with tears as he stared at his father, stubbornly refusing to speak. Unfortunately, his father didn't care about the tears in his eyes. He only cared about the changes in his body. They didn't give Xiao Qi any medicine for 3 whole days. They observed the changes in his condition. The fever didn't subside, and the itch was worse. They let go of one of Xiao Qi's hands so that he could scratch the itch. Then they observed the scratches. No matter how stubborn he was, he couldn't stop the disease. Xiao Qi was dizzy from the fever. He scratched unconsciously, and in less than a day his arms and stomach were torn apart. It was a shocking sight. Finally, they began to use medicine. At that time, there was no clear cure for leprosy. They used Xiao Qi as an experiment. They used one medicine at a time, and each medicine had to be tested for 2 days. They tried for an entire month before they finally found the most effective acupuncture technique and prescription. At the age of 12, Xiao Qi was as thin as a skeleton. His entire body was covered in cuts and bruises. He was no different from a corpse. When his fever subsided, he slowly raised his head and called out in his childish voice, "Father, kill Xiao Qi then!" Chapter 560. Kill Xiao Qi? Academy head Gu looked at Xiao Qi doubtfully, as if he didn't understand him. "Say that again." "Daddy, kill Xiao Qi, kill me." Xiao Qi. The child's pleas moved everyone. But the 2 leading figures of Cloud Realm Medical Academy, who saved countless lives every year, remained indifferent and cold-blooded to the extreme. Academy head Gu even laughed in disbelief. "Xiao Qi, Daddy worked so hard to get you. Why should I kill you? Do you know how much time and effort Daddy spent on you? You're joking with Daddy, aren't you?" Little 7, Daddy knows that you're feeling terrible. But if you're the only one feeling terrible, Daddy will be able to help countless patients, reduce their pain, and save their lives. Daddy is proud of you. Xiao Qi had no words to reply. He looked at his beloved Daddy, the only family he had in his life, and suddenly felt like a stranger. No matter what he was afraid of before, he still had his Daddy. But now Xiao Qi was most afraid of his Daddy. The tears that had been welling up in his eyes finally fell without a sound. Xiao Qi pursed his lips, not daring to cry out loud. He was so scared. Academy head Gu grew anxious at the sight of Xiao Qi crying. He quickly wiped away the boy's tears. "Xiao Qi, be good. Xiao Qi, don't cry. Daddy's here." He was still as gentle and kind as before, carefully wiping away Xiao Qi's tears with his fingertips. "Xiao Qi, be good. Daddy's here. Don't cry, Daddy's always here. Daddy will always be by your side." As soon as he said this, little 7 suddenly burst into tears. It was incomparably mournful. The companionship he once craved had now become a curse he feared the most. His child, all he could do was cry. He didn't want his Daddy anymore. He didn't want his Daddy anymore. But he couldn't bear to say it out loud. If he didn't want his Daddy anymore, who else could he want? Xiao Qi cried for a long, long time. Off to the side, Grand Elderling was getting annoyed, but Academy head Gu remained patient and placated him. There was no doubt that Dean Gu's patience was abnormal. Like a madman, he firmly believed that he could pacify Xiao Qi. However, the more he tried to appease him, the more scared Shao Qi became and the more he struggled. The sealed stone room was filled with screams and cries. Suddenly, a crisp "pa" sound was heard. Shao Qi's crying stopped abruptly. Dean Gu slapped Shao Qi hard across the face and said sternly, "That's enough!" As soon as he finished speaking, he signaled for Grand Elder Ling to continue using the poison. Of course, they wouldn't just experiment with one kind of poison. They had already prepared at least 100 kinds of poison. They would use all of them on Shao Qi to find the most satisfactory result. For the next 2 years, Shao Qi was locked up in this secret room, suffering from the pain day and night, repeating the process of being sick and being treated. Without exception, he suffered from all sorts of incurable illnesses. The inhumane torment was indescribable. At first, little Seven would still cry, but gradually there were no more tears in his clear eyes. There was only resentment, endless resentment. 2 years later, a rare epidemic swept through Cloud Realm continent. Despite the combined efforts of the Medical Academy and Medicine City, the epidemic only grew worse and worse. All of Cloud Realm continent grew fearful. Academy head Gu found a few cases to follow up on, but none of them yielded any significant results. In the end, he chose to treat Shao Qi. Shao Qi's body was different from the average person's. Diseases spread rapidly in his body, and his body was highly resistant to diseases. He wouldn't die easily, but this time Shao Qi had almost died. His condition was more serious than any of the other patients. He seemed to have fallen into a deep coma and didn't react to any of Academy Head Gu or Grand Elder Ling's provocations. Academy Head Shao Qi couldn't have. Grand Elder Ling didn't get to finish before Academy Head Gu's angry glare cut him off. Just like when Shao Qi was born, Academy Head Gu had been terrified. He'd watched over Shao Qi for days without rest, thinking of ways to save his life. But this time, Shao Qi didn't get better. Instead, he's not breathing. Grand Elder Ling exclaimed. Academy Head Gu sprang to his feet. Actually, he had known since last night that Shao Qi's pulse was very weak, but he didn't dare admit it. He reached out with a trembling hand to check Shao Qi's breathing, but didn't dare. Academy Head, the child really isn't breathing. Compared to Academy Head Gu's madness, Grand Elder Ling was very calm and rational. Academy Head Gu dropped his hand and muttered, "He's dead?" "Yes," Grand Elder Ling replied. Academy Head Gu fell to the ground as if he'd lost his soul. He stared blankly at the floor, unmoving. Academy Head Ling sat down beside him. "Academy Head, since he's dead, we should get rid of his body as soon as possible. After all, he was infected with the plague." Academy Head Gu was silent for a long time. Finally, he began to talk about the past. He talked about how he'd found many pregnant women and promised them a large sum of money as long as they cooperated with his medicine, but they all turned him down. He talked about how he didn't love Shao Qi's mother at all, and how he'd only forced himself to have that one night stand with Shao Qi. He talked about how he'd forced himself in the poison sex, forbidden grounds, how he'd suppressed his impatience to play with Shao Qi. He talked about how he'd planned to reap the rewards from Shao Qi. Head Elder Ling listened quietly without interrupting. Academy Head Gu continued to murmur, reminiscing endlessly about the past. He spoke from dusk to dawn. They sat cross-legged on the ground, right in front of Shao Qi. In the darkness, they were immersed in their memories, but they didn't realize that Shao Qi had long opened his slanted eyes behind them. He'd been listening the entire time. He'd already stopped breathing, and his pulse showed that he was dead. But he was still alive and well, and he could feel the pain clearly. He didn't know why either. Actually, there weren't many whys. He was a monster to begin with. He'd been a monster since he was in his mother's womb. Why would there be so many whys? Shao Qi was already 14 years old by now. He was no longer as delicate as he'd been when he was a child. Instead, he was pure and youthful, and his youthful spirit was gradually showing. His facial features were no longer delicate, but his beauty was enough to topple cities. especially his long, narrow eyes, which were narrowed dangerously and filled with overflowing malice. They were like a beauty poison, enchanting yet deadly. In the darkness, he was strapped to a cross. He was clearly a prisoner, but he looked like a lofty, vengeful demon. His slanted eyes narrowed as he looked disdainfully at the two old men at his feet. As he stared, his blood-soaked lips suddenly curved into a cold, evil smile. It was full of self-mockery and pain. Those 6 years in the poison sect, the memories he'd carefully stored away, the past he'd yearned for, had all been nothing but a conspiracy. So unbearable to think about. His entire life had been nothing but someone else's scheme. He'd started reminiscing when he was 6 years old and had been tortured for 8 whole years. Gu Yuntian, just you wait. One day, I'll make you regret giving birth to a monster like me. Gu Yuntian had taught him poison since he was young. Why did the esteemed head of the medical academy know poison? He'd lived in head Elderling's courtyard since he was young. How could the shady dealings of the medical academy escape his eyes? In the past, he'd never taken these matters seriously, but now they'd become bargaining chips for his future revenge. One day, he wouldn't just destroy Gu Yuntian, he'd destroy the medical academy, the place where he'd been born, raised, and harmed. As Academy Head Gu spoke, he fell asleep. Head Elderling sighed and got up. He'd already ordered people to take care of Shao-Chi's body, but when he checked Shao-Chi's pulse, he found that it was back to normal. Academy Head Elderling's startled cry echoed through the secret room. Academy Head Gu woke up from his sleep, but before he could stand, he heard Head Elderling cry out, "Academy Head, Shao-Chi isn't dead. He's not dead." Academy Head Gu jumped in fright and hurriedly checked Shao-Chi's breathing. He found that Shao-Chi really was breathing. He hurriedly checked Shao-Chi's pulse and found that it was back to normal. However, this didn't refer to his original pulse, but to Shao-Chi's normal pulse. His plague was cured. The strange pulse he'd had from eating medicine all year round had disappeared as well. What's going on? Academy Head Gu and Head Elderling looked at each other in shock. The two of them hurriedly put Shao-Chi down and took turns examining him. Everything is normal. How can this be? Head Elderling was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Academy Head Gu's brows were tightly knitted, his expression solemn as he repeated the word impossible over and over again. He checked Shao-Chi's pulse, body, and even used a few acupuncture techniques. Unfortunately, the results were the same, aside from his pale complexion and weak pulse. The youth lying on the bed looked no different from a normal person. If not for the fact that they looked the same, Academy Head Gu would have suspected that this wasn't his Shao-Chi, but someone else's child. "Is he unconscious?" Grand Elderling murmured. Recalling what he had said last night, Academy Head Gu immediately pulled out the dagger he had hidden under his clothes and tried to kill Shao-Chi. However, just as he was about to stab Shao-Chi, he stopped himself. Just as he'd said, he couldn't bear to give up on this hard-won child. In the end, he said, "Let's wait and see." For the next 3 days, the two of them watched over Shao-Chi without rest. Unfortunately, other than being unconscious, Shao-Chi was completely normal. Academy Head Gu was unwilling, and Head Elderling was worried. The two of them began using all sorts of cruel methods to try and wake Shao-Chi up, testing whether Shao-Chi was faking it. The cruelest thing was that they pierced Shao-Chi's fingernails with golden needles. All 10 of his fingernails were pierced into the golden needles. But Shao-Chi didn't even frown, let alone move. How could it not hurt? He'd been in pain for 8 whole years. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of pain anymore, but that he'd become extremely sensitive to it. Only his overflowing hatred forced him to endure it. He had to endure it. After such cruel torture, Shao-Chi didn't wake up. Academy Head Gu and Head Elderling finally believed that Shao-Chi was really unconscious. But why had Shao-Chi come back from the dead? Why had he been unconscious? Why had he returned to normal? The two of them pondered over it day and night, but they couldn't figure it out. What were they supposed to do with an unconscious Shao-Chi? It would be a pity to abandon him, but there was no possibility of experimenting with him. Instead, it would be dangerous.